I miss how it used to be. You were the only one that I could see. You know I love you, whatever you do. And you know that I've always got your back. I'm trying to tell you that I miss you. The way that you sing in the car, like hearing where you are, driving to work or to school, and doing everything you do. I'm trying to tell you that I love everything about you, and I miss you. I know I've done a lot of bad things to you, but give me one more chance and I will make it up to you. You know it would mean a lot. I'm giving it all that I've got. I'd do anything for you, anything that you want me to. I'm trying to tell you that I love everything about you, and I'd do anything for you, and I miss you. Yes, I miss you. Yeah. Yes, I miss you.
Hi, everybody. Happy New Year. What's going on? Welcome in. How are you guys? And please welcome our guest, the awesome Rita Ora, to my Ryan Seacrest this evening, Frankie from Frankie's Tarot. What's up, Frankie?
Hello, hello. Happy New Year.
We have been looking forward to this.
I have been.
Thank you again for making time to hang out with us. And Frankie's family, hi, welcome. Thanks for coming to hang out with us here too. Love having you.
I am so ready to let go of 2025. That's why I'm so happy.
Oh my goodness, I'm with you. We had got digital glasses to go with Frankie's glasses I was trying to type the text into it to say goodbye 25, hello 26, because we are finally coming into that year of 1. The year of 9s are over. It's behind us. We are closing the door on it and getting ready for going forward. And speaking of which, if you guys have not subscribed to me here at Archer Astrology Tarot, would love to have you come and be a part of the family. All right. And everybody here at my family, make sure you're subscribed to Frankie's Tarot. This is one of the girls that taught me everything I know about tarot, whether she wants the credit for it or not. But this girl, if she needed to keep energetic rhythm, I mean, she's Frankie. She doesn't have to. She's like Sting. She's like a verb present tense. She's that cool. So if she did, though, she would go, let's teach this deck, because this girl knows a thing or two about a thing or two.
You're a good salesman. I wish I'd had you in my life.
I got PR skills. Selling cars and selling apartments did it to me.
You do.
And speaking of sales, if you guys haven't checked it out, there's a link in the description box, as well as a link in the QR code up on your screen. You can go over to Frankie's website. She has got brand new homemade candles that are ready for Valentine's Day shipping, even sooner. And they're limited supply. As soon as she posted the updates, they started selling. There's only 15, 20 left, but it's definitely worth checking out. And that's a labor of love, Frankie. You put a lot into that, didn't you?
They're the soulmate summoning ritual candles. I put a lot of love and time into these. So definitely check them out. There's 6 of them, and they're for 6 different things: reconciliation, true love, commitment, and self-love. So go ahead and check those out. And there is only so many. I made only every couple months. I'll make a few, but that's it.
I can't believe it. Even when you texted me just last night saying everything was posted, and I looked and it's already sold that many of them, I'm like, that's insane. They're hot. You won't be able to keep them in stock. It's wild.
There is still a little echo on your side. I am seeing it. I don't know.
Hold on. I'll crank this input down just a little bit. Let's see. There we go. Let's try that. How's that? Is that better?
I think so. I keep muting you just to make sure that I'm not echoing on you.
Oh, gotcha. You know what? I think it could be a little bit on the phone side too, where I can hear the phone's audio coming through it too.
Maybe.
I can fix that. Guys, fam, we're learning together. I think I can fix this part too. Watch this. This is pretty easy. Let's try that. That should fix it because I forgot we were dual streaming. Okay. How we sounding? It's a lot better. Okay, Stacy says TikTok sounds better. How's it on your end, Frankie?
It's still echoing. It's still kind of loud, but maybe that's just for me, right? Is the audience saying it's loud?
Try turning your computer's like the master volume down, like your out speaker volume down. That might help it. Because I think you can hear me in StreamYard as well as the feedback.
Yeah, I turned it down, but you still do have an echo on my side. If it's nobody else can hear it, then it's just my problem. I can deal with it.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yes. Even Stacey's saying it's not bad. You got YouTube, TikTok, both of you guys. How are we sounding? Frankie is a little low. You're saying on TikTok. I can change that volume like this. All right. How's that? Okay. Loopy Threat says you can hear now. Cool. All right. YouTube, we sounding good, guys? YouTube's good.
Okay. And how do I sound?
That's good.
How's Frankie sound, y'all? Not bad. Okay, cool. I like it.
That sounds great.
Frankie is okay. Little echo. Vivi, it could be your feedback volume. I'll turn my input down just a bit to see if it helps. Okay, give it a try. Max says, go ahead and say something, Frankie. I'll shut my pie hole.
All right, I'm saying something. Is it me?
She sounds good. Frankie's good.
Frankie's good. Still an echo. Shrek recommends try muting your computer audio, or for me too.
Wait a minute, it sounds good there.
Okay, we got good from Punky. Hi, Punky. All right, cool. Oh, okay, we got it. It sounds perfect on TikTok, and it sounds perfect on YouTube. Just a little echo. Okay, cool, Janet. Hold on, Allie. I can fix that. Let me adjust that. There we go. Okay, okay, go ahead. Try again, Frankie.
All right. Yeah, it sounds good. Well, I have an echo on my side, but it's got to be me.
Sounds perfect. I'm standing outside my daughter. There's almost full moon. There's almost a full moon out. Oh, nice. We are getting close to the full moon that's coming up. Right. All right, I think we're in business. Sounds great on both sides. Thanks, Lightseer Empress. Hi, Kitty Cat Virtue. What up? It doesn't sound pretty. Okay. All right, we're going to give it a shot and see how it goes.
All right.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do for the new year, little you versus them, see what's going down. And to open, we are going to have the awesome Melissa with Sunshine Intuitive Tarot start off the all signs with one of her oracle messages. So make sure you guys are subscribed to Melissa. All right. Her link can be found in the bios and in the description box. That way you can get these oracle messages daily along with weekend updates. Her channel is going to take off like a rocket in 2026, and we're happy to have her open for us. And if you do want to book a reading with either Frankie or myself, the links to both of our websites can be found by scanning the QR code or down in the description box. All right. So help yourselves, and thank you guys for subscribing and be here. All right. Happy New Year, and thank you for letting me and Frankie be your readers for 2025, and we look forward to being your readers in 2026. So we love you guys. So now with our opening oracle messages, we'll do it at a timestamp of 919, the one and only Melissa with Sunshine Intuitive Tarot. So for you, Sunshine Intuitive Tarot, opportunity knocks.
All righty, I'm going to answer.
Flip that on too.
All right, thanks. Hey, everybody. All right, let's go ahead and get into a message for the coming year. I'm going to go ahead and pull a few oracle cards to see what the collective is going to have for the new year coming up with the love. All right, so let's see here. Okay, the first one is getting your intentions out there. Start setting into motion what you want in love. Now, this may resonate. It could be that you're single and you're looking for somebody. It could be that you are in a relationship and you want that next level up. You need to set the intention for the year ahead to make that happen. You need to start manifesting. If you want love, you need to start making plans, making ideas in your head of what you want in that specific person and their traits, their qualities, what you want to get that love in your life. Or if you are already in a relationship, then start manifesting what you want for the next steps in love going forward with that person. All right, so let's get to the next one. Okay, for some of you, and this may not resonate with everybody, I got the block and bless card. So there might be somebody in your life in the coming year that you might have had some cycles with that you finally need to end that cycle and everything with. Just go ahead and move forward with your life, bless them, wish them well, and move forward onto something a lot better. Some of you all might be repeating cycles with a person, and you need to realize it's time to release them and just bless them and wish them well and let them go and move forward with your life into something better. Okay, and then we've got another one. Let's see what this one has to say. This is more of a self-care for what you need to do with your love life in the coming year, 2026. Got the awakening card. So if you have been not having clarity in your love life, this coming year, you're going to have a lot of awakenings. You're going to have a lot of epiphanies, a lot of realizations of what may have something maybe where you needed to work on yourself and you needed to work on being somebody that can be a better partner in a relationship. Or it could be the reverse, where somebody might be where you've had a cycle or you've had relationship issues. You either have an awakening of where you all need to be in the relationship going forward, what you need to work on, or it could be what you need to release to move forward into something else. So overall right now, this is kind of telling me and showing that there's a lot of new coming in the year ahead. A lot of cycles are going to be changing. They're going to be moving forward. You're going to be moving into a different direction with somebody new. Or it could also be, if you are dealing with somebody, it could be a renewal of the relationship or stepping forward into the relationship into a different pattern and escalating it and moving forward into maybe a better outcome with going forward with a engagement or marriage. So I'm going to pull the last card. Be careful in the new year with wanting to change people. If you're in a relationship with somebody or you're getting in a relationship with somebody, you need to make sure that you're accepting them for who they are. Now, keep in mind that you should be healthy with that and not tolerate certain behaviors or patterns or toxic things. This is more about you realizing you need to not change anybody, love and accept people for who they are. But at the same time, if they're not on the same page as you, you need to go forward and maybe find somebody else or work on yourself. This is all a lot of transformation that's coming up in the year ahead. So lots of newness. But yeah, if you've been dealing with anybody that you really have been going in cycles with or circles even, you need to go ahead and I'm not telling you what to do by any means because everybody has free will, but the energies out there are just saying, let go of the old to bring into the new. So if you've just been dealing with people that that aren't on the same page as you, or they're not treating you right, if you're getting breadcrumbed, you need to go ahead and have that awakening and that epiphany of, hey, I deserve better. I have my self-worth. I am worthy of more than that. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. But the main thing is you're also establishing that intention out there of what you do want to do and what you want and you do deserve. So that is your 2026 love message.
Awesome sauce. Thank you.
Hand
thank
it
you.
back to Archer.
Thank you
Into
much.
Frankie.
Thank you, Sunshine. Make sure y'all follow Sunshine on TikTok and on YouTube. All right. Her links are available in the bios and pinned. And I did figure out, Frankie, on the audio is on your cell phone, turn your speaker volume all the way down on the side. The mic will still pick it up. You did? How we doing? C says Frankie's mic is picking it up, giving feedback. Okay, she got hers turned down, so it should be good now. Should be good. We got it to the point as far as we can go.
I
All
think
right.
Can you hear? I have it down now, so I mean completely off.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So she does have it all the way off. So I think it's as far as it's going to go. But all right. Now. Dooby dooby doo. There we go. Okay. So what I did, Mac, is I muted out my external speakers. So I only hear Frankie through this computer. Okay. Awesome sauce. Thank you so much, Sunshine. Make sure you follow Sunshine along on all the platforms too. She's awesomeness. All right.
Thank you.
And thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, y'all. See y'all in the chat.
She's off to go get her wrench. Use it wisely. All right. So, Mac, you say we're looking good here on TikTok? I think we got it. I think we got it with the audio feedback. I think we're in business now. Dude, we're breaking new ground here. We are dual streaming. You go on TikTok, what do you see? All you see are all those videos that like people just sitting there waiting for people to come in and gift them and gift cards. We are doing all sign collectives and live streams dual. We're breaking new ground here. All right. Now I'm ready. What's up, y'all? Thanks for being here. Welcome in. All right. I can't do any more about it, Stacy. I've got everything turned down, so I don't know. I don't know. But we're going to read. All right. Y'all, if it does sound weird on TikTok, come over to YouTube. Hang out with us. It's awesomeness. It's a sign. It's a sign to come and hang out with us on TikTok, over on YouTube. But okay, we're going to take it from the top. We are going to go from Aries to Pisces and see what's going on for you and them. And then you want me to go first, or do you want to go first, Frankie? I'm on it. Let's do this. All right. Yes, it will. Actually, Houdini, you can come over. It's live streaming on YouTube right now. So if it does get rough here, you can head over to YouTube because I'm not sure how to make it sound any better. That's the only problem. I've got all the audio and the speakers turned down. Both of us do. So I'm not sure why it's doing a dual stream or why it's acting funky. Let's see. But yeah, you can come over to Frankie's channel or my YouTube channel, and it is streaming there, and the audio is working good. So that's why I'm not sure why it's acting kind of wonky over here. I don't know if there's any dual stream live settings on TikTok that I need to change. Maybe. Let me look. Pause live settings. Oh, I don't see any settings on this side. So I think that's the best part I can go for. Happy New Year too. All right. Yeah, I can't find any way to edit out any more audio. So we're breaking new ground. We'll discover as we go along. All right. But yes, TikTok, if you do come in and it sounds really rough, that it is available. We're hanging out over on YouTube. All right. Is there a way to now? Okay, Houdini, I'm new to TikTok stuff. Is there a way for Frankie to mute the mic on TikTok? Because I'm not sure there's a way to do it. Actually, that brings up a good point for me if I should mute the mic when she's talking on TikTok. We're breaking ground, guys. We're all part of this. You guys are all part of the new frontier. By this time next year, when all these other tarot readers are on TikTok as well, then you guys know who did it first. It's cool. All right. She mutes her camera on the phone mic, and then you do it when she's on. Oh, okay. Just to mute her camera phone mic. Okay, now I'm gonna be a total dork out because I don't know how we mute phone mics. Houdini's helping us, Frankie. How do we do it? Because I'm on my lapel mic on TikTok. Yeah, Frankie's got an iPhone.
I just figured it out. I just muted it.
Oh,
But-
wait, she's figured it out. She's Frankie. She figures stuff out. She
All right.
filled in for Sporty Spice for a while, too. She's that good.
But the thing is I think I'm going to have to keep, I can't lose it. You know, if I lose it, then.
Right.
But I'll figure it out. I think I got it, though. Let them see what they say.
Wait a second. Professional Houdini just put a yay down. Does that mean we sound good?
I'm on point right now. I've been figuring my shit out all, last days.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's better.
Yeah.
That was better for you. Okay, yes. Oh my gosh, we got yeses across the board.
All right. The only problem is I have to remember where I found it.
Okay, so that's what we'll do is we'll each take turns. Good audio. Awesome. Thanks, Shrek. Okay, cool beans. All right, so we just got to take turns muting the mic on our phones while the other one talks. Right now you can only hear Archer. Okay. Frankie, what'd you do? How do I do it when it's my turn to mute it?
I think I raised it up. Wait a minute, I just lost it.
That's it. Okay, Houdini, I got an iPhone 16. How do I mute my mic so that when Frankie unmutes hers, then we won't have the echo from my side?
For me,
I'll mute mine when I let her do it.
Where you told me to do the mirror camera, that's where it's at.
Oh, it's there?
Yeah, and once
okay, by the mirror camera feature. Okay.
Yeah, once you do that, it'll show up on your phone constantly. So I can see it all the way through right now. It's not going anywhere.
Mute microphone. Oh, okay. All right, I got it. Okay, we can take turns. Okay, so I'll mute the microphone when I'm done so the TikTok only hears you. All right, I think we're in business.
Yes. All right, I think we got it.
All right, let's do it to it. Awesome. Thanks, Houdini. You guys are awesome. Teamwork makes the dream work. This is family power right here. And everybody at Frankie's Tarot, you guys are all already family by default. Frankie's known me too long to really want to tell you the truth about how long she's dealt with me. So let's do it to it. All right, guys? Dude, we hung in there. Sounds better. Jamie, spinny hugs. Thank you. I love it. All right, let's do it to it. You guys ready to do an all signs? The last and final all signs for Frankie's Tarot and Archer Astrology for 2025. Let's get this year over with already. All right. Here we go, starting with Aries. We're going to do it in order. And don't forget too, Aries, is that Frankie has your most recent readings posted already on her channel. And over here to work with my schedules with being temporary caregiver from Mama T is that we're going to be doing all signs. So you don't have an individual reading to do this week, but I'll be doing another all signs on Friday. And we're just going to hang out and do that for a little bit until I got the schedule back. But it's awesome sauce. Okay, so let's begin. Aries, we're going to put your time. I don't want to start with the biblical tarot. Let's party a little bit. I want to start with Titanic. All right. So Aries, we're going to put your timestamp at 23 exactly. All right. And in the meantime, let's go. What up, Aries? How are you? Happy New Year. Thank you for being here. Please hype and like the reading. And if you'd like to book a reading with either me or Frankie, just scan the QR code. Check out the link that's pinned in the description box. And we look forward to helping in any way we can. All right, think about your person, Aries, and let's tap in and tune in and see what we got for Aries. All right, God, give me everything you got for Aries. Thoughts, feelings, emotions, energies into the new year. What do we have for Aries? What do we have for Aries? Whoa. Well, this is a good way to start the year. The Knight of Cups with the Four of Pentacles is somebody getting ready to open up to you. 10 of Wands into the 10 of Pentacles is that for the person on your mind, the year of number 9 is closing off a mindset that they've been carrying some past burdens, maybe a little PTSD from past relationships, what their exes before you did to them. Maybe for some, even a little bit of narcissistic parents, okay? You know your person's parents better than I do, but I got a feeling I'm going to find out more about it because the 10 of Pentacles shows going forward, we are looking into something that goes 10 plus years. This is bringing the 10 of Cups that you've been wishing for in 2025 into a 10 of Pentacles for the new year, all right? And with the 7 of Wands to the Knight of Pentacles, this is something you have waited for and worked hard for on your side of the fence to level up. All right. So let's see where it goes. This looks like an interesting start to the year. I'm excited. All right, let's do it. 2 shuffles. 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the amazingly awesome Aries. All right, Ramon, Aries. Whoa. The overall energy is the Star. No wonder you're the leader of the Zodiac. Check this out. This shows your healing journey coming to a completion of being the focus. And with the Judgment card, I think of this at the moment. You know how the Judgment card talks about pointing the finger inward and looking and doing work that you needed to do? It's telling me you did do it. And that in more of a Rider-Waite definition, the Judgment card, your spirit guides, your guardian angels are actually sounding the trumpets down to you that it's time to take action. Okay. So it's like you've waited long enough for this. And with the 6 of Wands, it's the rewards coming in for what you've closed out on your side in 2025. So you guys both have been being changed and going through like growing pains in order to be better prepared to come back together and begin again. Okay. So let's go. Give me 7 cards. The 6 of Pentacles, the Queen of Pentacles, the Lovers, nice, the Emperor, the 2 of Swords, the 8 of Pentacles, and the 7 of Swords. Some of you guys might work together or have been in a similar industry, but I do like seeing your card, the Emperor, come out, Aries, because whenever I get that in energy, that's you taking your power back, coming into a new place of confidence in the choices that you make instead of having to feel anxious like you've been feeling through 2025. It's bossing up and taking your power back. Now, with the 6 of Pentacles to the Queen of Pentacles, this shows the more of a balanced relationship that you've been working to manifest from what they were doing to you is coming through on this one. This is the vibe of somebody that might have been like, it's almost like they came at you like they were from Nordstrom's on more of a 6 of Pentacles, Queen of Pentacles energy, when in reality, the in and out started because they were unsure of what they wanted to do. Instead of being like Nordstrom's, you found out they were really from Dollar Tree vibes, right? So like a bit of clout chasing vibes that you might have feared about, because I feel like with the Pentacle energy, this person was in a place where they focused more about their own gain, their own self-worth. They weren't really in that 6 of Pentacles stage to begin with when you guys tried before. But the 2 of Swords into the 7 of Swords comes in that I do like seeing on this, that because you've stayed persistent in your pursuits and you in a way haven't chased, you focused on your own work, your own growth. That's given both you guys the time needed. The 2 of Swords still kind of talks about having some hope and faith that that communication comes through from a more mature perspective. That with the 7 of Swords, this does show that PTSD, where the stuff they had been put through with past relationships and stuff, internally, they still feared that it might happen, which kind of put them into a place of a self-fulfilling prophecy, and they self-sabotaged the connection. But in traditional Rider-Waite, the 7 of Swords, it shows the guy taking the 5 of Swords that represent those 5 stages of grief, the 5 stages of a separation phase, and removing him from the situation in order to leave that 2 of Swords for both of you guys to have the ability to reach out and communicate. So that tells me both of you guys have been rather reflective, and don't feel guilty if you've scrolled back through text messages or looked through photos in your phone. Or some of you guys have just done your 25-year in review in the photo album and you scrolled back a little too far and it kind of hit some type of way. The Lover's card does show that it was written in your guys' blueprint to go through this period of time in order to come back better than before, okay? Because that's Ida and Isidore Strauss. They're the ones from that scene in the movie where they're laying on the bed while the water's coming in under them, because they stayed together till the end, even when both of them were offered a place in the lifeboat. Could be dealing with someone with strong Gemini or Capricorn in their chart. Libra's here too, Virgo energy. And you might be seeing a lot of repeating 6s, 7s, or 8s at the moment. Look who came back, the 6 of Wands, the Devil, and the Judgment card, which means due to the connection you guys still have, like whenever they pop into your mind while you're just going about your business or at work, you guys do keep re-energizing the connection. They're thinking about you at the same time. So in a way, telepathically, you guys are actually working on each other. It's a form of mirroring, which lets me know you're through about the 2nd stage of mirroring before the 3rd phase, which is an attempt to come back and see if we can get this right. And whatever was getting in the way of this, which to me, it feels like either their ego or with that Devil card could have been a little bit of, it depends on who it is, either addicted to drama, addicted to a substance, either maybe booze or pills type thing, that Johnny Cash song comes out, or I think a little bit of addicted to it's more of the drama, that when things were going too well, they started thinking back on past triggers and it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. So the in and out energy was a result of their fight or flight constantly kicking in. And you really did kind of take the brunt of the fact that they hadn't fully finished healing and weren't as far along in their journey as you were. But the time apart has given them some time to process in order to come back and try again. You've done the work. Now we have to see if they've changed. Otherwise, the cycle has to repeat. The lesson has to repeat itself. But I got a feeling they are putting that ego aside, the attention-seeking behavior. The Knight of Cups, the 9 of Wands, and the 3 of Cups, with that 10 of Wands coming back too. this does say that they've come to a point that they're kind of tired of carrying the burdens, a little bit of the shame and the guilt for what they did. And with the Knight of Cups to the Nine of Wands, it's an apology and a communication that you really didn't suspect you'd get, because the Knight of Cups is a very unique offer. Scorpio energy, all right? Some of you guys could be dealing with like a Scorpio, Sagittarius, Cusper type of a vibe, little fire and water mix in their chart strong. But the Nine of Wands is also that card of apologies, that they've gotten through the Eight of Wands. The forward movement stopped, but they're still holding that Ace of Wands in their hand. So there's still that spark, that passion, that connection between the two of you guys that leads you back to the Three of Cups, which is something we're celebrating and leading towards the wedding at Cana. All right. So one of the biggest things here that they're nervous about is like, how do they backpedal out of everything they did that self-sabotaged the connection, right? And that's what leads to the communication on this. So it'll be a slightly awkward one as they come in a little humbled, but it opens the door that they know the moment they press send, they're basically telling you, Aries, I know you're not going to mess around with this again. They know when they press send, they have to be ready to be fully committed to you long-term. 10 of Pentacles. All right. I do like that for you. And with the repeating threes starting to show up, this could happen as early as the first 3 weeks of January. All right. Strong Capricorn, Scorpio energy on this. Virgo. Some of you guys could be dealing with the twin flame. Taurus energy, Gemini, could be another Aries, and also Libra and Sagittarius. All right. So I hope that helps. Please hype and like the reading on your way out. And now over to you, Frankie.
All right. Hello, everybody. I see you guys in there. I can't really respond in the chat. So I am using my phone. So guys, don't think I'm ignoring you. But Aries, welcome. You are going to have an amazing year. We're moving into that. I can just see it for you. We're going into year one, like we've been talking about. And I just feel like moving forward, I'm getting that feeling for you. So whoever's holding you back right now, you got to let them go. You got to move forward. But I am going to take a look at the person that is in your energy and see what their block is and how you feel about it. What's going on with you? All right. Let's see. I feel cool. All right. The glasses do something. So, all right. The Sun card. You have an overall energy of the Sun showing, and this is a new beginning. All right. This energy. So this can bring a reconciliation. It can bring a new love, new romance, falling in love, feeling like you're falling in love, right? Just feeling good though. So again, this is confirming to me that you really are walking into not only with the New Year's, but you have a lot of things working for you, pushing you forward, pushing your life forward here. So no more being stuck. All right, your person, I see the Nine of Swords. All right, so I can see that somebody here is feeling regretful. I mean, or they're having a hard time dealing with something that's going on. All right, what's their connection to you? And I see the Star card. So I am seeing an Aquarius energy. You know, this is somebody here that's hoping that maybe you will be able to forgive them someday. And I just got to, it's like, maybe it is too soon. Maybe this person has like really caused a lot of stress for you, and they know it. And they're hoping that you guys can get through whatever it is that you're going through. You know, maybe right now it feels as though there's still some time between the two of you. And, you know, maybe you have to let go a little bit. Maybe today isn't the day. But for some of you, though, too, this person is feeling on their mind that they really got to get something clear with you. So the Star card is telling me somebody has got their mind on you and thinking about the future and thinking about hopefully clearing up whatever's going on. All right, so let's see your energy. And I see the Six of Pentacles. See, it looks like you're doing good. It feels like regardless of what's going on with this person, you may be worrying about them, but you're trying to find peace, it looks like. And the Six of Pentacles is, you know, you're starting to learn, I'm feeling with this card, what it feels like to keep giving to a situation and not getting back. And that's the thing. It's like, you know, once you realize and you're like, I'm really worn out here, you know, I'm doing all I can, you're just going to hit a point where I have to move forward, right? And this will show your person that you mean business. When you start moving forward, that energy, somebody feels like they're going to lose you. I say this over and over. And with that, if they're meant to be in your life, they're going to hurry up and run and catch you before you leave, right? Because they're going to sense it energetically that you want nothing to do with this anymore. You really mean business. So it feels like you give a lot to somebody, and now they're starting to see that they didn't give enough to you. So past, present, future, it doesn't matter. Wherever you stand with this, somebody is going to realize what it felt like when you were given them, right? When you were given to this connection at your fullest, all right? Because when you take that away, they feel it. How do they view or feel about you? I see the Ace of Cups. All right. So this is somebody that really felt love with you. Maybe they didn't realize how much until it was gone. Right. But again, you have another ace here. The ace is symbolized in new love, new beginnings, right? This can be restoring. This can be bringing back love to a situation, right? It doesn't always mean new beginnings. I got to walk away from this person and move on to somebody new. It's all the same. It does, you have free will. But this person is in love with you, and they are maybe even feeling it if you've retreated a little bit, how much they do, because they're not getting it from anybody else. All right. So what is their intention with this connection moving forward? Look at this, the Six of Cups. I am seeing somebody may start to realize with this Nine of Swords, somebody might be realizing they acted a little bit childish. All right. Now, I know I recently triggered somebody with that. We all here are for the same reasons. We all got a lot of triggers and traumas here. And we're just walking the path and healing. So when I say immature, we all kind of revert back sometimes instantly, or when we get triggered, and we may start acting like we would have when we were 10 or pulling a tantrum, right? There's nothing, I'm not shaming anybody. There's no shame here. But I can see that your person here may be feeling that they have, maybe reacted to you in the past, and now they're feeling some shame for it, And the Six of Cups is telling me that somebody's reminiscing about you and hoping that you guys can maybe find forgiveness, maybe turn over a new leaf, right? And somebody here with this Star card, maybe with a little bit of space. This could be just somebody's guidance if you're dealing with this now. A little bit of space between you and this person, and they're missing your love, and you've got them hoping that you guys can come back together and maybe, share some new memories together, right? So somebody's really thinking about what they got when it's gone. All right, so let's see the possible actions this moving in this week. We'll go with this week. I see the Queen of Cups. So this tells me that your person here is really, really processing their emotions. If you're hearing from them or they're around you and they seem a little withdrawn, it's probably because they're still really just processing what's going on. If you feel like they pulled back a little bit, they're processing what's going on. And this is where you cannot wait for somebody. And as we're moving into 2026, I am going to kind of shame us all. If we're still holding on to bullshit, after everything we've been through the last few years, how our stress levels are so high, there's some, I don't know what else we can do to get you to let go of this shit. We don't want to go into 2026 like this. So you always set the intentions for the rest of the zodiac. I hope you all have an amazing New Year's, and take care. The Sun card.
Thank you, Frankie. We got the sound down. We got the streams going. We were with the flow. That was awesome. I'm trying to learn how to use a keyboard again so I can text with the chat. I'm trying to see if my Bluetooth will work on the TikTok, but it wasn't working. So Aries, thank you so much for being here, and we'll see you next year. And peace, love, and spinny hugs to you, Aries. And now on to Taurus. All right, Aries has already moved on to 2026. Aries is in the future. Rohama's in the future too. I saw that. I didn't get a chance to respond to that message, Rohama, but you said like about 4 hours ago that it was 4 hours to the new year. So some of the fam here is already in 2026, and the rest of us are still in the past in 2025. It's really cool. But what's up, Allie? How's it going, Crystal? Thank you all for being here. TikTok, well, I got the mic muted. I'll at least say hi. But thanks, E-Doyles, Pimp Spacesuits. I love that we're sounding good now. All right, Taurus, you're up next. And Taurus, I'm going to use the dog deck for you. All right, Taurus, you're going to be at 3913. What's up, Taurus? Thank you so much for being here and welcome. Taurus, think about your person. And if you do want to check out, if you're not subscribed to both me here and Frankie's Tarot, make sure you're subscribed to both channels. And if you want to book a reading with either of us, the links are in the link tree. Just scan the QR code or the links pinned down in the description box. All right, Taurus, think about your person. Taurus, I got to show this to you. I don't know why I'm bringing it up to you because Frankie's got those really cool glasses. This is what happens with karma. I think karma ties into what your person's going through. I don't know why I picked you to do this. Everything I do is a reason. These were the glasses I picked. So I'm like, I got to have cool glasses too. And so these showed up. I was going to program them to do stuff. TikTok shop, thank you. But here's the thing. I went to put them on. I can't adjust the strap, and they just, it doesn't work. So I'm like, okay, God. God's like, don't keep trying to outdo Frankie. I'm like, fine. It's a Cancer Scorpio thing. It's cool. So I tried. All right, Taurus. So let's see what karma your person's facing. Did their glasses fall off? Anyways, let's go, Taurus. All right. Think about your person, and God tap me into me in the Taurus energy. Taurus is going to be like, why in the world is that in my timestamp? All right, Taurus. What do we have for Taurus? Thoughts, feelings, and emotions. What do we have for Taurus? 2 shuffles. Ready? 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the terrifically tenacious, triumphant Taurians. Toro. Here we go. Ooh, the Knight of Wands comes in. They are receiving karma because the overall energy going into 2026 on this reading for you is about, I know I'd love to give a really nice vibe to this, but the Knight of Wands, I'm pulling somebody very stubborn or set or fixed in their ways that needed to let go of the control factor. The 4 of Pentacles, that leads to the Ace of Wands. For some of you guys, they might be using that as tension against you guys on the Ace of Wands, the thing that keeps that passion connected between the two of you guys. But the whole reason that they've been kind of digitally online stalking you is because they still like what they see. So the thing on this is you've still kept a little bit of that energetic cord between the two of you guys going. And I think with the Hangman, you're the one that's actually calling them in. Okay? So let's see what we got. The Ace of Swords, told you. That's my hey text. The 7 of Swords. The 6, wow, that's a lot of sword energy. This person had wow, everybody's getting the judgment call. Look at that. That leads right to the Ace of Cups. Beginning again. So, with this Tower card to the Judgment card, this person, their stubbornness is what made them they never really focused on any of your wants or needs, and they tried to control you in the silence, right? They had a way of mind Ace of Wands on you, right? The way that they would manipulate with their words or even in the silence, somebody that blocks, unblocks, sends a passive aggressive text and reblocks, you kept seeing this happen. That's why you guys had to put a stop to this. The 6 of Swords shows the silence has allowed them to be thinking from a new perspective. So for me to tap in to see what's on their side of the fence, all this sword energy shows that they've been on your mind more than that you've been on yours. And when I tie it with the digital stalking energy, along with the 8 of Cups, it's telling me that they regret walking away from you. And that's why they're trying to suss things out and find a way back in. Because the thing on this is they feel a little lost without you. So your cutoff game got really strong because you almost felt like this started becoming a cycle. And so you had to cut bait and walk away. That's a lot of swords, right? The times that you spent nervous to yourself or alone in the evening, just wondering what was next. When are they going to go off next? What's up with that? When you got emotional instability like that, coupled up with some entitlement, it's what leads to the Tower moment, okay? So even though it's been a while with this Tower moment and you're unsure if you can trust them, you almost have intuitively been feeling like they may try again. That would have your intuition on point because the karma they're paying off is by digitally stalking you. It's caused them to, they didn't think you'd go on. Whatever you're posting online that's the best moments of your time in your days, they're thinking it's all that it is. So in a way, this time apart has caused them to see you as the one that got away. They know you don't have a reason to trust them, though. That's the thing with the Judgment card, the Scorpio Aries energy on that. Some of you guys could be dealing with a twin flame or the return of one. But I really feel like you learned a lot of lessons because that Ace of Swords is telling me more of a cutoff game where you stood your ground. Some of you guys could have been even dealing with another fixed sign, right? And it's the silence. It's almost like things got out of hand because you guys tried to out-stubborn each other and somebody hedged the bet, somebody called on it, and neither of you guys wanted to go this far, okay? The 4 of Wands, I got chills. I love when you flex. You're such a cool boss. The 4 of Wands, I just said some of you guys could have been dealing with a twin flame journey, right? The rewards for the twin flame journey for you, I see coming in a little bit of emotional stability. You're gaining a little bit of confidence, the ability to stand your ground, set boundaries without feeling bad about it, right? It's like they had a way of making you feel bad for standing your ground. It was a bit of an emotional balance. The age difference could have been a factor. But that 8 of Cups, they regret walking away from you because look how sad that dog is. Normally in the 8 of Cups, you don't see the person's face. But on this deck, with my dog deck, the dog's turning around and looking back. It's almost like they're like, I really didn't think it would last this long, right? And then they look at you, and the fact that you're moving on is a bit of their Tower moment. You guys are like soul catalysts for each other, right? Some of you guys could be dealing with a Gemini, or somebody might even be a Taurus Gemini cusper. But that air energy, that's a lot of thoughts. The High Priestess, the Five of Cups, see? Oh, that leads to the World card and the Page of Cups. Okay, for some of you guys, it seems like the holidays has been when you both have been digitally stalking each other. Because I'm seeing somebody, I can't tell who it is, which side. Maybe you guys can help a little bit. That because of the holidays, right? The fact that somebody has gone in to check and see if they're unblocked on like TikTok or Instagrams, the socials, even the phones, and finding out that if you did a search for you, that they found you again, or you found them again. That's something that's going on right now over the holiday energy going ahead in the week ahead, which remember, there's no time in tarot. Whenever this reading is pulled into your algorithm, add 7 days, all right? I'm actually being told 7 to 10 days. Don't know why. But with the Page of Cups to the World card, see, they're overcoming and putting behind them in this year of number 9. They're closing out the time and the energies that they were more worried about what the outside of their cup looked like as opposed to taking care of the inside of their cup, right? So this is allowing that emotional maturity to come in so things can stabilize with the World card, close the old cycle, and begin again with the Ace of Cups, all right? So the Star card shows that I feel before Aquarius season, you do have the possibilities of them coming back, learning their lessons as a result of you standing your ground like you did. They honestly thought you would cave. And it's one of those vibes that are like, I'll get a text for Christmas. Didn't happen. I'll get a text for New Year's. And I think that's what leads them to, it spins it and they reach out to you. Okay. I like this for you. The Ace of Cups shows that starting fresh and beginning again after having finished healing. And the Three of Pentacles to the Three of Wands. Some of you guys may be noticing repeating threes coming up, or somebody's a life path 3 or 33. But that's letting me know that the time is right, that you guys have taken the time apart that was needed, and the guardian angels have been beside you this whole time. So you'll find out why some of the stressful stuff happened to you, because it was training you to be ready to come back and stand your ground and know your worth when they return. All right. Strong cardinal energy. Pisces is here. Scorpio, Leo, Gemini, and Aquarius. Okay. Doesn't got to be their sun sign. It's just the part of the chart I'm pulling that's energized for you, though. All right. So I do hope that helps. And now over to you, Frankie.
All right. I am now finally getting the rhythm in, and I forgot to do Aries through Pisces for Aries. So Aries, I'm sorry if you guys, maybe at the end I'll do it for you guys, but I'm going to do it for Taurus. Now that we're all settled in, let's get going. Taurus, who's in your energy? What's their story? And we're moving into 2026. So let's see, what's happening with this connection, especially if this is somebody you already know and you plan on taking them in. All right. Make sure they're going to split half the bills. I have 3 of Wands as the overall energy. And so this is telling me that we are seeing movement. We're seeing expansion. We're looking forward here. Again, so we do see growth. So this energy of the person that's on your mind right now, maybe even thinking about, hey, where can things go? I'm starting to think serious about my future, And so let's see your person. I see, look at this, a 3 of Pentacles. So I'm getting 3s already, 33. And this person here, 3 of Pentacles, is like, I am feeling like I got to get my shit together. All right. And your person is maybe eyeballing people, looking around and saying, who's on my team, right? And who are they going to think about? Hopefully my Taurus is, and it's like they need somebody. They want somebody to work towards long-term goals. That's what the 3s say. It's I'm a little bit past the decision making. I'm jumping in, and we got to make this work. So this can be an energy of finally reconciling something. Maybe you're having that talk, maybe you're deciding like, hey, if you're either with me or not, you're going to have to pitch in. All right. But we've got to decide if we're going to leave the arguments, leave the guessing, leave everything else behind, because at the 3s, you already know what you want, and there shouldn't be any guessing. If you've been hanging on to people right now and you're still guessing about stuff, and you're like 2-3 weeks in, maybe that's good, but like 3 months, 4 months, or even more than that, and you're still questioning and you're giving it all because you do, then you got to really consider this, is my person on the same page? And yeah, I am being kind of like that with everybody today because we're in New Year's and I want to see everybody move forward and have what they want, you know? And your person here, 10 of Cups. So again, I am seeing your person is thinking about family, thinking about long term. I mean, ultimately, the person I'm picking up on could be a very watery energy, or they're in the water element, which is, you know, emotions, caring, nurturing, feelings, you know. And it's like, I really feel this. I really want to look towards my future and I want to be together with somebody who wants the same thing as I do. And your person that I'm picking up on seems to think that you've got the skills, you've got the qualities, and you know. But the Three of Pentacles too can say, well, we got to make it work. We got to figure this out. What's their block with this connection? And I see the Death card. All right, so there's a lot of transformation with this card right here, and it feels like maybe there's about, you know, this is about letting go that I was talking about. It's like sometimes we get stuck on stuff or we get fixed on things. You could have a Scorpio energy, and it's like maybe somebody just shuts down or leaves, or it feels like it's over with somebody, you know. And you know, you never know where things are going, like I was saying. But the Death card here, the challenge is, you know, you got to decide, has this ran its course? Has this ran its course with this relationship, or are we going to take this and grow? Are we going to rise up from whatever bullshit we've been dealing with and make it, you know, make it work? It's the same message. How do they view you? The Five of Wands, Taurus, they're viewing you as, you know, getting triggered really easy. You know, they just feel like there's constant conflict or challenges. Now, you know, I read this energy with the Five of Wands as very Marsy energy. Like sometimes with you, we make it work, we go, and it just seems like we can, you know, be a power couple. But then sometimes we both have hard heads, and it seems like we just keep, you know, we got to have it my way. I got to have it, you know, you have to have it your way, you know. And it's like we got to compromise here. How old are we here? We got to compromise here. You know, maybe some I'm saying that, but I'm kind of projecting here, right? But Five of Wands says we got to find a solution or pick our battles. So this is what just dropped in, is that, you know, maybe some of you guys were fighting over stuff that is it really worth your energy? So, you know, this is where it's like, you know, some things are just habits. You know, we just get triggered so easy. We just want to control everything. But it seems like you and your person may already be high strung, you know, with the Five of Wands. So it's intense energy going on within. So it's easy to get triggered with each other and cause arguments, you know. So this is where, and they're looking at you, all right. And you know, I can hear you guys already saying, nope, it's reversed, it's reversed. But they're looking at you like, you know, you're very challenging to them. You know, they're trying to figure you out, and it just seems like, you know, what they think might be something small turns into something, you know, a little bit more heavy. All right, so let's see how you feel, though. That's the other thing, right? The Hanged Man, you don't know what the hell's going on. You're just kind of stuck. I think, Taurus, you're having a hard time seeing your person's perspective. You know, I think you want to, but I do think that you're a fixed energy as well. And sometimes it is hard to see other people's perspectives. And I am seeing here that you're kind of letting go or feeling at a loss. You don't know which way to go. And I don't think your person wants you to let go, you know, but it is about, can you see my perspective? We learn to let go of certain things that trigger us? Can you get over things a little bit faster, you know? And if you can't, you can't. I'm just throwing these things out there, guys. I'm not asking you to really do anything that you don't want to. But, you know, this card does say let go and let's see where things take us. All right, because you're going through this period, I'm seeing, and you're going to figure out within the next, you know, month or so, 2 months maybe, whether or not this person is yours or not, whether you guys are going together or not. And that's what your reading's about. You know, big, huge decision of, do we let this go? Can we let this go? If not, we got to let go. But if you can, this is a very transformative relationship, and this relationship could lead to long-term stability. There's a lot of love here, so I hope you guys make it work. Now, if you're connected to an Aries, I'm going to run down quickly, so bear with me. Aries, we have King of Wands. I'm telling you, Aries is on fire. If you got an Aries in your life, it looks like you guys are going to step up and, you know, go the course, right? It looks like they see a future with you. Taurus, I see the Knight of Pentacles. Come on, you got this, all right? It's just about one step at a time, putting the work in. It might be difficult with you and another Taurus, but you guys got this, right? You're moving forward. Gemini, I'm seeing the Lovers card. Gemini's in love, or you're in love. You guys, have fun, but you got some triggers there. The Lovers card says, we got a lot of challenges. It's a learning relationship, so we've got to choose, pick our battles. Cancer, 5 of Cups, right? So there is some sadness between you and a Cancer. Maybe it's time to let go. The past, leave the past in the past. That's going to hit differently for each and every one of you. Maybe they've hurt you or you've hurt them. And this is just saying, can we get over it and move forward? Or this is saying, what a Cancer, maybe it's time to let go. And if we can't forgive each other, we got to move on. Leo, I see the Judgment card. So another huge decision with a Leo coming in. You guys following your calling, and maybe it leads you guys together. And I see a possible second chance. Virgo, 10 of Pentacles. Virgo is all about it. Virgo's ready to invest. They want long-term stability. Libra, I see the World card, right? So I'm seeing closure and being able to move on to the next chapter. So this can go either way with you and your Libra. Scorpio, I'm seeing the 5 of Pentacles. It seems like there's this struggle you're constantly having with these 5s. And Scorpio and you may be keeping each other's at arm's length. You guys are triggering each other or feeling insecure. It seems like you're struggling, but the light's still on. And we've got to figure out whether we're going to get past this and be able to move forward and let go of any kind of negative energy. There's a chance to work through this with a Scorpio or let go. Sagittarius, 7 of Pentacles, the same thing. It's like you're at a standstill. Sagittarius is seeing the possibilities of a future, but we've got to get on the same page. Capricorn, the Chariot card. Capricorn's like, hell yeah, I don't care. We got this. Let's go. There's challenges here, but if you guys are willing to stay focused and look forward and keep moving forward, you guys look like you're going into 2026 together. Aquarius, the Moon card. There's possibilities here too, but you guys trigger each other. And there's a lot of emotions here with an Aquarius. So we've got to learn to regulate our emotions and not let our past or fears get the best of us. And if we can't get past something, we got to make a decision. So anything is possible with an Aquarius. And Pisces, Queen of Swords. It's all about communication, honest communication with a Pisces. You may be getting that and figuring out what the long-term goals look like. But I do see that they want to see you in their future. All right, on to you, Archer.
Awesome. Thank you, Frankie. And Mac from Amanda, Val, welcome in on TikTok. Thank you guys for hanging out with us this New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's to all you guys. I'm sorry, I'm working on a way to figure out how to type on TikTok while I got the phone muted, but I would distract from Frankie's awesome readings anyway, so there's a reason God's keeping my pie hole closed. But welcome in and Happy New Year's Eve. Thank you guys for being here and following me and Frankie on all the platforms. We love you. And we're talking about the after party in the chat down here. So it looks like Stacy, Cleo, we're planning to do the after party at Target. It looks like in the home goods section. So if you guys want to hang out, we'll be there. All right, we'll be right near the home goods. How's you guys doing? Thank you all for hanging out here. We love you guys. Appreciate you guys. To the 200 and some in the chats, love that like for you guys. Please hype and like the reading too. And love you guys. You ready for some Gemini energy? I love reading for Gemini. Let's go. Gemini, you guys are always so cool because I never have to rainbow unicorn it with you. You're like, just give it to me straight, Archer. And my Gemini, Mars, and Mercury totally approve of that message. So I am not ignoring you guys on TikTok. I just haven't figured out how to talk with the mic muted. And God's liking that. God's like, haha, we figured out a way to shut him up. All right, Gemini, I've decided to use the biblical tarot for you. I felt drawn to it. And if you guys want, feel free down in the chats. If there's a specific deck you'd like for a certain sign from Cancer onward from me, all right, feel free to check in or let Melissa or one of the mod squad know, and we'll try to use a deck you'd like to use. All right. Gemini, you're going to be at 5858. Oh, dude, I'm totally getting Frankie approved timestamps. That's awesome sauce. What up, Gemini? Frankie always gets better timestamps. Frankie's like, all right, Aries 1111, Taurus 2222, Gemini 3333, and then Archer's like, Aries, you're at 317. What's up, Gemini? Thank you for being here. Please hype and like the reading, and if you want to book a reading with either me or Frankie, the links to all of our websites can be found by scanning the QR code up here or using the links down in the description. It's also pinned in the bio on TikTok. All right. And we won't be doing individual readings this week with you. We're going to be doing another all signs here on my channel on Friday. So that way all 12 signs get another reading this week. All right. So let's go for it. Think about your person. And God, tap me in, tune me in to Gemini's energy, please and thank you. You can give me everything you got for Gemini. Let's do it to it. Here we go. All right. 2 shuffles. Ready? Let's do it. 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the pretty fly Geminis, because all the signs say you're pretty fly for a Gemini. Who's dealing with a Libra? Either way, you got justice in this one. And even more so than Libra energy, I like seeing this because the justice card, the way I perceive it, it's about getting both the emotional side of the brain and the logical side of the brain, the masculine and the feminine energies, into balance. This tells me going forward and going into 2026, you're coming into an era of more balance in your chart, okay? Where you feel more confident in the decisions you make going forward. Told you, Empress to the Hierophant. What I'm seeing on this for you, your overall energy has a lot of major arcana. This shows that major changes and transformations are coming in for you. All right, it's a glow up, traditional style glow up for you, where you know your worth and you're not going to be everybody's energetical doormat in 2026. Sandy, oh my goodness, good sir, thank you much. You are so generous. Oh my gosh, bro hugs. You are the bomb. Gemini, this part of the reading is sponsored by Sandy Martin. Let's go. All right, we've got the Page of Swords, the Tower card, the 5 of Wands. This Tower card's teaching you both lessons. Okay, Page of Swords. By the way, you guys are also stalking each other. Not real life, digital. Although if you guys do live close enough, they've driven past your house at least once. Some of you guys could work together too. The Knight of Swords on the Page of Wands, and Temperance shows they are planning to take some action on this one. But with the Tower card here, this is almost like a root on the reading, which tells me that it's not that you haven't gotten over this, but it's heavy. It's recent on your mind, right? How can you trust them? You know, because it's like you almost feel like them themselves was a lesson with everything that they put you through. Especially for some of you guys, September of 25 could have been a rough time for you guys, Virgo and Libra season. But the 5 of Wands does talk about learning lessons in order to prepare for the 6 of Wands victory, which means 2025 was a year of lessons. Repeating 5s could be a thing for you, or you or them could be born on the 5th. The Knight of Swords to the Page of Wands shows here that even though with what they did, you have stood your ground, internally deep down, whatever your moon sign is the part that inside you do love them. You wouldn't mind a kiss from them here or there, but it keeps going in a different direction than you think it does. So the Temperance card is about getting to the balance that's in the Justice card, all right? So Page of Swords on the Tower. Tell me more on the Tower. I want to know a little bit of this because it almost feels like that you're feeling like you're just tired of beating down, right? And it's like people looking at you and be like, stay down, Gemini, stay down. And you're like, I really had feelings for them. And it's one of those vibes that just as you're getting ready to walk away from it with the 10 of Pentacles, it comes back around to go in on this with the Sun card. Somebody could be dealing with a Leo or a Virgo. The Emperor, the King of Cups, and the King of Wands. So I see what's on with this, especially with that 5 of Swords to the Star card on this here, is that there is a feeling that their entitlement grew too much in 2025. And by them thinking they could get away with this, I'm being told on the Tower card, it's that it went too far. And neither of you guys wanted to have to go this far, but something elevated out of hand on the Tower card. Some of you guys might have had to relocate or move out as a result of this. And it's been sitting in a state of energetical purgatory ever since, because with that King of Cups to the Emperor, the entitlement was still so strong with them that they could do no wrong, right? And you would try to explain it to them from your perspective, and they would never listen to you, never focus on you. And because that in and out cycle kept happening, God had to put a timeout and a pause on this with the Knight of Swords. That's God making chess moves down here on Earth. The Tower card was inserted to have this time apart in order to prevent something worse from happening in the future, okay? If things had been allowed to continue the way they were, they would have kept allowing it to happen. You would have kept, like, you almost felt stuck in it anyways. So God did this separation phase in order for you to have a little bit of a calm down, because what they were doing in your mind became a lot, okay? Some of you guys might be into real estate, or something about moving comes out pretty strong. Maybe you live near an airport. The 5 of Swords on the Star card is that you activated the healing phase, and it's almost like they come into a point that in this cycle change, what it is, the people around them they're not really feeding into it anymore, okay? So like they went home for the holidays or whatnot to visit family and that, and started, so what's up with you and Gemini? Oh, haven't talked in forever. Oh yeah, what'd you do? They got that one weird cousin or uncle that's like, what'd you do? Oh, it's all, so somebody put them in a bit of a check that led to a new tower moment to ignite the healing. Because now they're realizing that they had a pretty good thing going, okay? It's almost like they got a don't mess it up conversation that leads to them closing the cycle. Somebody put it in their perspective that they had some work to do. They were a little bit of a challenge to deal with. That's why this Tower card had to happen, because it would have kept going. It's like the Titanic analogy. A rare Titanic fact is, as Titanic was leaving port, another ship was almost sucked into its side, but the tugboat stopped it from happening. If it had been allowed to happen, the Titanic wouldn't have been in the middle of the ocean on April 14th, and it never would have hit the iceberg, and none of us would have never known about it. You guys, in your life's energy cycle, your guys' relationship, the New York was allowed to hit it, which stopped your guys' relationship from continuing on its maiden voyage, which would have led to an iceberg in your path. So the results of this is what activated the healing, okay? But with that Emperor card, I see him taking time to overcome some player vibes. The in and out energy, where like they didn't know what they wanted or always had an excuse or a reason and then figured out how to blame it on you. Knight of Pentacles that leads to the Four of Wands. The repeating force could come in with the Four of Cups too, that the fact that they realized that they spilt the cups on this one, they're finally taking responsibility for it. And that's why there's a thought in their mind that gives me the feeling of a traditional Four of Cups Rider-Waite card, that the good Lord above is putting an idea in their head to try one more time. Ace of Cups. They're going to take one last shot on this, okay? The reason it hasn't happened just yet, especially for those of you who are dealing with the twin flame journey on the Four of Wands, is that they have not completed their tests. They're not over that 5 stages, okay? Some of you guys, it was a bit of like the depression in that kind of harshed your mellow, but you put up with it because you love them, right? They're seeing that with the Star card. I'd love to tell you it's going to be like a Happy New Year's text, but that's kind of an easy peasy. I'm being told with the little bit of work they have left to do in the Five of Swords, you do have more of a 98% chance, darn near 100% chance of hearing from them during Aquarius season. Could also mean Valentine's Day, all right? More so than Capricorn season. There's still a chance for some of you guys, about 10 to 16% of you guys, you've got an 86% chance of hearing from them with the Happy New Year's text. The rest of you guys, God's like, you knew they were a bit of a project when we started on it, but keep praying for them because the power of quantum prayer transmits and it does affect the energetical waves. For you to just pray that they get happy, healthy, and better, this leads them back in to pray for that union. It's written in the stars for you guys, all right? So I do think January and February will be the most transformative points for you that then allows this to go long-term with the 10 of Pentacles. It happens in the here and now, not just the 10 of Cups dream world, all right? So I do hope that helps. Please hype and like the read on your way out. Subscribe to both me and Frankie. And now over to you, Frankie.
All right. I'm sorry if you heard my cards a couple times. The thing kept unmuting on its own. All right, let's go. We are on Gemini, and I seem to be picking up on who we're taking into 2026 or not, right? I think that's my attitude today with this, this gift, the bow, or I don't know. But I'm ready to boot people out and say, who's making the cut. All right, so we're going to take a look, Gemini, who is in your energy and what's the block, what's going on and how they view you. All right, so and your side of things too. All right, let's see. I have a Queen of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. So we do see a person of earthy energy, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn in your energy. And she's serious. She means business, and she takes her time and she likes to have things perfect, So this energy around the relationship I'm picking up is maybe somebody just likes to take their time and make everything perfect, and so they're cautious. They're very cautious and protective of themselves. And it's also an energy, though, of security and stability. So somebody is feeling the need for this, and like we need to step up to the plate again. So there's that, what I was, the opening message was, who's going to step up to the plate? And it looks like an earthy energy is definitely thinking about it. All right, so let's see your person. I see the Justice card. All right, so I love this energy, Libra energy. And this is saying, karma is karma and somebody's feeling it, right? So whether it was you or them, it doesn't matter. Whoever, karma always comes back. And So your person may be feeling some sort of consequences, or really it could even be just, I'm at a point where I feel like I've failed myself, and now I want to bring things into balance, and it's like, I want to be successful, and this looks like a very successful person that I am picking up, or somebody that's very ambitious, wants more in their life, wants to have the good stuff. Right. So there's a very serious energy about commitments and wanting to be with somebody who's going to grow and build with you. All right. So your person here is looking for balance and also looking for serious commitment. And here it is, right? This is their challenge. Who's going there with me as well? They really feel a connection with you. Right. They're also, I will say this, and I'm going to get it out of the way. I do this all the time. There's a marriage here. So if you are connected to somebody who's in a marriage and there's another person, the same rules apply. Who's staying and who's going, who's making the cut, right? So it's obviously going to be a complicated situation. And if you are dealing with somebody who's married, they're still married, and they will be as we're going into 2026. Now, that out of the way, your person here is definitely somebody who is looking for somebody to be their companion. All right. And so maybe they are judging the situation. We do have the Justice card here. If there's been any wrongdoing in the relationship, your person may be even, thinking maybe you will never forgive them, or vice versa. So are we going to be able to get over this problem, be able to come together so that we can, see a future with each other? So let's see how they view you. I see the Six of Cups. All right. So that just softened me up. This person really has love for you. It seems like you guys have, a lot in common, maybe have shared a lot of good memories, or you have shared a lot of the same dreams. All right. But you also share some of the same triggers from the past, or the same, emotional patterns, and maybe overreacting at times, So there may have been some things that happened out of, whatever reasons in the past, right? So they may see though that they still have love, and they're hoping that you have love for them. So I can see a reconciliation for some of you with this Six of Cups. But if this is nobody even from the past, this is just somebody you just met or whatever, I am picking up on a person here that is like, something, I feel this connection with Gemini, and they're making me think about, long term. You're getting somebody to wake up a little bit and be like, we can't, it's not all fun and games every day. We got to build something, we do better when we're together. Right. So that's what I'm seeing. And somebody is really falling for you. So you may be connecting, even going into 2026. I'll give this to you as well. If we're looking at the future, it looks like you could be meeting your partner, a soulmate, and the way I look at soulmates, it's a little differently nowadays, but anybody can be your soulmate. And so it feels like an equal give and take relationship. All right. One where we've learned our lessons. The Justice card says, I'm done with paying my dues. You know what I mean? And so let's see what your challenge is. And I see the King of Wands. All right. So I'm not really seeing that you have much of a challenge, or maybe you're stuck on a fire sign, and maybe they're married. Maybe that was the case, and you can't seem to stop thinking about this person, but they might be holding you back. But you're also, I'm just seeing here, it looks like you're focusing on your future and you want more. So if you want more and you're stuck with somebody who's holding you back, that's why you're not, it doesn't seem to be changing. I'm just going to leave it at that. You'd be bringing that into 2026. But I'm seeing somebody who's very magnetically drawn to you, and a fire sign in your energy that really does want to work through whatever you're going through, whatever this challenge is, and see where things go. So let's see what Spirit wants you to know. Seven of Wands. All right. This is all about boundaries. And right now for me, it means you can keep fighting this battle. You can keep pushing uphill. But if you feel like you're getting nowhere, that's where we got to draw the line. You've got to think about yourself, how much work you're putting on yourself. But this too also says, if you and your person are willing to put the fight in, it looks like you both can confront one another and maybe put down our guards and, talk things out. I see though that you may be dealing with somebody who's very defensive. Maybe you're defensive. I don't know. So this person could trigger you a lot. But what I am seeing is Spirit wants you to know that, you've got to either make a decision. If something's pushing you this far, is it worth it? And if it is, it is. All right. So if you're connected to an Aries, I'm seeing the Star card. So you may be going through a tower moment, or, some uncertainty with an Aries, but I'm seeing the Star card neither of you are really losing hope in your connection. You both still want to see it go somewhere. Taurus, I'm seeing the Four of Pentacles. All right, so you got a hard ass here, but you know, they're holding back. They kind of step back. They're very hard to crack, but you've got them invested. The Four of Pentacles, you just got to do the dance with your Taurus, you know. They like to move a little bit slower. They're very cautious, but they're invested in this connection, and it looks like you're building a foundation. Gemini, you've got the King of Pentacles. I love when synchronicities come in. All right, so just like I said to some of you, it looks like I'm seeing a prediction of a relationship coming towards you. And now I'm seeing the Queen of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles, and this is showing me a union. This is showing me two people on the same page. So you got this energy around you right now, all right? And I'm seeing for another Gemini, they could be stepping up, you know, trying to put more effort into this connection. Cancer, the High Priestess, you got Cancer quiet, kind of holding back, but you know, they're observing you and they're trying to feel things out. They want to make sure that they're making the right move, but just know they are keeping their eye on you for whatever reason. So, you know, hopefully they trust you. All right. Leo, I see the Knight of Cups. This is I love this card. I like to say I love you guys. Your person may say I love you. Your Leo loves you, right? You know, doesn't mean there's no problems, but it does look as though you could get a confession or a date with a Leo. Virgo, I see the 10 of Wands, barely hanging on. All right, so you got to decide here. This is a very heavy relationship, but I mean, also, if you're at the 10 of Wands, you've already got through the hardest part. So maybe things are going to ease up now between you and a Virgo. But if they're not and you're barely hanging on, this is the energy that's coming through. It doesn't look like it's getting any easier. Libra, I see the Empress card. So Libra is all about growth with you, all right? So they're kind of, it looks as though wanting to, you know, give to this relationship, nurture this relationship. Now, if there's another person here with your Libra, I mean, it is what it is. It's complicated, but I can see that they love you and they want to see growth. All right, Scorpio, I'm seeing the 8 of Swords. So Scorpio, you know, is a little bit doubtful here. There's a lot of negative energy going on here. I don't know if it's between the two of you or other people around them, but it seems to be some negative influence around you guys, and there's some trust issues between you and Scorpio. So it's whether or not you guys can get past that, you know. And Sagittarius, I see the Lovers card. So Sagittarius is all about you. You guys may trigger each other, you're opposite signs, you know, but you both are following your hearts, and it looks like, you know, you're leading back to one another. Capricorn, the Strength card, right? So you and Capricorn, you know how to take care of one another. You also know how to handle one another. You guys are strong personalities. I feel like whatever's going on between you and Capricorn, you'll make it work, right? Nice strong bond there. Aquarius, 3 of Wands. It looks like an Aquarius is getting on the same page, kind of looking at you and looking forward and thinking, you know, there is room for this to grow. So let's see where it's going. You got an Aquarius coming your way. Pisces, different story. You got the Devil card. I don't know. You know, you guys may know what the addiction is. You may know what the toxic behavior is. It may just be you met because you're like, you know, Arch is picking up on twins today. You know, you got a lot to learn from each other. And this is the Devil card, but I am seeing here, you got to still make a choice. What are we doing with these shadows? Are we facing our shadows? Are we going to dissolve our fears? Are we going to move forward? Because this Devil is what's interfering with you and a Pisces, Gemini, and it's going to continue to repeat this pattern. And that is it. I love you guys. Let's walk into 2026 with an awesome attitude. And over to Archie. I don't know what I was saying there.
Happy New Year. It's Gemini. We don't have to say much. Gemini's like, keep it short and sweet. All right, Happy New Year. See you next year, Gemini. It's cool. Thank you, Frankie, your awesomeness. And Gemini, make sure you subscribe to both of our channels, hang out, because Frankie goes and does lives and videos all the time. And I kind of do the same thing, too. It's a thing we do. We got an knack for it. So hang out and be a part of the fams. We'd love to have you. All right? Thanks, Camilla. Camilla gave Frankie a shout out. Frankie killing it. Frankie is glowing tonight. It's the boa. That boa is like GQ.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. I feel cool. That's why you're getting a little bit of an edgy attitude from me, because I got a costume on, right?
Dude, and with all the echoes we had at the beginning, setting the mics up, it's Echo Smith. Yeah. Everybody wishes they could be like the cool kids.
Testing.
We're the cool kids. They wish they could be like us. Echo Smith. Wish that I could be like the... Y'all can be cool kids with us. Come on, Frankie and me, we don't bite unless you ask us to.
No. I'm going to go take a restroom. I'll be right back.
10-4. All right. I'm on to it. We got the shadow deck for Cancer. Oh, I'm muted. Speaking of mic malfunctions, I forgot to unmute TikTok. Sorry. Hi. Sorry, Sylvia. Hey, Victoria, you're awesomeness too. You're still my favorite Spice Girl. Thanks for coming by. Oh, I gave away Victoria's real identity. I'm sorry. I told you, Victoria, don't name your fake account the same name as your real name. But you didn't listen to me, Posh Spice. You're still my favorite. You're still my favorite Spice Girl. It's cool. All right. What up, TikTok? Love you guys. Thanks for being here. I know I can't do keyboards. I'm trying to figure out how to make my keyboard work with the phone so I can talk to you guys in the chat. So far, this has been working. I just keep writing notes to TikTok. It's cool. You guys are part of the fam too, so thanks for being here. And you guys too. C. Paris, Misty Moon, Emma, Cleo, Harley. You guys are awesome. Happy New Year to all you guys. We are leaving all the bad stuff behind in 2025 and walking away from it like Heath Ledger walking away from a hospital. All right. Not people, just mindsets. Easy now. Somewhere there's a Sagittarius giggling. No. All right. Next up, let's move on to Cancer too. And thank you to everybody being here, all right? Love that like for you guys. Hype the reading, share it with those that you want to see happy, healthy, and healed. And let's start melting the butter because it's time for Cancer. Do what Mac's doing TikTok. Do what Rowdy's doing YouTube. Let's show some crabs and some butter emojis for Cancer. Allie Angel's got it covered. Harley's jamming. You guys are awesome. All right, I love you guys. All right, Cancer, you ready for this? Cancer, we are going to put your timestamp at 1:21 exactly. All right? So what's up? How are you doing, Cancer? Think about your person, and God, tap me into Cancer's energy. Let's do this. Thanks for being here too, Cancer. Please hype and like the reading. Would love and appreciate it. And if you want to book a personal with either me or Frankie, all you have to do, scan the QR code. Links in the description. It's also pinned in my bio TikTok. That way you can check out everything our channels have to offer and book readings with us and buy Frankie's awesome candles. All right, so let's do it to it. Hold on. My Leo Venus has to fix my hair, Cancer. Somebody has a Leo crushing on them. Okay, let's go. You ready? If you're dealing with a Leo, this reading might be for you. Could be dealing with a Leo, but it helps. All right, let's see what we got going on, Cancer. Think about your person. God, tap me into Cancer's energy. Give me everything you got for Cancer. Let's do it to it. What do we got for Cancer? And I'm using the shadow deck. This pulls you and your person's blueprints. So I'm asking God for your guys' digital blueprint and telling him to point me towards 2026's energies. All right, so let's do it. 2 shuffles. Here we go. 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the crazy, cool Cancerians. Because Cancer don't want no scrubs, TLC style, unless it's a nurse or Dr. McDreamy. Or Dr. McSteamy. Cancer, what is on your mind right now? Oh my God, I'm trying to read cards for you. I'm a Cancer too. Don't put that in my brain. Go ahead, it's fine. Oh my word, it's the 10 of Cups. Oh my gosh, you're not putting it into my brain. I'm channeling your person and your thoughts are getting put into your person's head. Oh, so you guys are dreaming about each other and you thought you were just, your dreams you thought were just a way of like, oh, it's just my brain's way of processing. Nope, that's a deep soul contract. You guys are actually using the dreams as like a telepathic communication to finish up the fight. 4 of Swords, finish up the fight. Okay. But with Temperance, there is balance coming in the year ahead for you guys. This is written in your guys' blueprint that it's the year the stuff you guys have dreamt about starts coming to reality and you both come to a point of balance, okay? Might be dealing with a Pisces. Don't have to be, but it could help. All right. 10 of Cups, that's your dreams coming to reality, okay? Let's go. We've got the 4 of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups, and the 2 of Cups. And here you're just focusing on your money or trying to get yourself in order. Just like, I'm just doing me. It's kind of safer if I do this. Some of you guys might have just like thought about or considered being or you are part of the 80% of the world that is scared of dating and has kind of sworn it off and wants to stay single. And meanwhile, while you're focusing on your job, because you're like, you know what, my love life, I'm kind of burnt out on it. What we went through was a lot and I don't know if I can do it again. God's like, I'm sorry, it's written in your blueprint to have real love with the Queen of Cups. All right. The Queen of Cups and the 2 of Cups talks about not just an unconditional love, but an unconditional forgiveness too. I think they had a lot of conditions before that you felt like you had to keep up with. And as a result of it, they had a habit of making you feel not so great about yourself, right? A little bit of passive aggressive belittling on the 4 of Pentacles, the Shadow card, the 9 of Cups, the 8 of Wands, and the Page of Cups. At this moment in time, for whenever you find this reading and you come to hang out with us, know that with the 8 of Wands, this is already moving forward, okay? Some of you guys, Virgo and Pisces season could have been transformative points for you two during 2025. Now with the Page of Cups, though, this is a love offer that comes in from somebody that's learned to go inward and do the shadow work. So you guys are kind of like soul catalysts for each other, in the fact that when you came together, both of you guys were still very nervous and insecure and unsure about where this could go. Rather unexpected. Might have met under some weird circumstances. But even the silence point between the two of you guys was needed in order for you guys to do the shadow work, because you guys are growing. You're not who you were when you guys met. This time apart has been growing you guys into what you're going to become. So a lot of that weird growing pain stuff that you've been going through with the shadow card, this has been 25 has been the year of the shadow work for you two, to put a lot of the old stuff behind. Some of you guys may have come from like narcissistic parents, a rough household. It then grew into narcissistic significant others. Some of you guys have already been through a divorce. But with the Two of Cups, some of you guys are dealing with a soulmate, all right, or a deep twin flame soulmate. And the fact that you kind of knew there was something different about them. And it's like that they have no problem disappearing when whatever's going on, which we'll find out about. But then they pop up out of nowhere and say their piece, right? The fact that it was going this way with the in and out energies, and that they weren't ready to fully go in and commit, you know how you kept hearing that? I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I told you, Cancer, I'm not ready yet. The thing on this is with the Eight of Wands, according to the blueprint, 2025 was their year of insecurities bleeding out into the relationship due to what they had been put through, okay? And the fact that both of you guys still had a little bit of PTSD going on, it bled into this, where both of you guys were very unsure about proceeding. And then things got out of hand to the point you couldn't stop it or go any further. And even the separation phase was part of the forward movement, okay? We have some more on this top row, because you don't even notice it right now, right? Some of you guys have even sent a message to them and it's gone unanswered, right? It's kind of like the vibes on this. Hold it on the top row. Take me to the shadow card. I was guided over to the shadow card. All right, give me more on the shadow card, please. The Hangman, Pisces energy. There's a lot of Pisces energy on this, but Sag, Libra, Capricorn, Scorpio is here too. Queen of Swords on the Hanged Man with the shadow card. This was a thing in communications. I'm getting an energy that some of you guys, depending on living situations or somebody wanting to move possibly, I'm picking up mold rage. It's a thing. Look it up, I'm being told. That something growing too stagnant is what led to this activation, so that you guys went your separate ways to do the shadow work. All right. So this time apart's what's getting them ready for things. It's kind of like the energies that I think with the way they were trying to make you feel, it got you to a point of almost feeling like imposter syndrome or so, that you weren't being yourself. They had a way of, the way they had, like, they were like a feral cat. They had been through something rough. And then it bled into this. They really didn't fully open up and trust you. That's why they were always so quiet, so closed off, the short text messages, right? Some of you guys, they used rage baiting against you, and they also used the silence and the block against you. And somebody might have a feather tattoo or be getting a tattoo as a result of this. Ace of Cups to the Ten of Wands, nice. The Devil, the Judgment card, and the Seven of Cups. So with the, I mentioned something about moving or real estate being involved. Ten of Pentacles, that's a real estate card in the tarot. The Six of Wands, this still has a successful 10-year plan on this, okay? And with the Chariot to the High Priest coming out with Temperance, it's a few layers down in the energy that with the Ace of Cups, you guys do come back together to make good on this. The thing on it is, with the way they were going, you guys had to go apart, not to come back together and pick up where you left off, because they had a habit of constantly dwelling on past mistakes or failures. Might have led some of you guys to becoming habitual apologizers and like totally being like, this isn't cardinal energy. I'm supposed to be the cardinal water sign, and yet I'm sitting here like a doormat getting ran over by a steamroller, right? One of the big lessons in this was communication, and the fact that it's not what they said, but how they say it. They didn't use their words very wisely. So the silence had to come in order for them to beat that out. Six of Wands, the Ten of Pentacles, Leo, Virgo energy. Sagittarius is here, as well as Libra and Capricorn. But now with the Ten of Wands, the Ace of Cups, this does show that they put away 10 years of previous cycles. What you, if you don't know it yet, hi Punky, if you don't know it yet, they've been through about 10 years of rough stuff, not just you, and it's hardened them even more and more and more. They've done a few things with the Devil card that they're not proud of, that they've been working to put behind them, black Sharpie marker out of their life. With the Devil card on this one, it can be the addictions that came in on this, okay? It's the devil card doesn't always represent Capricorn energy to me, but this is it could be alcohol. This could be an addiction to flirting. It could be an Ace of Wands addiction. In your person's case, it's an addiction to fear out of shame. They've been through so much belittling on their side of the fence that it shamed them. And because they weren't, here's the one thing they were honest with you about, Cancer, they weren't ready. And I'm going to give them 1 point because they tried. All right. And that's why it became a false start vibe on this, because they suspected you were going to do stuff their exes had done to them by not being over it. And that's why they told you, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. They didn't trust when you gave them no reason not to trust you. The time apart is given that time to let them realize that it was actually some work on them with the Judgment card. And whatever the addiction or the vice was that got in the way of this, okay, the time apart, however long it's been, was needed. Okay. And it's not so much, especially for those of you that there is an addict in your family, whether it's drugs or alcohol, smoking, whatever it is, right? Devil's lettuce comes out. The time needed to get through that, you never really got to interact with the person. You interacted with the disease that took over them, right? Telling someone to just get over it and walk off on an addiction is like telling somebody to get over having cancer. You know, just walk it off. You'll be fine. The addiction takes time to heal through and come through. That's why you never really got to know them. The addiction took them over, right? It could be addiction to spending money, addiction to the independence, where that's why they've got so many friends and their phones going off constantly. The Judgment card shows that without you in their life, with the 7 of Cups, it's given them the time with that Judgment card to look inward. So you guys are completing the mirroring stage at the end of 2025 in order for the cycle to come back around to see if the lessons have been learned, okay? And if these lessons have been learned, you guys get to proceed forward to a fresh start, back at one, and learn about each other again. Start slow and get to know each other. If one hasn't completed it, the cycle repeats. Some of you guys could be dealing with a soulmate, which is like the reward for your twin flame, okay? Or the twin comes in on this because it's a deep soul contract that was needed. Do know that the time apart, they have looked inward and realized their life continues to spiral. And this is what stopped them. And they are free will choosing to do this work on their own because they realized they weren't getting any further. Either they're tired of being a player. They're tired of not being in a relationship. They're tired of being the fifth wheel. They're tired of drinking and how it makes them feel, or smoking and not being able to breathe, right? The time apart's allowing them to finish this. When you get your Page of Cups message, that's your go ahead that you can trust it and that they're ready. All right. God will not let them reach out until they've completed their test. I love it with the Ace of Cups. 2026 is a year of new love for you. However, it's not with a past person. I'm titling your past person, if you believe in or subscribe to titles. They're actually more of a current person. They're still in your energies. That's why you guys keep thinking about each other. All right. So I do hope that helps. And I'll see you back here later for your readings. Another All Signs on Friday. And until then, though, over to you, Frankie.
All right, Cancer, let's take a look. I am picking up on energies around you right now and their intentions of moving forward with you into 2026. All right, let's see. Well, you got the 3 of Wands here as well, too, just like Gemini had. And you see me shuffling the entire time March is going. All right, you got the 3 of Wands, right? So this is already picking up on an energy of where's this going? All right, we've got to look at the past few years, the past few weeks, the past few months, and, and see the pattern, right? See the pattern. And because that's the pattern for the, continuing moving forward. And so if it's been growing, it's going to continue to grow. If it's been going around in circles and stagnant, it's going to keep going around in circles and being stagnant. All right. So I am seeing somebody that is really starting to say, hey, let's take a look here. Where is this going? So your person, I see, look at this, the Wheel of Fortune. That is so funny. All right. Around and round, right? What comes around goes around and spins. And, we have to decide the wheel of karma, what we're doing, the choices we're making. If we keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different outcome, it's not going to happen. It's like insanity. Right. So this is saying that you have another time coming around. So it looks like you are dealing with a pattern. Now, at this point, the person that I'm picking up on doesn't have to be somebody you already had karmic shit with, but it is karma. So it could be a new person coming in and you're repeating the same pattern with this person that you did with the last person. So however you look at it, it's just another karmic pattern. And this is Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, Scorpio energy, but it's also Jupiter energy. So this gives me expansion. So this lesson is going to come in hard, right? It's gonna, Jupiter's awesome, but Jupiter blows up everything, right? So if there's a big, huge problem and you're feeling like you're sweating it right now with somebody and it's getting worse, it's because of everything that's going on in the stars. And it's gonna blow up if it's not meant to move in with you in 2026. All right. So let's see their challenge. I'm saying the Two of Wands. All right. So there is a person here that maybe you're waiting on contact from this person. You feel like, hey, something was going good, but I haven't heard from you, or you're panicking because it's been 24 hours, but the other person is kind of figuring out, I don't even know what I want next year. I'm trying to figure it out. So there is a crossroads. And the Two of Wands is showing me that there's a path you can take that you've been going down, or this new path, right? And your person's feeling the same way. They're like, I don't know if I can keep doing this with you. I don't know if I can keep repeating this. Whether you think it's them or they think it's you, it doesn't matter. You both have your own stories. And now your person is sitting here going, I'm kind of stuck. I feel the passion with you, but I also see what's broken. I also see what we can't fix and what's going on. And so we have both got to decide, what's going on. So will your person, it seems like the ball's in their court, like they have to be the one to make the choice, right? So let's see how they view you and feel, or any intentions towards you right now. All right. So they view you as being very guarded and very defensive. Now, I know you can flip it. Everybody, in the new people here, you can flip it however you want. So you may have a very well good reason to be very guarded with this person, right? Maybe sometimes you feel like you're defensive because you're always defending yourself, right? And you're always over explaining yourself, or you're always pushing forward and trying to fix something, make something work. But either way you look at this card, it says you're putting way too much energy into something. You got to take a step back. You got to give somebody a chance to make their mistakes, show themselves to you, show their what you mean to them. You want to know what they mean to you, or what you mean to them. You find out by taking a step back and seeing if they still love you and you don't have to do anything. All right. That's unconditional love, right? It took me a long time to learn that one. And I'm still struggling with the definition, right? But that is what this is saying. Like, you're very much always stressed out because you feel like you're the one that has to do the work. You won't get that text if you don't call first. You won't get this done. We won't make plans if you don't do it first, And that's where they see this pressure from you and they feel it. Now, the Two of Wands, they're stepping back too, because maybe they are feeling like they're creating a boundary with you, or they can feel your intensity and they know you want an answer, or they know what you want. Believe me, I'm feeling it right now, Cancer. They know exactly what you want from them. All right. But they have to be the ones to step forward, is what Spirit's telling me right now. All right. If you want to see things move forward in a healthy way, it looks as though you're going to have to, have some self-control, create boundaries with this person, and not be afraid of what they think about you or how they feel about you, because you've created a boundary. This is where you have to have that strength to see if you want to really figure out if somebody's in it to win it with you. All right, so let's see how you feel about them and then their intentions. You're in love with them. I can see it. All right, you're in love with them. I mean, this is just one of my favorite cards, right? It's like you want to see things move forward. You have so much love for this person, and you're probably stressing out because maybe you feel like that this is your one, but you can't rush another person's process. I mean, I know what that feels like. It's like, why can't they just get on the same page? And it's like, for whatever reason, they got their own problems. They're not ready to. You still, got to lean back and just trust your heart. And if this is your person, they've got to show up for you. I can see, though, that, you are truly in love with somebody. And so they must feel it. So let's see their intentions towards you. I see the Five of Wands. All right. So this person really wants to, one, avoid conflict with you. There are a lot of challenges between the two of you. Go back to that Wheel of Fortune I was just, we started off with. It says we're constantly getting triggered because I don't want to be pushed in. I don't need you to fix anything. I don't want to fight about this. And there's control issues and there's an intensity, right? You want what you want, so you're going to fight to get what you want. All right. But this is a battle where you got to decide which ones you're going to fight. There is a chance for change here if we can compromise. So I do see the theme of this reading today is that somebody is coming back around, and it's coming back here with the Five of Wands energy saying, all right, we're going to confront this. So however you choose to react or they choose to react is going to determine where this situation goes. That's how the karmic wheel works. All right. So let's see Aries through Pisces and see any additional message I get for you. Aries, I have Aries running back in. All right. You guys, you know, they've both been through a lot, right? Been through a lot, whether together or with somebody else, right? But the Fool energy says, I'm willing to take my chances. All right, let's go for it. But I also don't want to worry about every little thing. So the Fool card, you know what you know, and you don't have to remind or over explain all the time. Always be cautious. You know, you're going to see that puddle coming if you've been through lots of trauma. You're going to see it coming. You're hyper vigilant, right? So the Fool is asking you to let down those guards and trust yourself, right? You have an Aries that wants to have a fresh start, and you guys have the possibility to really go at it from a clean slate. I have Taurus. I see the Six of Pentacles. So it looks like you and Taurus bringing things into a balance. It looks like they want to, or they know that they need to give more. So we have to set new rules, right? It's like, it's not about fine print. It's got to be written in bold, right? So it looks like you could be signing a new contract or making things work with a Taurus. Gemini, I see clarity and transparency and truth coming in with a Gemini. You have, they know what's up. Gemini is not stupid. Gemini is going to have, and figure things out, and they know what they want. And I see the Ace of Swords kind of cutting through the BS, and you guys, conversing about what's happening next. All right, you get in some sort of clarity or truth. So if you've been looking for that, that's what I see coming in. I have Cancer. I have the Three of Swords. And this one here tells me it's really hard for a Cancer to move on from you, but you guys are not seeing eye to eye. All right. So it keeps going around in this circle where you guys are getting brokenhearted, disappointed. 1 minute it's you or them, right? But either way, it always leads to a separation. And they don't want to move on. That's the part that this card, feels to me. It's like, we got to get off this loop. We got to figure out what it is that's creating this tension between us, right? Because it's hurting us both. Now with a Cancer, I'm seeing that you guys could still be in a little bit of a separation. Maybe this is giving you guys time to think, but I do see they are coming back around. You'll have another chance to try and replay what happened and do it over in a better way. Leo, I see Nine of Pentacles, right? So Leo, I see investing in this connection. They really care about you, but I do see that they're working on themselves and they're all about their own independency. This is somebody that you might think is an avoidant because they don't need any of your attention, right? And it's not that they don't love you, but sometimes people get to a point in their life, they're so confident, grounded, and they don't need the attention that others need, right? Like I do right now with all this get up on, right? They don't need, and your Leo, and that's funny, right? Because Leos like their attention, but this seems like somebody who needs their freedom and likes their freedom too. All right. So you might be misreading your Leo. They may really want to invest in you, but they may be saying, come on, I need you to step back a little bit. There's a little codependency going on here. Now, again, don't get triggered if it could be reversed. All right. But that's what I am seeing. And Virgo, I see the King of Cups. All right, so Virgo, all in their feels. You'll get some real feelings from a Virgo. This is somebody that's being honest, mature. Now, your Virgo may step back and be a little bit introverted. Even with this water energy, it may be hard for them sometimes to really express how they feel. Scorpios tend to repress their emotions, but we'll show you in other ways. So you can say your person's repressing their emotions or they're being emotionally detached. But if it's not in an unhealthy way, it's just more of I can't explain it. I don't know how to tell you. They'll be all around you. Okay, they'll be all around you. Take from Scorpio stellium. All right, so I am seeing a Virgo here maturing and opening up, maybe trying to with their feelings. Libra, I see the Seven of Swords. You got to ask questions with a Libra. All right, there's some trust issues. Either they don't trust you or you don't trust them, but either way, it's causing projection. All right, when you're around somebody who doesn't trust you, you're going to feel weird, and then you're just going to not trust yourself either. It's not a very grounded energy. So there could be some deception that's going on between you and a Libra, and it's about facing truths and not trying to sugarcoat or deny or ignore the red flags. We have, because remember that karmic wheel, you can ignore it as long as you want, but it's going to keep coming back around. Scorpio, I see the moon card, all right? So Scorpio is very emotional, maybe thinks you're very emotional. You guys could be mirroring each other. We're water signs, you know, we get it though. We can follow the cycles with one another. You guys got to give each other space. You guys have different cycles. We have a Scorpio and a Cancer in the room today. I will say that Cancers, you have more moods than I do. All right. But the thing is I can understand you and I can be there for you, right? And you can help me understand what my emotions are. That's why we're good together, right? Because Scorpios don't want to face their emotions, right? So you could be triggering your Scorpio, and that means that a Scorpio might be having a hard time dealing with their emotions. And so this is telling me anything's possible. Try not to look at every little detail with your Scorpio. Don't analyze your Scorpio. You're not going to figure them out. They don't know what the hell themselves. If you're trying to figure, right? So with the moon card, give yourself a little space to try and figure out. Am I taking things personally? Am I making a mountain out of a molehill? But you know, you have room for change and room for growth with your Scorpio. Anything is possible. Sagittarius, 8 of Swords. So I do see there is some negative thoughts here with you guys. You guys may be projecting onto each other. Maybe there has been some reasons to, or there could be some trust issues, some gaslighting, whatever it is. But I am feeling there's a lot of doubts between you and a Sagittarius. And, you know, this is part of the karmic wheel. We've got to face what these limiting beliefs are. Now, they could just be insecurities and you guys are being triggered by one another, and it's blocking a good love. You know, it's blocking something to manifest in a great way. But we got to deal with our own insecurities. And if you're dealing with yours, your Sag needs to deal with theirs. Capricorn, Justice card. It looks like we are seeing justice, right? We're seeing truth being revealed. We're seeing, you know, a Capricorn, you know, seeing things for what it is, being real. Not everything feels good, but hey, we're finding some peace with something. It looks like, you know, it doesn't matter which side it is with a Capricorn. You both are dealing with your consequences, right? But I can see you and Capricorn have a chance to close a karmic cycle and have a chance to grow and move forward. So this can go either way. It could turn into a commitment. Aquarius, the Emperor card. So Aquarius is like grounding in. We need to do this. We need to, you know, make the right moves. We need to move forward or move away, right? This is the Emperor. But it does look like they're planning their next actions towards you and, you know, taking responsibility for whatever it is they need to. Pisces, I see the 10 of Pentacles. So Pisces is all about long-term with you. Again, if there's family involved or other family involved, obviously there's going to be complications, but I can see that your Pisces wants to see you be a part of their life, a part of their family. And that is it. Your turn. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Cancer. And here's to making 2026 an awesome year for you and the other 3 cardinal signs. You guys are all on glow ups this year with the astrology I've been watching. So it's going to be pretty cool. Okay, before we get to Leo, I'm going to address the elephant in the room that everybody has been wondering about. Hold on a second. Where'd it go? Yep, I pulled a card on this one. Where are you at? You're hiding. There you are. Aisha, hold on. Let me put on my New Year's glasses too. Even though they don't fit my head, I'm not near as festive as Frankie, but nope, battery died. These are supposed to have digital eyeballs on them, Aisha, but I'm going to address the big elephant in the room. All right, before we get to Leo. So Aisha, how you doing? 3 of Cups. How was Tuesday? 3 of Cups. I literally, at first I was like, should I ask Aisha about this? And I pulled the 3 of Cups, which is my card of marriage. So Aisha, everybody in this chat wants to know, what's up? Why do you got all them oranges you were talking about? 3 of Cups, how you doing? What's going down? Fill us in. We all need to know the 411. Did it go down? Are you all hooked up? Fill us in. We got to know. I'm curious. They were going to do Leo. Leo, you have to wait. We have to know what's going down. Hang tight. Patience, Leo. Hang tight. Hold on, Leo. We got to know what's up. Where'd she go? I know we need a big cup of tea on this extra large venti grande. That's what I'm thinking too, Rowdy. I'm thinking the same thing too. I pulled the 3. I'm like, should I even bring this up? Did it go bad? Did something go wrong? I pulled the 3 of Cups. I think we got a Mrs. Aisha Goblin in the chat right now. Or she's embarrassed because I'm calling her out. Congratulations, Aisha. I hope you have an awesome future for you. Don't you feel bad? Don't you feel bad? Because I know it's happening. I know it's going to happen. Right, Ashley? Even if it didn't happen just yet, it's only because of a delay due to your finances, right? Because you guys wanted something. But I feel like you guys got married. I think she got hitched up and she's like still dealing with her party time. Congratulations, Aisha. And if it didn't happen, it's going to happen because I literally pulled the 3 of Cups and I got the okay to bring it up. All right. So it's going. It's going to happen. All right. Leo, are you? Whoa, Queen of Cups.
You got to change the title.
Oh, okay. Leo, you got Cancer in your chart? Dealing with a Cancer? It might help. No. Hold on. Let's fix this. There we go. Okay. There we go. Aisha is, it's still in her blueprint. It's still in her blueprint. You know what? Where's the Ace of Wands? She might be busy at the moment. It's okay, Aisha. It's okay. We're all adults here. The Ace of Wands is missing. She got more than grapes under the table, y'all. Okay, Leo. Let's go to Leo. The rest of this is not approved for YouTube. All right. Anyhow, by the way, if you guys have not checked yet, all right, if you have not seen Frankie's awesome candles, she's got a limited few left. These things are selling like hotcakes. The awesome New Year's gift, the awesome Valentine's gift. I think there's only like 15 or 20 of them left. Y'all need to run over and check out her channel and grab it up before it's too late. All right, scan the QR code or use the description links that are down in the description box. It's also pinned in my bio. Go check it out. It makes the awesomest I'm sorry gift if you don't want to just send the hate text too. It's multifunctional. All right, so let's see. It's Crystal, it's coffee. It is coffee. So anyways, okay. This is me on coffee. It's a thing. All right. They never did that back in the 80s with those commercials with the fried eggs, right? They needed to show some kids sneaking their dad's coffee because that's what I did. It's totally possible, Punky. It could completely work, right? All right. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Frankie, she's a manifester. I forgot about that part, the soulmate summoning. I mean, all you got to do is literally light the candle. It's like automated. I'm going to try Victoria, but I mean, last night I fell asleep at the table after the cards and coffee, so I don't know. Thank you guys for being here. You guys are awesome. Thank you for hanging out and spending New Year's Eve with me. I know the real Rita and Ryan are probably way cooler than us, but does Rita have a boa? Does she? Do you have a boa, Rita Ora? No, you don't. We do. Frankie got it. So let's get on to Leo, shall we? Let's do it to it. All right. I kind of dig the green grapes, Virgo. I'm with you. Where's Virgo? All right, Leo, you are going to... No, the Red Bull's coming up after Libra. That's the second half of the hour. Leo, you're going to be at 152.12, okay? Let's do this for you. Let's go. What's up, Leo? You got the Queen of Swords and the Ten of Swords. Somebody chooses peace. I love this. With the Moon card, and it kind of bleeds over into the other person's energy. I dig this. You might have thought it was over, but I don't think it is because they kind of jumped in on the energy too. So think about your person. Thank you for being here, Leo. Leo, cross-watcher, settle down. Simmer down now, Leo, cross-watcher. All right? Think about your person. Thank you for being here, Leo. And if you do want to get a personal reading from either me or Frankie, just scan the links in the QR code or down in the description, also pinned in my bio. It'll take you to all the safe-to-click links, all right? And make sure you're subscribed to both channels. We look forward to reading for you in 2026 too. All right, think about your person, Leo, and let's go for this. What do we have for Leo? Tap me into Leo energy, please, and thank you. I love reading for you, Leo. Oh, you want me to sing? I can't carry the tune in the back of a pickup truck. Seriously? All right. Hey, Jeff, what up? Hey, Dora, what's up? All right. Dear Leo, won't you come out to play? Dear Leo. I'm not allowed to do the imitation anymore because it offended some people. I'm like, it's just satire, but I won't do it anymore. Fine. So won't you come out? The sun is up, the sky is blue. Is this because I do a poem for Scorpio? It's beautiful, and so are you, dear Leo. Won't you? 2 shuffles. Don't you try to make me skip the rhythm. 1 and 2. I got you, Leo. Let's love this deck. Whoa, 8 of Wands. This is already in motion. No wonder the cards are popping. Okay, let's love this deck for the lovable, lovely, inimitable Leos. Roar. Eight of Pentacles. The jelly to your peanut butter shows up. Both of you guys have been putting in the work. The Eight of Pentacles could be dealing with a Virgo. Might not be, but it helps. Some of you guys could be a cusper too, because with the Death card and the Hanged Man, a long-awaited transformation is happening behind the scenes. There's more going on here than meets the eye. Remember, God sees and hears all the things that you don't. All right? That Eight of Pentacles, some of you guys might work together because I'm being drawn to the energy. I have no clue how this resonates, Leo, but it's a scene from Howard Stern, the movie Private Parts. The scene where like, how many people watch Howard Stern? And you're like, oh, wow, the average Howard Stern liker, listens for an hour and a half. And like, why do they listen? Want to see what he says next. What about the Stern haters? Oh, they listen for 2.5 hours. Plonk. The people that you don't know are talking about you are doing more benefit for you than the people that you know are talking about you. All right? So let's see where it goes. The Four of Cups, the Five of Swords, nice. Now, I'm only saying nice on the Five of Swords because in the Page of Wands, it shows somebody that has been stuck in the 5 stages of grief that they're coming out of and processing. And the good Lord above is handing out that Ace of Cups after they spilt over the 3 cups. Some of you guys could be in a pending breakup, a pending divorce, something like that. Just one of those gray areas where it's like, you know what you want for point B, but you are unsure of what gets you to point B, right? That leads to Four of Cups confusion. The Wheel of Fortune, the Ten of Wands, Ace of Cups. I like seeing that. Now, if I see it, I'd like to see an Ace of Pentacles. That would be good. The Sun card shows up, a happy outcome in 2026. And I have been watching your astrology specifically, okay, because of my Leo Venus, it drew me into it, that the Leo energy is destined and due for a glow up in 2026. So for those of you that have been going through a lot since even the time of COVID, and especially in 2025, you close out the work cycle on the Eight of Pentacles and the rewards start to come in 2026. It puts you in a bit of a glow up on Easy Street, the Sun card, all right? This is changing a mindset, okay? Because this is Frankie Goldsmith. He was a second-class passenger on the Titanic as a child and survived the sinking. And he had a hard time going to baseball games because the sounds of the crowd cheering, they sounded to him the same as the sounds of people in the ocean after the ship had gone. But over the years, he adapted because his parents were like, we can't move, we can't afford to. And he actually became a very big fan of baseball. And he overcame that PTSD anxiety of always thinking the screams meant it was the sinking ship. You're coming out of a stage of like past triggers creating unneeded anxiety in your life that allows you to move forward with a fresh start. Ace of Cups. You guys can't come back together and pick up where you left off because before neither of you chose peace. Now somebody's choosing peace. And because of the soul tie between the two of you guys, this will connect and they'll follow the lead. All right. So you guys do have a deep connection between the two of you guys. On the Five of Swords to the Four of Cups, you guys are actually, you're not mirroring each other's feelings. You've already passed through the mirroring stage and you're coming into a stage that it's like where the role gets to get slowed down to your pace instead of them being so intense all the time and making it all about them and coming into an energy of letting things grow and bloom naturally. Because remember, your body, that vessel that your soul is inhabited for this lifetime, it's a form of a plant. And if a plant doesn't get the water and the fertilizer and the sunlight, then it withers away, all right? You've been put through a lot that has kind of withered your hope and your faith in the future on this one, and even shattered your trust a little bit. But with the Ace of Cups, I see somebody scrolling through their phone. I can't tell if it's you or your person, so I suspect you guys are both doing it. The thing is, God's actually sitting here with a little Four of Cups vibes being like, wait a second, you guys are missing a lesson. That's why this can't keep going forward. It's not progressing. It's like I'm being told that as you scroll back through the phone and you go back to the beginning when you guys were like texting and interacting, it's about using it to retrain your mind of like, let's go back to that point and start from scratch. It's not picking up where you're left off because it continues that same old cycle. It's breaking the cycle in the year 2025, the number 9, so that you can begin again in the year of 1 in 2026, okay? This was a massive catalyst. It was a massive activator for both of you guys. You've already been through the mirroring stage where you guys hit each other's triggers, right? Four of Cups, Five of Swords. You do have Cancer, Libra, and Aquarius energy coming in. Sagittarius is here too. A lot of Cancer. There might even be more in the Cancer reading for you, but let's see where this goes. Three of Swords, the King of Wands, and the Queen of Wands. Oh, wow. For about 76% of you guys, this actually was a passionate marriage. It was almost like you guys were together, but the fighting at the time was what kept you together. So think of it as a reboot of the trauma bond, because what got you to this pending stage on the Three of Swords is changing that trauma bond, in that you guys have gone apart and experienced similar traumas in order to respect what the other person went through, right? Because the King of Wands is no situational awareness, right? Sure, they had you on the hook, but then they also were entertaining the other options too. And I don't see cheating on it. This is kind of like the vibes that you send a message, they don't respond. It goes unread, the Snapchat doesn't get looked at, but the Snapchat score goes up. Or they're not around, and then you see them posting online, but they're never making time for you when you're giving your all to them. That cycle had to end. It closes out in 2025. That's their year of number 9. It's like you can't have the cake and eat it too, right? Just because they had you, they were never really in a full place. It's like once they got you, they just hung you on the wall like pretty artwork, and they stopped trying. They stopped putting in the work. It was all based on passion, right? That stuff had to kind of like come to a stop point because they needed to respect you for who you are. Stop trying to change you. The Three of Pentacles does tell me overall is that you guys do have guardian angels alongside of you. I do have a specific message on this. Three of Pentacles and the Nine of Swords. Let me grab the shadow deck real quick because there is somebody from the other side. The Empress card. Page of Pentacles. I'm being told that either a mother or a grandmother figure that has crossed over wants you to know that they are still walking beside you and that they still do hear you when you try to talk to them, and they're using the signs around you to communicate, okay? The way you'll know who this is and the messages coming in is you'll notice the feeling of like itching on your shoulders or your arms. You might feel like your hair is falling off or you're shedding or something. I mean, you're a Leo. It's cool. But that is actually, it's like the hair standing up when they touch your shoulder to let you know they still walk beside you. All you need to know on this, on a side note, that female voice that you hear when you're channeling clairaudient, you're like, who is that? Who am I hearing? Who is that female voice? I don't recognize that voice. You're a very high level person. Your old soul, which is why you went through so much as a child. Old souls often go through deep energies as a child, okay? Some of you guys could have dealt with child neglect even. Narcissistic parents that led into almost like narcissistic relationships. That voice that you don't understand or who it is, you're like, what is it? You have a deep channel to the Virgin Mary. You have a very high level guidance because you're a very high level energy. Some of you guys could be descendants of the Magi. And I think that came out in some previous readings for you on the channel. That divine seer, the divine astrologer, especially for those of you that have always been into astronomy or astrology, that feminine voice that you don't hear in your head, it's not just your brain processing. You have a direct link up to the Virgin Mary herself. You talk to the mother, all right? Especially for those of you that are female Leos and mothers, okay? Mother Mary understands what it's like to have a child that goes through a lot in their life. Some of you guys may identify as the middle child or the youngest. Page of Cups, no. Well, some of you guys might. But the thing is, either the age difference between the two of you guys or whatever it is, that is what the Page of Cups is. It was their immaturity, right? The entitlement and being all about them, that you tried to give as much as you could, and yet it always felt like it was never enough. That's what they're coming through. The Page of Cups, this is somebody that would tick Jesus off. The Page of Cups in this energy is telling me that this was somebody more worried about their outward appearance, polishing the outside of the cup, than worrying about doing the inward work and polishing the inside of the cup, okay? And then they took it out on you. But in the Sun card of the Page of Cups, that leads us back to your guardian angels working through the silence and the Two of Swords. I'm being told to tell you, have some hope and faith in this, especially for those of you seeing pennies on your path. Oh, I love when you flex. You're the coolest boss ever. God flex is awesome. I asked for the Ace of Pentacles and God said, ask and you shall receive, Archer. Remember how prayers work, okay? Pray for yourself, pray for your person. It's quantum energy, quantum prayer. Those words, everybody says use your words wisely and words cast spells. Those words are cast out into the energies that your person's receptors will pick up. It doesn't matter how far apart you are. We had people praying all over the world for Mama T and she came out of ICU. Your prayers are being heard and the work's being done. Mother Mary will help guide you on that way. I do see for you guys, this is the year for balance in the love department and a passionate connection that brings you guys back together to go the distance. All right. So I do hope that helps. And I'll see you later on in 2026 for your readings. But until then, over to you, Frankie.
All right. Hello, Leo. Let's take a look at who is in your energy And it seems today I'm looking at who's going to cut it to going into 2026. Are you going to take this person with you? Are they going to show up? Or you got to show them the door? Let's see. Your person's who is in Leo's energy moving into 2026. Well, I have the Hermit card. Okay, so we have a Virgo energy. This could be somebody that has been at a distance, this card, or they just have gone distant, very introverted energy. And it's funny because we are leaving the year of the Hermit, right? Introversion, right? Being introverted. And we're moving into a new year, right? So this is sort of symbolizing it. You've had a long year, right? Some of you may have had a long, lonely year. You might be dealing with somebody who has made you feel lonely, made you feel distant, right? And so it looks like that could be what you're trying to leave behind. I do see the Emperor under there and influence in this, and it does look like maybe it's time somebody is finally stepping up to the plate with that Emperor card. You have Virgo and you have Aries energy. So let's see your person and their challenge. All right, I have the Eight of Swords, all right, with your person's energy. So there's a lot going on with them. You have some, worry or anxiety or panic has been coming up a lot too. And I see the Ten of Cups, right? So this is somebody that, it's funny because he was just picking up Archer. I've been trying to keep it a little bit late today, but he is going in a great place with those in-depth readings. And I'm picking that up here too, is there is some family, dysfunction, the Eight of Swords here. So your person maybe that you're dealing with is dealing with some family dysfunction, and maybe they don't know how to show up in a family. They don't know how to show up for a commitment, and this makes them fear of commitments, right? Every time they get stuck with somebody, the same patterns come up where they deal with the same BS, and it terrifies them to commit. And this is also somebody too that just may not understand or how to be a part of a healthy family if if they have shown up, if they've been in this kind of energy. Right now, for some of you, I'm just going to get this out of the way. If you're dealing with somebody and you're a third party and that they're dealing with some dysfunction at home, this energy is being poured over into this relationship with you. You might be I was going to say the golden child for this person, or the gift, or the place to run to, because you're giving off the best energy for this person. And look at what they're going home to. So of course they're going to always want to come to you, but also they're just running from their problems. And once they do, and they get in a relationship with you, they're going to bring those problems with them to you. All right. And you'll be fixing everything all the time. That's how I read that. So now that that's out of the way, I do see that you are dealing with somebody that may be challenging for you because they don't function. They don't always know how to function healthy when it comes to family issues or commitment issues or relationship issues. All right. So how do they view you? The devil. You triggered them. All right. So there may be something going on here between you and another person. There may be an addiction. They may seem that this person views you as the devil card, as in you triggered them. You guys have a strong attachment together. You guys have some shit. You guys keep going back and forth. The Eight of Swords, it just feels like you guys are needing to take a step back and see what this is that's going on. So whatever Archer was just saying about all that, I feel like I just continuation from that. This is a chance for you guys to leave this behind. All right. Now there is, you could be showing this person their sides that they don't want to see. All right. That's where projection comes in, or this person could be triggering you and maybe you're not facing your shadows. Right. But either way, it can be one of those very hard relationships, and if we choose to avoid what's going on, it's only going to bite us in the ass later. And it looks like this person is afraid to commit to you because something keeps happening between the two of you. All right. That gets to the point where the devil shows up and it's like it gets a little bit out of hand. All right. So how do you view this person though? So let's see your story. You love this person. All right. You have the Ace of Cups. Maybe you want this person to show you more love. You want this person to open up and be available. You might be dealing with somebody who it feels like it's unrequited. And I can tell with their energy of the Eight of Swords and the Ten of Cups, of course it's unrequited. All right, they give what they know how to give, and you're not going to know. You're going to try and get more, but you may be taking it personal and maybe stressing you out, and it's bringing up all your insecurities with that devil card, because you're dealing with somebody who's not showing up for you. Think about the Four Cups energy. It feels like, yeah, I know there's love here. When things are easy with this person, when there's no responsibilities with this person feels like there's nothing to worry about, and they open up for you. They love being around you. You have a great time, right? Soon as you start talking about serious shit and wanting to know where this is going, what happens to your person? They freak out, they go quiet, or they create some sort of story or some sort of argument that happens, and you're like, and it could be gaslighting. It could be like, what the hell is going on here? What, all of a sudden I'm just asking a question, and all of a sudden you lose your shit, right? Or they go quiet. They don't. This is this karmic thing that you're dealing with this person, and you may be taking it personal. Now, what does Spirit want you to do about this? And I'm seeing the Eight of Wands, all right? And this is very important, and because I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole. But we're talking about honest communication here with you and your person. And one, if you just said in your head, well, if we could, that I love, that's how I was there. That's telling you something. Obviously, your person's not ready to have an honest conversation, and so you keep getting triggered, and you keep trying to force something, or you're under so much stress with this person. Like, why won't they listen to me? They're not being open and receptive. All right. But then now, if this is somebody that is willing to talk to you, and you're willing to be able to, can talk to them about your honest feelings and hold space for them. What does that mean? That means you can't get triggered when this person tells you really how they feel, because that's where it gets uncomfortable, and that's where you both start losing your shit. So if somebody retaliates or tells you how they feel and you just don't like it, well, you got to deal with it. Right? If you want this to work, you gotta be like, all right, I hear you. You're throwing it at me, and I hear you. So this card here can be one of these good cards of, if we can let each other go back and forth and not get triggered, and just be like, all right, if you have to have a mediator there, you guys could really move this forward. There's a lot of passion here. When you have this much fire and you have the devil energy, obviously there's a strong sexual connection, and obviously there's strong egos here. But this is where we got to learn to work with each other, work with the energy, and compromise, because those intense connections will be very intense when they're good, but they are the hardest, and they're the most damaging when they're down, when they're bad. I don't like the word bad, but when the shit hits the fan. So if you're dealing with I got a Capricorn in here, okay? I don't like to always call out the signs, because I'm going to go through Aries through Pisces right now for you. So I have Aries. You have a Tower with Aries. Here it comes. It's coming. The Tower card, you can't avoid it. Right? This is Aries energy. Aries coming in to create some drama, or we're gonna crack open the truth. Right? This is my wake up. Shaking things up, because we can't keep moving like we're doing. All right. So something is going to shift between you and an Aries, but it's definitely going to start with a realization or an awakening and truth, knocking down the bullshit and getting to the truth. So that's big energy with your Aries. Taurus, I see Taurus is like, hey, I really want to see where this goes. All right. You have the Chariot with the Taurus. So they're returning. And this shows a Taurus that wants to return, and they're hoping that you guys can figure out where this is going. But we've got to work together again. There's more hope. I see a lot of hope here with your Taurus, whereas that it looks as though they really want to try and figure out how to make this work and move forward. Very strong spiritual energy behind this connection with you and a Taurus. All right. Pulling you in the right direction. So if you listen, listen to Spirit, let Spirit guide you. You don't have to force it with your ego. Gemini, Five of Swords. So we're seeing some deceit here. We're seeing some disappointment, and this could be a gaslighting card. It's like everybody's blaming everybody, and who's winning? Nobody's winning. We're just trying to one up each other. So I do see a decision here with the Gemini. Can we agree to disagree? If we can't agree to disagree, and we keep pointing fingers or blaming, this is what's gonna happen every single time. And then what does this lead to? A block. Cancer, I see the Knight of Cups. Cancer is nothing but love for you. All right. I don't know what the problem is. Obviously there's the devil showing up. So obviously there could be some commitment issues. When the loving's good, But then when the commitment comes in, all of a sudden your person, comes across like you feel like they played you. All right. But I do see the love is there. I just, this is going to be a judgment call. You know what I mean? This person's going to woo you every time they come towards you. And you either need boundaries, or this person, hopefully they'll show up and you guys can figure out how to move forward. The love is still there. Leo, I see the Lovers card. Look at this. Isn't this wild? So you are getting the same theme that Jeff was getting with the, this can be the twin flame type of energy, especially with the Devil card. Either way, every relationship to me is karmic. Everybody we meet is teaching us how to, this is from an old teacher of mine, and it stayed there. Everybody's teaching us how to heal, flourish, and grow no matter what. And some people are meant to stay a minute, season, whatever. You guys know the rest of that, right? But this is a very karmic situation. So this is very life-changing type of relationship, Leo, that you may be connecting with. And so there can be addiction, there can be all kinds of crazy shadow shit, triggers, and stuff that comes up between the two of you. But you see the Lovers card, and that is letting love in and learning how to love. So you and another Leo have a potential here to really, really heal one another, help each other grow. And this can is a story that's worth, investigating. So the Lovers card, and you both really love each other, but we got to work through our shit. Virgo, King of Cups, right? So Virgo's got love for you too. Healing energy coming through. All right. So Virgo's going to do the work, right? Virgo is, hermit, may retreat a little bit from you. Even this King of Cups can have a hard time processing their feelings. And then, but they'll come out when they're ready. And I do see your Virgo here has got love for you. So we're seeing some mature energy, maybe finally stepping up and admitting their feelings. Libra, I see the Eight of Cups, right? So we got to run our energy here. You have somebody that does not want to deal with their past. They don't want to deal with their emotions. So they keep showing up for you and then they leave. All right. That's this, you feel it, right? Because when they come in, they make you feel good. They show up. You got, why are you back? And then you start questioning it. Why is Libra back? Oh my God, there's got to be something here. And there is, but they don't want to face the shit they need to face to make it happen. And there's nothing you can do. You can't fix their problem. All right. So I do see you have a Libra here constantly running from you, and it's still showing up. I have Scorpio. I am seeing you have the Queen of Pentacles. So Scorpio coming in, awesome energy. It seems like wanting to bring some structure or security, grounded in, they're looking like they want to take care of business and they want to step up to the plate. So it looks like you and a Scorpio could actually be making plans for the future here with that card. Sagittarius, I see the Nine of Swords, lots of pain, lots of frustration, lots of looping of stories, right? And at this point, Sagittarius is like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about this. We keep going around in circles. It's the same stuff from the past. Maybe you'll never forgive them. Maybe the story comes up again. Maybe you say, I'm over it, but then a week later, it comes back up. I don't know what it is, but if they've hurt you, they're very regretful. They pull away because they don't think that you can forgive them. Capricorn, I see the Fool card. So Capricorn's like, look, this is what you got. I'm a fool. I like you. I want this. I love you, whatever it is. But there is a sense of non-committal energy here with the Fool. The Fool is, look, I've been through a bunch of shit. I will see where things go, but I don't want to rush it. I'm just going to go. I don't have a plan. We'll take things as they come. That's how I read the Fool energy. And this is, Capricorn. Capricorn's coming in for the new year saying, let's do this, but let's not put too much pressure on it. Let's take it one step at a time. Aquarius, the Empress card. So Aquarius is thinking about growth, future, there's something here. They want to see it grow, right? They want to nurture the relationship. But if there's another person and that's complicated in the situation, it's there. It doesn't stop them from having love for you, but it does stop them from being able to provide for you. All right, so take what resonates. Was that Aquarius? All right, Pisces, I see the Judgment card. So to me, it feels like your Pisces is ready to face the truth. Your Pisces is realizing, you know what, our past stories just keep getting us in this place, and I can't take it, I need to make an important decision. So it looks like, there's forgiveness here, and forgiveness can be, if you can forgive me, let's move forward. And it looks like you guys may be able to find forgiveness for a situation going into the new year. But if we can't, we can't. The judgment is facing our truth and saying, you know what, the pain runs too deep and we need to go our own ways. But you have free will, and that is what I have for you. So let's bring in the best new year, Leos. I love you. Archer.
Thank you, Frankie, and thank you, Leo, for being here and letting me and Frankie be your readers in 2025. And we look forward to reading for you in 2026. So we'll see you next year. Please hype and like the reading on your way out. If you want to book a reading or check out all the links, scan the QR code, links pinned in bio, TikTok, and we'll see you later. All right. Until next time, peace, love, and spinny hugs, Leo. All right. Thank you guys for being here. Julianne, what's up, Miss VP? Lindsay, Happy New Year. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. I love you guys. You're awesome. Angel Eyes, Danielle, thanks for coming in. Delany's here. What's up, Delany? Happy New Year's. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out and being a part of the fam. Okay, ready for Virgo? Debbie, Texas, you are totally ready for Virgo. Calling all Virgos, calling all Virgos. This is where Frankie and I interact the most, where our Virgo and Aquarius placements interact, which is why I got to sit here like this, like, oh, Archer's got his button down on. He's all cool. Frankie gets to come in with her Aquarius and be like, I frickin' rock. Look at this, right? So Virgo, you ready for this? Let's do it. Your final reading of 2025. Let's see what we've got for you. All right, Virgo, your timestamp's going to be at 2/19/44. All right, let's do this. So what's up, Virgo? Thanks for being here. Think about your person. And Virgo, if you want to book a reading with either me or Frankie, or you want to check out everything our channels have to offer, all you got to do is scan the QR code or check out the links pinned in my bio on TikTok, and also Frankie's bio on her TikTok too, or they're in the description boxes. All right. So thanks for being here, and let's see what the new year brings for you and your person, Virgo. Go ahead and think about them. And God, tap me in and tune me in to Virgo's energy, please. Give me everything you got for Virgo. What do we got for Virgo? Let's see. Thoughts, feelings, and emotions. All right, here we go. You ready? 2 shuffles. Let's do it. Here we go. 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the vivacious, Virgolicious, victorious Virgos. Victory is yours. Well, I guess that pretty much sums that one up. Victory is yours. The overall energy is the 3 of Cups. 2026 is the year of union for you. You very well could go into 2027 with a ring on your finger. All right. The 3 of Cups shows that weddings and unions are on your mind. The 9 of Pentacles, that's your energy with the Devil. That leads to the Judgment card on the Knight of Wands. Joshua, the leader of faith, with a big green flag. Actually, what I'm seeing on this with the 9 of Pentacles, which is your energy, combined with the Devil card and the Judgment card, there's a message in this, something worth celebrating. For those of you that have been working to kick an addiction of your own, even if it's something like cigarettes, it could be booze, pills, and you're going through those stages and feeling like there's no hope for it, for those of you this part resonates, that Devil card, God wants you to know that even if nobody else notices what you're going through, He's proud of you. And you're restoring your own body and vessel, that regardless of whatever you're coming through, for those of you this resonates, know that it does get better, and the parts of your body you're worried about healing will also make it through it. As your brain learns to regenerate its own dopamine, even though no one else has noticed and people have been giving you a hard time, you guys actually will make it through it, and the good Lord is proud of you. All right? Now, let's get into all the energy, because you guys are beating out the Devil energy of 2025, leaving it behind and coming into a new mindset. All right, let's see where we go. Some of you guys could be dealing with a Cancer or a Capricorn, which, that is opposing signs. Even for some of you guys could be dealing with, who's Virgos? It's Pisces. You could be dealing with a Pisces, your opposing sign. All right, we have the Page of Pentacles into the Ace of Pentacles. Okay, the Queen of Cups, the 3 of Swords, the 10 of Swords, the 4 of Cups, and the King of Wands. 33% of my Virgos that are here right now, you guys have already gotten a message asking about a new start along with the apology, and you're unsure if you can trust it. The rest of you that haven't gotten the message yet, it's the domino effect that's coming in, that it's starting to happen. This is something here more directly dialed into the remainder of Capricorn season, or you are dealing with a Capricorn energy. Cancer too. 3 of Swords to the 10 of Swords. This tells me why that you are unsure if you can trust them, right? That 3 of Swords is whatever got in the way of this. Maybe some of you guys were battling addictions together, or they got in the way of this. But on the 3 of Swords of this, the rebellion against David, it's like they rebelled against you, right? This 3 of Swords to me seems more like a bit of emotional immaturity. The age difference might have been a factor, but the fact that this person was so included Like maybe they were a bit of an introverted extrovert at the time, but it seems like they almost tried to use the silence to control you. I don't pull third party energy yet. I just pull a bit of like the rebellion against the Three of Swords. Maybe it's like they made you think, tried to make you jealous, tried to get your attention, dealing with some attention seeking type of behavior. And I think with the Ten of Swords, you called them out on it and they didn't think that you would hold your ground, right? But in this case, it's like they've been asking around and looking in the Four of Cups, trying to find out about you, especially for those of you that run in the same friend circle or friend groups. They're talking about you behind your back, almost like in the energy that if your ears are burning, it's because they've been trying to suss you out and see what's up with you. So it's a bit of coming out of some player vibes on this one, okay? It's like when they didn't know what to say, they went quiet and they would wait until they'd spark that reaction out of you. And even at the moment right now, it just feels like that I'm pulling the vibes that at this moment, they're using either the ability to block you or the silence as a way of trying to control the situation still. But they're finding out with the Four of Cups, it's not working, right? The good is triumphing over the evil and the energies that they keep attempting to resist it, but they keep the way they pushed back towards you, the universe is pushing back towards them, okay? They can't do what they did to you, Three of Swords, and expect to move forward and be happy. As soon as the Three of Swords showed up in the situation, that's where the Ten of Swords, the Four of Cups came in and their mask fell off and they were exposed. And when you called them out on it, they didn't know how to handle it, right? It's a bit of like having both the masculine and the feminine energies not in check and not in perspective, right? A big balance of the emotions versus the logic, the left and the right brain, okay? Libra energy is pretty strong. So is Cancer and Capricorn, Pisces, Sagittarius, and Gemini so far. Doesn't have to be their sun sign, though. Somebody here might even have a Capricorn moon. Ooh, Four of Pentacles. Oh. For some of you guys, there was an addiction to money. Ace of Wands. Some of you guys might have found out they were spending money in wrong ways. Something about like, for some of you guys discovered that like they were on a website that discussed things about ceiling fans, right? And whatever you found in their phone's history or when you saw a notification on their phone might have been the catalyst that sparked this. Because this is somebody that was still emotionally mature, so they thought with the wrong parts, right? The Ace of Wands chakra was more activated than the crown chakra. Yeah, that's polite. Anyways, see? They have this way of passive-aggressively belittling you and then going silence, right? This is something that makes no sense into this one, but with the Justice card that comes out on this, the time apart has been they've either been through a spiritual ascension or a spiritual balancing out, okay? It's as if they went through this on the Justice card and with the Knight of Cups. It's the Knight of Cups is a very unique love offer, okay? And with this Knight of Cups too, young David coming out on the card, the age difference does still seem to be a factor, or the way you guys were brought up, maybe raised differently type of a thing, all right? And that's why with the Justice card, this brought them into the energies where they were, I'm being told they were over emotional and didn't think super logically. And then every time they went off on you, they tried to get you to go back on them so they could spin it around. They had to come into a place of maturity, all right? And for those of you that are wondering and thinking, I can't believe this, there's no way, this person's not going to change. Remember how when you first met him, you back at the beginning, that you did kind of see through the mask and you're like, there's a good person inside there, right? That's the part. It's not somebody changing. It's somebody changing back from what the world did to them, right? That left them so jaded to the point that they were so closed off. Four of Cups and the Ace of Wands shows that they're starting to think the other way. There's the Ace of Cups. This is that fresh start that comes in for the two of you guys. So it's kind of like that you're working to find a new way to think outside of the box because you don't think they'll change. And something on their side of the fence, they've been backed into a corner and they're being forced to change, right? Okay. Give me a little bit more on that Ace of Wands, because that's the part where they're thinking something different. And you guys are like, I think you've really been just focusing on breaking generational curses, right? With the Six of Wands. I'm being told that you have done the work, so you've passed through this. That's why 2025 is, think of it as like your trials coming to a completion and it's like your rebirth by fire. It is a bit of a level up where the stuff that keeps leaving you confused, that you can't trust them about, comes to light. And it actually helps balance out on your side to know that you did the right thing, right? because they had a habit of making you feel guilty or putting the guilt trip on you for everything that you did. With that Justice card, that's the energy that you're getting a little bit of a backup from the universe that you did do the right thing. And the actions that you took as a result of their actions is what produced the consequences, okay? It does show something successful. And somebody here, something about January 20th is a date that resonates possibly for a possible connection, okay? The Magician card. Okay, this does show from whenever you find this in the next 2 to 3 weeks is the point that they have worked to part the Red Sea of red flags, get rid of that mask that they were wearing, that they were just jaded by the world and took it out on you, right? That mask falls off, parting the Red Sea of red flags like Moses. That brings us back in. I really do have a strong feeling that Capricorn season is going to be where this works out with the Hanged Man. I feel I'm going to get like a percentage for you real quick, because I think here with the Hanged Man, especially for those of you who are dealing with the Pisces, by Pisces season, this will be back on track, okay? It's really a big test for you if you're going to choose to accept the apology or if the Three of Swords was too much damage for your personal situation. And just so you know, whichever you choose for your personal energy, it's the right choice. So you either get an ability to have continuation or to have the closure needed, okay? Give me a card to give me a percentage on a yes or no. It's the yes card. I know we're on the right path. The World card, full on 100%. Archer's right. I love it. I can't wait for you to come back and leave in the comments and either mine or Frankie's channel be like, I can't believe it. They literally changed, right? At this energy right now, when you come back to tell me that it started working out, I could tell you there is a plan to raise the Titanic. And you'd be like, I believe you at this point. I know, right? There's no way to raise the Titanic, but there is a way for your person to shed the mask of what the world did to them and come back as the person you originally saw when you met them. All right. So I do hope that helps. And I really think your January readings on my channel are going to be, it's going to get a little deep. All right. So we'll see what's up about breaking the generational curses too for you and how it goes forward. All right. So please hype and like the reading. And now over to you, Frankie.
Hello. All right, Virgo. You would call me Aquarius. I'm a Virgo rising. I'm not going to be Aquarius, progress into Aquarius at the end of my life. All right. But I like it. I felt it. I was like, all right, maybe I look like an Aquarius today. Let's see. Virgo.
You're rocking the Aquarius vibes. It's an early glow up.
I thought that when I was looking at my reflection, I was like, my Aquarius friends, they got that vibe. That's this kind of vibe. Dude,
and you're carrying it with confidence. You're like, this is how you've always been too. You're always just like, this is me. It's me.
Yeah. It's not inside. I'm always chill on the outside. That's a Scorpio thing.
Dude, I love it. All right, shut your pie hole, Archer.
All right, let's see. Virgo rising. Virgo sun moon rising. I would say that because, you know, I got you covered because I'm watching everything, right? I want us to have a good year. And I just, let's see. Who's in your energy? I have Ace of Cups. You have love around you. So you do have this new beginning energy. For some of you, this can be, a new love coming into your life. So be open to it because this is your seat, It's a lot about what we're releasing and learning. We're letting love in this year. So there could be a soulmate around the corner or somebody here, that sparks that curiosity. At least the doorway is opening, So there is somebody interested in coming your way. Now, this can be a reconciliation for some of you too. Get into that next level, understanding, mutual understanding, right? So you and your person finally reaching this point of growth, and we're allowing ourselves to open up a little bit and, learning to love. And some of these lessons that, you were just talking about is like each time you're making space to allow more people in. So, and this is also, you maybe are opening up to love as well and feeling it, right? Because you've been burned enough, right? This past year, I know a lot of you might have been going through some rough breakups and in situations with people. And, you were called to do that spiritually right now, right? So I saw so many Virgos going through breakups and it was really tough, really, really tough. Right. So the person that is in your energy right now, let's see them. I see the Justice card, right? So here we are already bringing that justice, that karma, that truth, that closure, that feeling of something is complete. All right, so what we're seeing here is that we're going to deal with our karma regardless if it's you or it's the other person. All right, so if you feel like you've been wronged, all right, your person here is feeling it, right? They know that they need to make it right. All right, so either, but I don't like to throw this out there because I'm afraid of karma, and I don't ever want to say, you know, your person's getting their karma served, right? Because we don't want that kind of energy. But it is clear here that your person is learning. They're learning their lesson, you know, and you just got to send them love. So if it was them that did the deed, it's coming around on them. If it's you that did the deed, you're feeling the consequences too. So either way, we're starting with this new Ace of Cups, and we're being able to find some sort of peace, right? Peace and closure. So now what do they see this connection? What's the challenge, right? I see the Temperance card. It feels like the biggest challenge with you and this person is patience, is freedom, freedom. And there's an imbalance. Who gives when and where and what, and who calls the shots? All right. So it is all about moderation too. So sometimes you feel like you're overgiven. Sometimes your person feels like they're overgiven. Sometimes you're ready for a good time, and sometimes your person, you know, is just not giving you the attention, and vice versa. And so there's a constant, you know, feeling like the things aren't equal. All right. You know, and then, well, all we ever see is our side of things, you know, like I'm giving more, I'm doing more, I'm not getting what I want. And so the problem is how do we meet each other? You know, how do we understand each other and meet each other in the middle here? You know, because there are going to be days where we're going back and forth. All right. So the challenge is being able to just go with the flow. Now your person may be saying the challenge is you don't have any patience for them, right? Or, you know, or vice versa. And it's like, we got to work on that. We got to trust that things are going to work out. And if we're meant to be together, we'll figure out a way. All right. So this is about a balance. And so that's what I'm picking up on. Either one of you or the other feels like there's not a balance. Or they feel under pressure, like things are just moving too fast, like we just got to chill out, keep things kind of, you know, just one step at a time with that card, you know. And how do they view you? I see the Eight of Swords. So they are seeing you as in your head a lot. And you always get this, and you know, we get this because we overthink everything, we analyze everything. But remember, your inner critic is also your high priestess. All right. Just because she works overtime, you know, and she's burnt out, it doesn't mean she's not right. All right. But the problem is when you're overthinking everything and somebody pushes you too far, you start to not be able to see the fine line between, is my inner critic being honest with me, or is my insecurities getting the best of me, or are these red flags and I'm trying to ignore them? Right? Because you're going to analyze and try and fix everything. And at some point you start to get into this freeze mode, and you can't even think straight. And who are you? All right. So this person may be feeling like you are overthinking things. Like you may start to get in your own head. Next thing you know, they text you and you start going off on them about something. They don't even know what the hell you're talking about. But you were in your own head, your own story, and you thought they were going to pick up right where you put, you know, where you left off. And it doesn't, you're precise like that. You can do that. But another person can't always do that. All right. Your intellect, your Mercury, right? So you can, but when your stress level's up, and it's on, and somebody else you can put somebody into a you know, a manic episode. You know what I mean? I know this sounds, maybe I'm projecting right now, guys. Okay. But just so take what resonates. Either way, they see you as worrying so much about so many different things and feeling insecure. And so maybe you're saying, this person makes me feel insecure. This person has done something to me. And this is where the Justice card comes in and the Temperance card comes in. Are you ever going to be able to give space to this person and trust them? If you've been burnt before and you're coming out of this energy, your person is saying like, come on. I mean, it's like, it's always this, you know, so much going on. Everything is all over the place. And, you know, and it's like, I just want things to be chill, but, you know, they feel like you're never going to either forgive them, you know, or you can't give them space because you immediately think that they're gonna, you know, go find some trouble. And again, you have free will, and that's also a lesson here. The Justice card, you got to learn your lessons. If somebody is causing you trouble and you know it, they're not going to change it overnight. But I think many of you Virgos this past year have been learning that already. And so this going into this new 2026, this is when you've made some space or you're starting to make more space for the real love to come in. All right. And so even if this is somebody that you're currently with, you're clearing space so you guys can evolve. Right. So how do you view this person? The devil. All right, this guy is showing up today, and you see me shuffling it thousands of times, right? You view this person as your devil. You have the Justice and you have the Devil card. All right, this is major karma. This is like major trigger. And this is cheating, betrayal. You know, this is some, karmic shit. And this is where, this is difficult. This can take therapy. I don't say that often, when I see these two cards together, but this can take therapy. This can take that somebody had some very toxic upbringing, toxic people in their life, toxic, you guys are toxic to each other. They may bring out the worst in you. Maybe you weren't toxic in your last relationship, but maybe this relationship is bringing out your toxic side, because we all got our persons on our sides, our little 16-year-olds or our little, smart asses and our toxic people, our bad habits. We have them, right? And other people can bring it out of us. And this person may be that one that's bringing it out of you, and you're having to face, some of these demons. You can't change them. You only can change the way you react to them, right? And so this is where the lesson comes in. And, the Temperance card tells me you guys have what it takes to really find some sort of balance, but it's through moderation and also other tools. You may need to find other ways to work to make this work if this is that kind of relationship worth it. If this is a new relationship, run, all right? But I mean, that was just me giving me an opinion. Don't listen to me. All right. But what I am seeing here is this person really does get you to the core. All right. There is some trigger in here. So I have Libra, I have Sag, I have Cap. But what does Spirit want you to do or think you should focus on or whatever? And I see 8 of Cups. All right. So I'm going to give 2 different scenarios here, because I know there's a bunch of you and not everybody needs to run from their person. Okay. The first thing I'm going to say is you got to look back and deal with your problems. You may be trying to run from your own problems. All right. You may, and guilty. All right. But this says, I'm moving forward. I'm just trying to move on from something. I'm running from something. I'm an avoidant. All right. I'm an avoidant, join the club. And so we'll call the people that we're connected with avoidant, but we're projecting. We're avoiding, right? We got to take a look at our own shit. Now, some people you are connecting with some avoidance, and you know it already. You know it already because you're giving it your all. You've been doing the work, right? And so this is saying here, you have to decide, do I put myself first, my own happiness first, and do I move forward? Because you're so close to that 10 of Cups, you don't realize it. But you're stuck in this energy of the 7 of Cups, wishfully thinking and setting high expectations on people that are not giving you enough, that people are really hurting you. All right. So this is part of that. So no, this is part of your spiritual growth this year, I believe, is being able to decipher between unhealthy relationships and healthy, but also being able to look at your own shit and deciding, I can make this work because I'm looking at how I participate and I'm healing. All right. So I am seeing it can go either way. So let's look at Aries through Pisces. I see Aries right here, A1, right? A1 sauce, because the Strength card says you guys know how to work with each other and you guys are not going to back down. A very strong, couple people here that are like, there's something about you. You get me. Maybe you allow an Aries to be themselves and they're starting to see, how far they can push things, right? But there's something here and there's some healing energy coming in with you and an Aries. I have Taurus, 7 of Pentacles, right? So you and Taurus here, you just got to figure out how to get around your problems, right? You keep going down the same road. You keep trying to do the same thing. You're going to keep hitting that dead end. 7 of Pentacles is like, you guys have so much invested. You guys could move forward to that 10 of Pentacles. But we got to find different ways. We got to be creative when it comes to solving problems, right? Not just ignoring it, not trying to avoid it. But I do see here Taurus making plans here or wanting to make plans with you for the future. Gemini, 9 of Wands, a very tired energy. You can decide whether or not you're ready to give up. Sometimes I see the 9 of Wands and a Gemini is saying, you wear me out like no other. I can't, you're wearing me out. I don't know what to do. Even if I fucked up, you're wearing me out. You won't let me breathe. You won't let me get over it. You won't let me deal with it. Right. But I also see it can go either way too, guys. So don't get triggered. It can go either way. I'm just channeling the message. Right. But the 9 of Wands is saying, wounded warrior, we do have a go, but if we have one last try at this, we got to make it right, because otherwise I'm giving up. I'm totally giving up. Cancer, 7 of Swords, right? So you got to figure out whether you can trust them or they can trust you, because the 7 of Swords, as long as this guy's showing up, the 7 of Swords, one of you is always thinking the other's doing something, up to something, lying, being sneaky, being strategic, very suspicious, energy. And it's like, we got to figure this out. If you see all kinds of red flags and come on, Virgo, you're the detective. You can see a red flag before it was even made, and it's like the 7 of Swords, though, is telling me you got to be honest with yourself. All right. I see Cancer. Leo. Leo's got love for you, the King of Cups here. Leo, it seems like they're learning, they're growing. I'm seeing a Leo really stepping up into their feelings, maybe processing. Who knows? They may have a hard time with this one, I say, showing you how they feel, but at the same time, they will do for you. A Leo will take action. A Leo will show you they're loyal to you. A Leo will show you they love you, even if they have a hard time expressing their feelings. So keep that in mind. I don't care how emotionally, unavailable they might seem. They will take care of you one way or another. Virgo, I see the 9 of Pentacles. Right, Virgo, don't lose your independency and don't lose yourself in a relationship. You need your independency. You are the 9 of Pentacles. You need your freedom. All right, you're very grounded naturally, and you're always finding solutions. Right, so if you're feeling like you can't find a solution to something, there's your first red flag. Right, it's like you either call in help, and listen though too. You can call in help, but you got to listen. Right, and I am seeing, though, you and another Virgo, you're both very independent. So if you're feeling like there's some codependency going on, or you feel like you're becoming needy with another Virgo, it means that you're not giving each other enough space. With more space, you will have a healthier relationship, and you'll see the success in it. Libra, I see Libra showing up as Libra, the Queen of Swords. She's been my card all week long. We've got to regulate our emotions. It's a very tough week right now. Which is why I'm being overly careful too. I'm trying to be, with even triggering you guys with my these glasses are making me kind of cocky today. But the energy is intense this week. There's room for arguments. There's room for making choices, that we don't mean, that we might regret. Right. So the Queen of Swords is like, whatever, it might be uncomfortable. It might be hard to detach from your own emotions, but you've got to be able to look at things logically and look at facts. Everything's about facts. If you can't prove your thought or your feeling this week, if you don't have facts on paper, don't react. You got to get the facts here. All right. So I see Libra, there could be communication coming in, but it definitely is clearing up. And it looks as though they want to get to the point. They don't want to deal with emotions. That was Libra. Scorpio, the star card. You and Scorpio will figure it out. This card just gives me faith and hope. It always does. It's like, yeah, we're all going through a lot, right? Maybe it's too soon. Maybe there's been a lot of darkness between you and a Scorpio, right? But this is, you guys met for a reason, and there's a learning period. And who knows in your story how long your learning period is. But this tells me that you guys will meet up at some point, whether it's this lifetime or next, right? But there's universal alignment coming in for you guys. You guys may have helped each other get on the right track, right? So either way you look at it. That was Scorpio. Sagittarius, Ace of Swords, right? We have clarity coming in. So Sagittarius may be starting to see things clear. Maybe they're hearing you, all right? Or, they're finally being transparent. They're finally, speaking truth. Right? Or they just want to come in and apologize, right? So I do have a good start here with communication with the Sagittarius. Capricorn, I see 4 of Pentacles. All right, they're holding, they're controlling, hiding their heart. This is their season. It's their birthday time. They can do what they want. It does seem like, though, they are invested, right? But Capricorn, It's like a Scorpio moon. You know, I think of Capricorn too. It's like you don't always know. You know, they can be seem emotionalist at times, but it really is just because they're cautious. And I feel like you've already got them invested that, you know, they already know there's no turning back. It's just about loosening up the grip, you know, and, you know, not trying to push this one or, you know, let them open up slowly. Aquarius, I see the death card, all right? So either something has ran its course, that's the death card. And only some of you might really feel that. You might know it. You might be like, yeah, it's over. And it really changed you, I bet. I bet it really changed you. But also, I'm seeing though too with an Aquarius, there's room for change. It doesn't have to completely be over, but what it is saying is that something that we've been doing, a pattern or something, has to end. We can't keep going this way. We've got to make change. We've got to heal from this and move forward. So there is a possibility that there could be a renewal at some point after an ending with the Aquarius. Pisces, I'm seeing Queen of Pentacles. It looks like Pisces wants security, stepping up, you know, bettering themselves, or looking at things a little bit more practical, you know. All right, maybe I need to do this, maybe I need to do that, right? But they have your energy around them, so they hear you, and it looks like they do want to maybe build something more solid with you moving into 2026. So happy New Year, and on to Archer.
Awesome. Thank you much, Frankie. And thank you, Virgo. Look forward to seeing you back here next year. Thank you for letting me and Frankie be your readers in 2025. And we look forward to seeing you next year. All right. So please hype and like the reading on your way out. And until next time, we'll see you later, Virgo. Peace, love, and spinny hugs. All right. Let's go onward. There we go. Thanks, Debbie. Thanks, Dee. Thanks, Mac. I forgot to unmute the TikTok audio. We're getting the hang of it. We're breaking ground here. 2026 is going to be an awesome year. I'd love it. Hey, Farah, how you been? What up? How you guys doing? In the UK, 5 minutes to 2026. Hey, y'all, can we wait for 5 minutes? Because, like, by probably midnight, me and Frankie, well, Frankie will still be up. Scorpios are way funner than Cancers. Cancers go into their crab shell at 10. No, I'll try to stay up. All right, well, hang out. Let's hang out for a second and welcome in the new year somewhere. It's going to be our first Happy New Year. I dig this. How's it going? It's already, okay. Look, Marina is already in 2026. You're already in the future. In the United States, we're stuck in 2025 still. So you say we got about 5 minutes before it hits in the UK. Okay. Oh, yeah. So it's 7 o'clock Eastern time, like where Frankie and I are. So then if you add 5 hours to it across the Atlantic. That's cool. Thanks for being here, Mushroom Maven Tarot. What up? And thank you guys for hyping and liking the reading. It's rainy in New York. Wait. Oh, is it really? Oh, wow. You're in Northeast in Cali. Rainy New Year's Eve. Okay. It's been snowing here. We had a green Christmas in Michigan, and then we had the white New Year's. It snowed today. And did you even look at it? I mentioned this to Frankie in a text message. Did you guys notice in our title card how you can tell that Archer is very Detroit albino, and Frankie's got that Tampa tan going on down there in Florida? It's okay, what's some of your guys' plans for the New Year's? Aisha's back. You're back, Aisha. We pulled a 3 of Cups for you earlier before. Was it before Cancer or was it before Leo? So we did want to know how everything's going. We do want to know. Because I pulled a 3 of Cups. It's telling me Aisha's married. So you're Mrs. Gobelina, right? Hey, Stacy. What up? How you been? What up, what up? It stopped snowing in Ohio? Oh, okay, cool. Mushroom Maven. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are so generous. Libra, this reading is going to be sponsored by Mushroom Maven. All right, Mushroom Maven Tarot is definitely worth checking her out. Thank you, Mushroom Maven. Peace, love, and spinny eggs for you. Happy New Year's, too. David Nikki, thank you for hanging out with us. Then thanks for choosing us to hang out for New Year's Eve. That's cool. Aisha's back. I know. We love you, girl. You're awesome. I heard Grand Rapids was getting a lot of snow on the west side of Michigan, definitely. So it is over there, like by that S-curve that's on TikTok. You're in the Caribbean, and there's, oh my goodness. What is the weather like in the Caribbean, Nicoline? That has got to be so cool. Now I'm hearing Billy Ocean with the Caribbean Queen. Oh my word, that's cool. Yeah, how's the weather over there? And thank you guys on TikTok for hanging out too. We're going to get ready to start Libra, all right? But in the UK, it's almost midnight. We have 3 minutes till midnight, and then the UK will be in 2026. All right, so we're going to take a minute, and we're going to bring that in. What's up, my love? How you doing? And guys, we'll take a minute too. This will be our little minute for shameless self-promotion. This will be the intermission. All right. So if you have not already and you check out the QR code that's at the top of the screen, or you look in the pinned comment in the pinned bio here on TikTok or in the description box on YouTube, it'll take you over to the Archer link tree. That'll take you, if you'd like to book a reading with me or Frankie, it'll take you right to Frankie's website too to book the reading with her. Plus, you have her candles. There are a few of them left. I think they're brand new. They're on the website. I think there might be like 15 or 20 of them left. Not very much, so it's like a limited supply, but it's like an awesome manifestation candle, cool Valentine's Day present, or your little own like New Year's gift to yourself. And then you can check out everything on my channel here that's got pick a cards, family messages, and more. We go live. Frankie and I both go live and do all signs during the weeks. Frankie's got individual readings. I've got pick a cards and more. So just hang out, spend 2026 with us, y'all. Check it out and make sure you subscribe to Sunshine Intuitive Tarot. She opened the reading with the oracle message and her channel is getting ready to take off like a rocket. So get it on the ground floor with her. Make sure you subscribe and follow all of us on YouTube, TikTok, and all the platforms. All right. We look forward to being with you guys for 2026. It's cool vibes. Yeah. Where was that, Aisha? It was between Cancer and Leo, I think. Okay. I have 6:59 Eastern time. That means we got less than a minute for the UK. All right. So let's get ready. I don't have anything that gives me, I got seconds on my watch. We need a count-in. Somebody from the UK, give us the count-in. Let us know when it turns midnight. Or we'll do like a really slow countdown to get to what shows at 7 p.m. You guys ready? You're in your PJs with your cat. That's comfy, D. I can't wait for my sleep pants. 5:59. Okay, so we got a 5:59 in Central Time. All right, are you guys ready? I'm waiting for my clock to change. Okay, UK, say goodbye to 2025 if you're in the UK. It's time. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, UK. Welcome to the future. The United States is still in the past. We'll catch up. North and South America is trying to catch up to you. Give us a few hours. But Happy New Year, UK. Love it. So that means the UK, Australia, everybody to the east of the UK, they're already out of the worst of things and in 2026. How's it going over there? How's it going over there? Tell us it's better, please. You hearing fireworks already, Aisha? That's awesome. Right, Jenna's like, so me too. Me too, I'm ready for it. All right, you guys ready to get on to Libra? Let's do it to it. All right, Libra, you're gonna be at 255.35. All right, let's go for it. What's up, Libra? How you doing? Thank you very much for being here, being a part of both mine and Frankie's families. And make sure you are subscribed. And if you want to check out everything we've got to offer here on the channels, you can scan the QR code and link tree. Both Frankie and I keep all the info and the links in the description and pinned in our bios on TikTok. So thanks for being here, being with us in 2026. All right, think about your person. And God, tap me and tune me into Libra's energy, please, and thank you. Give me everything you got for Libra. What do we got for Libra? Here come the judge. Here come the judge. What do we got for Libra? Thoughts, feelings, and emotions. What do we have for Libra? What's going on in 2026? All right, let's do it. Here we go. 2 shuffles. Let's give it up for the cardinal air sign. 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the lovable, lovely Libras. Case dismissed. Let's go. Overall energy, the 5 of Pentacles. This is a block. It does tell me that you guys have completed a test, passed the cycle, okay? Because maybe in the energies, the 5 of Pentacles to the Hanged Man on the Queen of Cups, you're coming out and leaving behind in 2025 the energies of all those people that kind of like bullied you into getting their way, right? Some of the bullies may not have changed and they've got some more work to do to level up, but you're coming to a place of respect, okay, from what you've dealt with. All right, we have the 10 of Swords to the 6 of Wands. I love it. You are near the end of an overthinking stage about them. The Moon card coming in, the Magician, the 9 of Pentacles, the 8 of Cups, and the High Priestess. You have, like, your cutoff game in 2025 put them in check because the way that they kept dodging around this, it's like with the 10 of Swords to the High Priestess, that you came to the conclusion that if they still don't know what they want and like leave you at this point, that you're in the 8 of Cups, you're deciding to walk away from them. It's almost like you got to a point that you had to give up on this energy and just wish them well. And it's almost like that was the right thing to do because it got them to come out of this in and out energy. Okay. Could have been dealing with somebody who was stuck in the energies of being single, enjoying themselves, or like, I'm told you I'm not ready for a relationship, and really trying to avoid the elephant in the room, which was the fact that you were all in on this. And with the Magician card, they had a way of like, it wasn't what they said, but how they said it to like spin this on you, when in reality it was them that never really wanted to, right? The thing on this is that even after how hard they broke your heart, it's like they can't get you off their mind. So it's nothing like a karmic reward that comes in on this, but the fact that by what they did to you, getting them into a stuck point, now they're unsure of what to do, okay? Their confusion kind of took the better of them on this one. It's like telling you that they weren't ready for a relationship and staying single, but then with the Magician card, they were using that while they were dating other people, right? And then you're like, if you can't make this decision, maybe I'll make it for you. And with the High Priestess, it's like you left the door open, but you're not chasing anymore, right? Because things were going good till the rabbit showed up when you didn't even suspect it. But it was needed here for the 6 of Wands, because if you let them keep doing this, they would continue to avoid it. And it's not that you were enabling them. It's that you loved them and you were trying to let them have the time to figure themselves out. But I'm being told they had to experience this in 2025, where like they touched the stove burner, right? They had to go in this direction and find what was happening in order to respect you more. Like if they kept avoiding the situation or getting over it, then they headed in this direction. Like for some of you guys, maybe they started entertaining other options, or some of you guys, I really feel the vibes, they went back to an ex type of a thing. And it was needed because there was still a karmic lesson that they hadn't finished, right? So even for the 8 or 9% of you that it might energize in this part, that's what's awakening them. Somebody here might even have a Libra moon. Hanged Man to the Queen of Cups on the Emperor. So it's the fact that they like the entitlement got too strong with this one, and they couldn't keep having their cake and eating it too, right? Strong water energy, Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio. Leo and Virgo's here too, though, so it's like kind of all around. And then Gemini energy with Pisces. Some of you guys with that High Priestess, you found the text messages in their phone, and that was the 10 of Swords moment. Yeah, the Page of Wands, the 2 of Wands, and the 3 of Pentacles. So the guardian angels have been guiding them to realize that they made the wrong decision. And with this one here, the emotional maturity being off point on this one is what led to that entitlement, that if they didn't get it their way, they would just go silent, right? And it was like they wouldn't even throw the fit on this. They would just detach from it. They showed no interest. You'd send that whole text message and you'd get a like or an okay. And God couldn't let that keep happening. If it kept going, it would have continued in that direction. They would have kept avoiding the big element here, right? Some of you guys, this went on for a really long time, and you kept going, when do we go to the next step? When do we go to the next level? And they're like, I told you, I'm not sure. It's like, I'll let you know next week. I'll let you know after that. There was always, like with the 7 of Cups energy, like they were a human excuse machine and they ran out of options, right? You called them out on their energetical excuses. It's like that song by Chappelle Roan, right? Let's see. The 3 of Cups, the King of Cups, and right back to the 5 of Pentacles with the Knight of Cups. So this does have an opportunity to cycle back around in the fact that they do have a karmic lessons learned. Yeah, it's good luck, babe. It's cool. You can say that we were nothing, but you know the truth. Exactly. The thing is, behind the scenes on this, they realized what they did behind the scenes talking about you, that you were the one that was on their case, or you were the one that was too intense, or you were the one that couldn't make up your mind. They got to reverse engineer all the stuff that they were avoiding with their lies. It's so much easier to tell the truth and continue to lie about things, because then you don't have to remember the lie to cover it up. The King of Wands to the 3 of Swords. Yeah. The 3 of Swords, they were lying about it. And that's the reason they had to start telling the truth. And I felt that 3 of Swords energy coming on this one, that they know behind the scenes, they knew that they were lying about it. And that King of Cups, that's what activated the self-love journey for them. I like the King of Cups showing up because You were showing up right and healed and ready to go. And it's almost like they brought you back into an unhealed energy for a little bit because they weren't healed. They tried to like slow your progress down. And so they had to disconnect in order to experience the lesson that they're learning in order to come back your way in the Three of Cups. All right. So the neat thing on this is where it's like the entitlement, the bragging, nobody likes a bragger, right? So it's going to humble them to get them to that emotional maturity. You know what I mean? That's the thing. The ego was so big, their bodies and their mouths were writing checks that their souls couldn't cash, right? And so they had to go that way to finish that up. 8 of Cups. They had to walk out of that mindset. So 2026 for them is that it's coming into a vibe that they're putting away that mindset. They're not like it's Jim Carrey, liar, liar. They can't lie anymore. And so that's the reason they've been quiet for so long, because now they have to tell the truth. They're very scared of what it's going to do. But I do see them opening the door up. Okay. It's almost as if I do see a Libra here that you don't talk to them, you don't communicate with them, but one of y'all, you don't have everything blocked, right? Like some of y'all are blocked on the phone, but you're not blocked on social media. Some of you guys just disconnected, but you didn't fully block. You're just doing no contact, right? You're just waiting for the scene where they're in the bathroom and Jim Carrey's like, what are you doing in there? I'm kicking my butt, right? They're doing that in their head, okay? That's why you've been thinking about them or having dreams about them, because they're kind of like, I'd love to see the Judgment card here, that they have finally looked in the mirror and seen that the love was with you all along. The Eat at Home card, right? So worried about their status that they had to mangle the truth to make it happen and then make you feel like you weren't good enough for them, right? But you've grown, and the people only seeing what you can't be versus what potential you have. That's like the energies when others saw the mat, Jesus saw the person. And that's where you've elevated to. All right. As they experience their ego death, you will be levering up. Okay. And they will catch up. The Five of Wands, they're learning their lessons. They're going through it as they speak. And I like it, because in order to make it to that Six of Wands victory that's in the main cards, they have to finish these Five of Wands lessons. Otherwise, the lessons will repeat. So they will be returning back on this one. They've got to complete that, which means it's Two of Pentacles. Actually, this is something that happens within the first 2 months with the World card, so that they can end out that cycle and come your way with the Chariot. I like that. Strong Cancer energy on this. Gemini is here. Pisces, Taurus, Capricorn, Leo. A lot of Gemini, Cancer, Pisces, more. Virgo, Pisces. And there is Scorpio along with some Taurus. Okay? So I do hope that helps. Thanks for letting me read for you. And now, over to you, Frankie.
Alrighty, happy New Year's, UK. All right, let's take a look at Libra. I am looking at my job today is to see who you're bringing into 2026 and whether you should or not, I guess, is how I've been rolling. So let's see your person's energy, the energy around it, the potential, how they see you, and how you see them. All right, so let's see. Ace of Pentacles. All right, good start, Libra. So I'm going to say that this could be the year for some of my singles. The Ace of Pentacles does represent a year's time, right? So we're looking at the whole new year. For some of you, it's a fresh start. This is the golden year. It's also the year one. So if you've been looking for that opportunity, the Ace of Pentacles is here, but it's also an Ace of Pentacles, and it says, I can't hold your hand. You got to do it yourself. You got to get out there. I'll provide, but you have to do the work. You have to push for it. So let's see your person's energy. I am seeing a fresh start energy. So maybe somebody is wanting to take things serious. Look at this, Ace of Swords. So again, same message applies. You're getting the aces, okay? So this is also bringing, clarity and transparency. So somebody being honest with you and being clear about their intentions, all right? That's the most important thing. You have grounded, practical communication. You have real communication, tangible communication, not, obviously you got to prove yourself after this, but we're getting honest intention and saying, let's ground in on something. Let's get this going. So communication with somebody being authentic and wanting to cut the BS out. Now, what's their challenge, or how do they even view this situation? All right. I see the Queen of Cups. So there's really not a challenge here about attraction or feeling. This person has, feels very comfortable around you or does find you very attractive. It's a very strong magnetic energy. Water signs carry that, certain energy that draws people in, and it's mysterious. They don't know why. It's not like a fire sign where why. They're fire, right? So I am seeing though there's love for you, but the challenge might be they feel like they can't read you. All right, you're not. It's not easy. Maybe for you, and I'm saying you for some reason. I'm drawn to the feminine to most. I know there's masculines here and everything. It doesn't matter, but I feel like they're clear about their intentions. They know what they want, but I'm feeling like there's a vulnerability. Somebody afraid to be vulnerable or doesn't know how to process their emotions, doesn't know how to express their emotions, and also maybe they even feel like you're overly emotional. All right. Now, with that being said, this can be reversed, right? With it being their challenge, it could be their challenge. They don't know how to express themselves emotionally. And they also, with the challenge of a Queen of Cups, they become more needy if they have trust issues. If they can't trust you, they will shut down. All right. And same thing probably happening with you. If you can't trust somebody, you're going to become overly needy, or you're going to go in your head and you're going to analyze everything. And that's when you can't make a decision and somebody thinks that you're being flighty. Well, really, it's you're knowing and you're picking up on, there's something you're doing. There's something about you. I can't figure it out yet, but it's because they're blocking their emotions. And if somebody's trying to shut off that emotional body, and you're trying to read them, you're like, what the hell? You're giving off other signs, but so that's the biggest problem here. How do they view you? And I'm seeing the Nine of Swords. So they must know that they're causing you some grief, right? Or they see you dealing with some grief, you feeling worried about something, right? And when you get like this in this energy, right, you give off more of a scattered energy and uncertainty. One minute you might be doing one thing, the next minute you might be doing the other, right? It's because there's a lot of swords going on in the head. You may have been through, several occasions with this person where they have proven to you that you can't trust them. Also, you may have invited this into your life in the past. You just always get screwed, right? Or, you think, you trust somebody, but really what I'm hearing just now is your intuition is knowing. So when you get that first initial instinct, and if you don't follow it because of the people pleasing, phenomenon that most of us have, we just can't, we're all recovering from that. You find yourself ignoring your first initial thought. You always want to give something, you always want to look at things. You always want to, evaluate, give everybody a chance, let's see, let them, but sometimes you're giving people too many chances. But what happens is you ignored your initial truth right out the gate. Even if it was the first second that person said hi, you knew it. All right. And then you just kept going. All right. And that's where, there's just this, now you're stuck in a place of, what's my truth, and now you've been hurt, or now you're afraid to get hurt, or now you just can't trust this person and you're all over the place. Now you're stuck right now. So what do? The Nine of Swords is like, you got to turn that down a little bit and make a decision and, and notice it, be aware of it. All right. I have a feeling I can't trust my person, but is this somebody that I want to keep meddling with? Because if you keep meddling with it, you're trying to find a solution, right? You want to bring balance, you want peace, you want closure. Sometimes we're just never going to get that with anybody. And now you have the, the Nine of Swords and the Ace of Swords here showing up. Like, you got to make a decision. If this is keeping you up at night and like you're blocking somebody else from coming into your life, and you have these aces and you're like looking, you're ready, but you're picking up on trying to pick somebody up that's not, right? You're going backwards here when you're ready to go forward. Or you're not seeing anybody in your field, so you're grabbing for who's familiar, and you keep going back to the snake, right? We're leaving the year of the snake, right? So I'm seeing here though that let's tone it down a little bit. I'm telling you right now, I'm getting in this place today. Let's see how you feel about this person. Three of Pentacles. You really want it to work. All right. But I just got that, maybe you try to keep this person at bay a little bit, because again, you can see the best in this person. You see where things can really work well. but also this is this person, you know, you have a lot in common, but what's missing? Is there something missing, or do you feel like something's missing? Right now, also, this is, you know, you view this person as somebody that has so much potential and you want it to work. You want it to work. So, what does Spirit want you to know? Because I have to clarify that. The three of wands, you know, it's like, are you ready to look forward, ready to move forward? Are you ready to take that step? The three of wands is opening up to the possibilities, you know, letting something play its course and not let a story get in the way. You're stopping it, you're putting the brakes on. But with that said, you know, I already mentioned, if this person is somebody that you know is not going to change, you got to leave them behind. They're not going to. You can't force them to. You know, and that's where the three of wands is saying you got to open up and see what's out there. You know, it's the same message over and over. But I feel like Spirit's like, you know what you want, go after it. And I do feel like your person, remember, your person's showing up as the Ace of Swords. And it looks like your person is already showing you the signs. Your person's clear, you know, with their truth. They're being honest. And if not, they're coming towards you to be more transparent. That doesn't make it easier. Just because somebody comes forward and tells you their truth, it doesn't mean the problem's going to go away, especially if they have a hard time opening up and being honest about their feelings. I do like the Queen of Cups, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio energy here showing up, though. It seems like there's something about this connection that in time, you guys are, you know, figuring, you're helping this person maybe awaken to the thought of, you know, what it feels like to have somebody really care or support for them, because you must support this person. You must really take care of this person. You must come to their aid. You must really feel like, you know, this is, like I said, you see the best in this person. And I don't think anybody has looked at them or helped them or has been there for them in quite some time. You know, maybe they just been isolated for a while, and then all of a sudden Libra comes in, and we're seeing, you know, Libra sees something in me, and maybe that makes them nervous. Libra, maybe they're like, what the hell do you see in me, you know, and why, you know, are you playing games with me? Who knows what the hell is going on here, right? But a Queen of Cups as a challenge can be somebody who has a hard time really opening up in trust issues. All right, so they really have a hard time with that, and you may be triggering them. So let's see, you know, ultimately where this could be headed is the Three of Pentacles and the Three of Wands. So you are seeing 3-3, which is talking about room for growth, being able to move forward. So take a look at what's been going on the past 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days. And if it's been growing, then the next 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 years is going to grow. If it's been going backwards or staying stuck and you've been getting more in your head, it's just going to continue moving forward. All right. And the Ace of Swords is telling me your person's going to show up for you as clear as day. You're going to know, you're going to see, they're being transparent. They're not hiding anything. All right. And you know it already. I have the Nine of Wands for Aries. Now, Aries is looking like they're tired, you know, like they just don't know how to fight this anymore, or fight the connection, or fight life in general, right? There's my Scorpio energy. Life is just so damn friggin' come on, right? But I see an Aries here that doesn't want to give up, but at the same time, it's like we gotta get past something. We gotta do something about this. All right. And now I have a Taurus. Taurus is showing up as the Knight of Pentacles for you. So Taurus is saying, you know, it's slow and steady with me, you know, just kind of let's ease at this. Let's move slowly. I promise. I mean, I can't really promise to you, but I know a lot of Tauruses, and yeah, they don't move at your pace, but once you get them, you know, they're stuck. You know, so make sure you got the right Taurus, because they're not going to go anywhere. It's going to be hard to kick them off your couch once you get them moving in. All right, so I do see things are moving slowly and surely with a Taurus. Gemini, I see 6 of Wands. So you and Gemini, you both have a good attitude about moving forward. It seems like you guys have what it takes to get through whatever it is you're going through. All right, I do see, I like attention. They like your attention. And there's a chance for you guys to find a way forward. Cancer, I see Knight of Swords, and Cancer is, you know, can go either way, but it's unpredictable at times. I do see they could be turning around and rethinking something they said to you. Maybe they do see a purpose in this relationship, and they're like, I need to be honest with you. All right, let's go for this. So it could be a really fast energy coming in with a Cancer. They're like, look, I'm ready. Let's go. Or it can be a bunch of bullshit and battles and arguments, right? So it'll be clear though. A Knight of Swords, they're pretty clear. They don't hold back vocally. All right, Leo, I see 8 of Wands. All right, so we got a great energy with the Leo too as well. Things could really move forward very passionately, very exciting, lots of movement, right? But this is about being honest. It has to be honest. If you're not feeling like you guys can have honest communication and you can go back and forth without one or the other or both losing your shit, this isn't going to go anywhere. It's going to die out. You guys are going to burn the candle or burn at both ends, however you say that. But so it can go either way with you, especially with a Leo. All right, Leo's got some fire, right? So you're playing with fire there. Virgo, I see Virgo keeps getting the King of Cups, right? These cards can't get any more shuffled than I've been shuffling them. Virgo is learning how to release and learning how to love and learning how to open up. And I know it, right? That North Node Pisces, right? It's like, so it looks like this year, your Virgo's going through a lot. You may need to be okay with them backing up a little bit and trying to figure out their emotions. They might, they'll show up for you. They will show up for you. And slowly but surely, it looks as though they will open up to you as well. I mean, it's part of this, learning to love again, right? So I see some maturity happening with a Virgo. And Libra, I'm seeing Chariot card. That screams, let's go. Spirit saying, let's go. Either let's go and let's get on with this because and you need to move on from something. And this is also, let's go. All right, it's time to go. You and your person, the right person. If you're getting that truth and clarity and you know it, all right, it's time. You guys are moving on. So either way, we're seeing some fast energy and you're being pushed for, in the direction of victory. It's like Spirit, universe, God wants to give you what you're screaming for. You're heard. You're being heard. Look at that's so dramatic. Oh my God. All right, I love you guys. Please love me right now. I am being so dramatic. I don't even know if I'm breathing, right? All right, let's see. That was Libra. Yeah, that was Libra. Scorpio. All right. I see the 10 of Wands. Scorpio barely holding on. All right. I'm really holding my shit together, guys. I might look like I am, but there's a lot going on internally. All right. And that's your Scorpio, the 10 of Wands. The good news with this is, you got your Scorpio maybe at mercy, right? Maybe they're going mercy. All right. You win. All right. But can we let the past go? Right. Or, you're dealing with somebody and it's just difficult. It's so heavy. It just seems like you can never really reach the top. Seems like you can never get there with them. Right. So it's going to be, love is love. I can't tell you what to do. You can love the hardest people in the world, but you're signing up for it. And, that's what you get in. But it does, I do feel like eventually Scorpio's got to give in. Right. So maybe I'm being called to say, maybe just give them a little bit more time. They'll finally give in. All right. Sagittarius. I see the 6 of Pentacles. So Sag here, it looks like wants to see where things can go. Sorry, I get it. I haven't been showing up maybe, I'm getting what you need now. So it looks like they're being more attentive to your needs or will be being more attentive to your needs. And so, it's pretty clear what the boundaries are at this point. We're shaking hands and we're getting ready to move forward. Maybe it's friendship or it's starting off as that way, but it does look like you guys are trying to, make it work, right? So let's see, Capricorn, 9 of Cups, right? Capricorn's got nothing but love for you, all right? A lot of love here. Capricorn here is wanting love. They're ready for love, right? Whether or not they're blocking themselves, sometimes the 9 of Cups can be somebody has been so self-absorbed for a while, and they don't know how to open up just yet to another person. That usually happens when we're single. We forget how to invite another person in, but we're wanting love so friggin' bad. We want it so bad, right? But we just don't know how to stop. We don't see ourselves being selfish at times. I've learned this, and that's why I'm saying this. It might not be for everybody, but it's what happens when you're super independent. But I can see a Capricorn is really trying to open up and really does want love in their life. So you may get your wish fulfillment with your Capricorn. Aquarius, I'm seeing 4 cups, right? Not enough. This is where, you know, I see this card and I'm like, it's just not enough. Your Aquarius isn't giving you enough. You're constantly giving the love, and I know you love them and you're wanting it. And you know, the 4 cups, you got this energy. They keep shutting you down. They're shut down. And just because I say that they're shut down, you know, that some people are like, I know, and I love them, and I'm going to be there for them, and I'm going to fix them, and it's going to get better. You can't. It's eventually going to drain your soul being around an energy of somebody who's making you feel unwanted, even if somewhere down below, you know, they want you, right? You can take that however you want, right? And it's like you got to let them figure out where their happiness is, what they want. They've shown up for you very little, and this is all they can give you right now, right? This doesn't mean that in the future, at some point, you can't revisit this, but they've got to figure out why they're so unhappy. Pisces, I see the Wheel of Fortune. So you do have karma with a Pisces. Welcome, you know, I mean, we just got to figure out, you know, we got karma with a lot of people. Got to figure out what the pattern is with your Pisces, right? Or you're going to keep going around the same circle. It's not going to change. It's not going to change. You got to do something different. The lights just went out. Look at that. When I said that, I got to fix my lights. All right.
Check that out. That is like confirmation of a closing of a cycle for you guys. Literally shutting the door on that old mindset. That's epic. Pisces energy gets strong on that one. Whoa. We're still seeing on TikTok, so we're good there. And Libra, I do hope that helps. Thank you guys for being here and letting me and Frankie be your readers in 2025. And we look forward to reading for you in 2026 too. All right. Frankie's camera just died. So you guys get to hang out with me for a little bit. So what up? How's it going, Libra? What you doing, Scorpio? How's it going? All right. All right. So let's see what you guys are up to. All right. We're going to talk amongst the class for a minute. All right. What's up, Jeff? How you doing? Thanks for being here. What's up? All right. Frankie's good. Frankie's getting her camera charged up. Piece of cake. She'll be right back. Frankie's getting the camera charged up. So what are you guys up to? It's what, 7:30 Eastern time. So okay, so we haven't made it to the East Coast yet right now. The New Year's is happening out in the Atlantic Ocean right now. Angel Eyes, good to take that, Sparkles. What? Oh my god. Jeff, oh my gosh, thank you, buddy. You are awesome, dude. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you are awesome. Thank you. Happy 2026 to Frankie. I love it. Thank you guys. Oh my gosh. Okay, Scorpio, this reading is sponsored by Jeff. I love it. Thank you so much for the donations. Frankie and I both appreciate it. You guys are awesome. What do you guys all plans for New Year? What are like, let's talk about some New Year's resolutions for a minute. Any y'all set some New Year's resolutions? That's the problem, Crystal. Frankie was glowing so much that it took all the camera's power. Frankie's like an energetic magnet. She has a habit of doing that stuff. It's cool. 5 of Swords, 10 of Cups. I know, right? What's up, Anway? How you been? Thanks for coming by. Yeah, let's see what we got for some New Year's resolutions. What is everybody thinking about doing? What you want to talk about? Let's manifest it. If you put it down here in the chat, then we can manifest that thing. What's up? How's it going, Yvonne? Thanks for coming by. What up, what up? All right, boom, there she is. What you guys don't know is Frankie actually had to change. She just morphed like the Scorpio that she is. Now she's inside a secret base in Area 51. It's really cool. Tell the aliens we said hi. To have the audacity. I like that, Vanessa. Nice.
I gotta put the lights on too. Hold on.
You got the vibe, Frankie. That's the neat part. See, the after party is actually at Frankie's, not Target.
Yeah, right. I'm going to bed after this.
I mentioned that to Mama T and Melissa earlier. I go, you guys cool if we just say Happy New Year in the morning? I don't know if I might be too old to make it to midnight.
All right, I think I'm together. Sorry about that, guys.
So meanwhile, since we got Aisha over here back at the ranch, we did get confirmation that 3 of Cups I pulled earlier is accurate. Aisha is Mrs. Aisha now. Congratulations, Aisha. Starting the new year off with a ring on your finger. We are so happy and proud for you. You're our domino. You're our domino. So 2026 is a year of unions for everybody. I like the vibes. We're going to have a lot of married couples when we get to December of 2026. Angel Eyes is ringing in the new year. What are we doing? New Year here. Oh, yeah. I dig it. That's me and Frankie. We're your Ryan and Rita. We got you guys covered. We already did the first New Year for you, okay? All right, Donna's doing meditating, manifesting. I like that. Susie, that's your New Year's resolution, to not make New Year's resolutions. I dig it. And guess what? Out of all of us, Susie's the one that's actually going to keep them. Susie will follow through with it. I like that. It's like at Lent, when I'm like, okay, for Lent, I'm giving up stuff for Lent. I dig that. Oh, yeah. Queen Tiki, totally. More rings to come. It's that whole domino theory, because we're all on the same soulmate cycles. We're all water seeks its own level. So I'm digging this. Donna, you're in that game. It's going to be cool. So congratulations, Aisha. And actually, God above, we do ask you to bless the marriage, bless the union, see them through the troubling, tough times, and see them to a long, prosperous, abundant relationship with a lot of kids, a lot of babies, a lot of practice making babies. That's really? You're letting me say that in a prayer? Okay. Please and thank you. Amen. All right. Congratulations. That's awesomeness. All right. You guys ready to do this? Stop self-limiting beliefs. Thank you, Vanessa. I knew there was more to that message. It scrolled so fast. All right. Let's dig into Scorpio. You guys ready? There we go. Thank you guys for being here too. Love and appreciate you for this. Happy New Year, everybody. All right. So let's get it forward. I got a request for the shadow deck for Scorpio, and let's dig in, because you know I'm not giving up your poem for, that's not my New Year's resolution. We're keeping that. All right. So Scorpio, we're going to keep you at 3/28/44 for a timestamp. So what's up, Scorpio? How you doing? Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for letting me and Frankie be your readers in 2025. And we look forward to reading for you in 2026. If you want to book a personal reading with either me or Frankie, or you want to check out everything our channels have to offer, the links are in the description box. Also by scanning this QR code here on the screen. And it's pinned in both of our bios on TikTok. All right. So think about your person, and God, tap me in, tune me into Scorpio's energy, please. Give me everything you got for Scorpio. What do we have for Scorpio? Here we go. Scorpio. Hold on. I forgot to unmute TikTok. Oh, mic malfunction. Take two. No edits. Okay. Scorpio. Wherefore art thou, Scorpio? 'Tis the east, and Scorpio is the sun. Would a Scorpio by any other name still be just as sweet? Totally. All right, let's do it. Here we go. 2 shuffles. 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the super successful and yet still sexy Scorpios. Frankie's a Scorpio. Look how much she's glowing right now. You know you all are GQ sign in the house. Let's go. Over energy is the 5 of Pentacles. I don't know. I just heard never again. Now, I'm not saying the person to this, but I got a feeling, Scorpio, that your cutoff game is really good right now. That 5 of Pentacles, I'm literally seeing this. See? I'm literally seeing a Scorpio. It's like, I know exactly what I'm doing with this 5 of Pentacles. Hi, Juju. What's up? Spinny hugs, cowboy hat emoji, Juju. The Moon card. Okay. But behind the scenes with the 2 of Pentacles and the 10 of Swords, you almost have a little bit of doubt on yourself. Like, the thing about being tired of this person condemning you more times than not without even knowing you, I think that even though you might be doubting the decision you made with the 2 of Pentacles and the 10 of Swords, it had to happen. It had to happen that way. It's like, stand beside yourself, because you did make the right choice, even though they have a good way of making you doubt yourself. All right, so let's see what's up. Here we go. The Queen of Swords, Abigail the Peacemaker. Yep, your intuition's right. They are going to try again. The Knight of Wands, the 9 of Wands. Whoa, say that one 3 times fast. The 8 of Swords, the Justice card. Ooh, some of you guys could be Scorpio, Libra cuspers. Knight of Swords into the 6. That's a lot of swords. Oh my gosh. Is that why you guys can't sleep right anymore? They can't get you off their mind. You're not living in their head rent-free anymore. Basically, you own the mineral rights to the property. This is like, you had a bigger effect on them than you know. No wonder the doubt energy is traveling between the 2 of you guys telepathically. That's why you're doubting yourself. But their stubbornness is still getting in the way of this with the 9 of Wands. Think about the book of Job. What happened? Well, Job was in there being like, I need proof. I need to see things. What happened? Angels came to them in their dreams, right? In the Bible, they didn't have big words yet like intuition and telepathy. So it was just always about dreams, right? You activated your person's spiritual awakening, like the catalyst vibe. No wonder why it's taken so long. And with the 8 of Swords, they're still resisting, right? The vibes on this one is that they had to leave behind a stubborn energy in 2025 because they could not keep judging and just assuming they knew everything. Especially those of you that at one point they looked at you and they're like, well, I'm psychic too, you know. It's like, no, don't expect me to read minds if you don't tell me what to do, and then get mad at me for not knowing what you were thinking. Because they kept doing that to you. It was like you were supposed to know what to do or how to think or how to behave, and it's cast that doubt on you from the fact of them judging you. And it was projecting the whole time, right? They had to get out of that projection stage because, like, they would accuse you for this. Okay, this is like specific examples. For those of you, they accuse you of cheating on them. Then you found out they were talking to somebody, or they're accusing you of like, you got to cut back on like going and getting your coffee all the time. And then you come to find out it's because they're spending money on the credit card online, right? It's only $10 more a month, right? No, but you stopped getting your coffee. And 2025, you've sacrificed enough. Yup. Temperance card on the King of Swords. On a side note, for those of you that they have actually filed for a separation or filed for a divorce, that's one of the energies too. I'm being told it's never going to happen. Okay? They're going to flake out on this thing. It's the whole reason it's all getting messed up anyways, because they really don't want to do it. And that's why they're fumbling with their words and on the verge of a crash out, because they keep resisting, and the energies are, you can't stop the planets from spinning. You can't stop these level ups from happening. Sometimes you may have to go through a couple Saturn returns, right? This person might not have changed when they hit 27. They were like, nope, I'm still going to be young and have fun. Then they hit their 40 mark and they don't change again, right? You go through those 3 Saturn returns. Now, the 10 of Pentacles shows that even for those of you that there had to be a change of location or a change of venue in this one, it's still something long-term. Some of you guys, as a result of this, either got thrown out, left on the curb. I even see for a few of you guys that energy of like when their temper flared and they tossed your stuff out. And it's like not happening no more. For some of you guys, you were at this justice card on like a first name with the local authorities because of them, or somebody might even work in law enforcement. Mad props to those that resonates. I give law enforcement officers a lot of props. Those men and women go up against a lot of crazy stuff. Very many thank yous for those of you that that part resonates. But tell me more on the 8 of Swords to the Justice on the 6 of Swords, because this is the part where you have taken over their brain. The Queen of Cups. It's it's the oldest overused hyperbole in the world. Remember when they said, well, I love you, but I don't know if I'm in love with you. I'm not sure what. I got chills on this part. Page of Wands. They figured out you're what they want. You became the one that got away. And 5 of Wands, lessons learned. Cross watchers, earmuffs. You're doing good, Scorpio, because I'm being told for about 55% of you here, this is Dr. Evil vibes. And the best part of your plan is no one can stop you. Shh. You're doing really good and mysterious with that 5 of Wands. You're teaching them a really good lesson. They're starting to stress out, freak out, and crash out on their side. Not train derailment in reality or a whole, and whatever. It's a metaphor. Anyways, hey, cross watchers, what up? Scorpio misses you. Okay. There's a lesson that is being taught to your person. I'm being told it's being done digitally because with all this sword energy, they're totally digitally stalking your social media, and they literally think every post you make's about them, okay? They've been stalking you since you guys stopped talking. Digital social media here. And even you're like, Archer, wait a second. Every occasionally a post pops up and I'm like, I'm sharing that because it does make me think. No, they think every single post is about you. Oh my God, this person, 5 of Wands. Are you dealing with somebody who thinks the universe revolves around them? Because Copernicus proved it ages ago. It was the sun. Everything revolves around the sun, not your person. Their ego got so big they couldn't fit their head through a 36-inch door opening. They had to go through an ego pop. And I'm being told your stinger popped the balloon really well. Page of Swords, 6 of Pentacles. And here's the thing. The stuff that they're digitally stalking about, they don't realize what it's doing is it's causing them to, it's killing their ego. They're dying a very long Wilhelm scream, ego death. That actually, for those of you that there is a little bit of liquid encouragement involved, I actually get to tell you it's a New Year's text. This is one of those of Scorpio, I found the meaning of life and it's you. For the rest of you, it's pressure that's getting put on them, okay? Because I want to let you know with all this sword energy, the anxiety is not on your side of the fence. You're feeling their anxiety. Your anxiety, honestly, is probably at about a 3, but because of how much they're in their head about you, whatever you do online, and you're not even doing it intentionally, but it's working. I love you, Scorpio. The Two of Wands, oh, it's working because they're grappling with the fact that they made the wrong choice. And the fact that they keep running their head into a brick wall with the Six of Cups is what's causing them to nostalgically reflect back and realize, uh-oh, this is what happened. All right. What I'm seeing with the Page of Swords, the Six of Pentacles, this person's a product of their upbringing in that it's a bit of a glass child syndrome. They had to fight for attention because they never got it. And because of that, that's why they went in the direction. It worked when they were a kid. So they kept going because everybody else kind of put up with them. They dealt with some enablers in their life. Yes, men, yes, women. You were the first one that stopped them, right? That's why their game didn't work on you and you knew what was going on, right? They figured that out, Page of Swords, and you activated them to do the shadow work and stop being obsessed about you when they're trying to say that you're the one obsessed about them, right? I think the people around them know that they project. Okay, this person's done this their whole life. They got a track record. They got a rap sheet, right? In the fact that Scorpio does this, this, and this, right? And they're the people are they do it with their coworkers. 8 of Pentacles. Some of you guys might have worked together, but that's the thing that's been going on in the silence. Where like Scorpio did this, this, and this, and the people around him are like, really? If you had the way to talk to their exes before you came into their life, you'd find out you guys had all been through the same stuff. And all the stuff that they accused those exes of. Remember when they gave you the crazy talk? Oh, yeah, my exes are all crazy. And then you meet them, talk to them, and they're like, oh, no, actually, they were the crazy one, right? This is that humbling that comes through on this with the Six of Pentacles to find the proper balance. Especially those of you that they used you for the money, the status, or the clout, where you got to the point you had to hide your purse, hide your wallet, right? They were so worried about keeping up with the Joneses that they never focused on doing the shadow work. They had no problem telling you what to do, telling everybody else what to do, and nobody's listening to them anymore. That's why they're stuck looking online at you. And you're like, for those of you that are like, Archer, I don't do social media. That's a little out of my realm. All this is, they've gone online and Googled your name a couple times just to be like, let's see what's up, right? The thing on that comes in on this one, they met their match with you because they tried to do the same thing that had worked for them for ages, and you knew what they were up to. It's almost like when they were doing this stuff, you quietly behind the scenes were like, oh, bless their heart. I used to be like this when I was about 10 years ago, right? Oh, they're acting like I acted in college, right? Because while everybody else was wearing their Frankie Says Relax t-shirts, they were too busy focused on themselves. Frankie Says Relax t-shirt. Frankie, you're in my head again. But this is how they learn the lesson because you're in their head, Scorpio, okay? And that's the direction that as we go into 2026, they have to let go of the energies that they've brought with them into 2025 because it's just last cycle. As the earth collectively elevates, they have to go along with the ride because the whole planet's moving, right? They may resist it a little longer, but the Five of Wands, they will learn their lessons and they are working on elevating with the Eight of Cups. Whoa, repeating eights. Or some of you guys could be life path 8 or born on the 8th, you were them. But all these 8s just came out. 8 of Pentacles, 8 of Cups, 8 of Wands. 888 is the number of abundance. So if you guys are seeing repeating 8s starting to show up, that shows abundance for you in the year 2026. And it's a bit of abundance in love. A very genuine, humbled apology. For 2 to 3% of you guys who have been single for a long time, this is somebody at that 6 of Cups that things never got off the ground when you guys were like way younger, the high school crush, the college crush, that reaches back out because you're like, never again, Archer. The energies you were just tapping, no thank you. For those of you that said that, that's this person that like sends you your high school reunion letter in the mail and also wants to like date to marry. Okay? So I hope that helps. I love you, Scorpio. And Frankie, over to you.
All righty. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Right? Let's go. I'm all of it. I'm even a Rising right now in Progress. I have too much Scorpio. All right. We are taking a look at who is coming with us into 2026 and who are we leaving behind, right? And it's going to be determined by, obviously, the person I'm going to pick up on right now, whether they're willing to put in and, move forward with you. So let's take a look. All right, we have the Page of Swords. He was just talking about somebody keeping tabs on you, somebody watching you, somebody, you know, observing you, somebody getting ready to speak out to you, somebody who wants to talk to you. I have the Ten of Swords. So obviously somebody is feeling a lot of stress behind the scenes, right? Maybe a choice was made, they said something, they overreacted, they feel you pulling your energy away. All right, they can't read you, and that's the glory of a Scorpio is they can't read you, so they project onto you. All right, so I am seeing that you got somebody up in their head questioning everything and wondering, wanting to know what the hell's going on, right? And should I reach out, or should I let Scorpio reach out? So let's take a look at your person's energy and their challenge, and look at this 10 of Wands. So I have a 10 of Wands and I have a Queen of Pentacles. So you have somebody who's normally pretty calm and cool, but there's something about you that is making them feel not so grounded. All right. And maybe you're showing up. There is a Queen of Pentacles here. It's a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. Maybe they feel like they can't meet your expectations or your standards, or they just move at a different pace than you do. And it could be somebody that's just really overthinking. This is somebody that may also come across as cool and chill, but really has the 10 of Wands going on within. So your person is not letting you know that they're really barely hanging on there. All right, but the Queen of Pentacles isn't going to wear it. They're not going to express it to you right away. They're going to try and keep it to themselves and act like, I can handle my biz. I can do what I want. I don't need any help from anybody. So you do have somebody who's really independent and is trying their hardest to hold back and not act like they need you or care about you. So it kind of feels like something you were just picking up on. So I don't know where this is going over here, but let's see how they view you. The Four of Pentacles, you really did pull back your energy. You're really guarded there with this energy, that Four of Pentacles. It's like, what's mine's mine, and I'm not opening up and I ain't sharing, right? So, maybe you've tried you before and you got your hand bit, right? So this is really where you're very slow to, give somebody more of you, right? You're very cautious with this energy. Right. And so this is also, spirits just told me being very just protective of yourself. Why not? That's one of your qualities. If you will open up so, and forgive and so social. But if somebody keeps burning you, it's just you shut down. You are going to protective mode. And I can't read that from here. All right. So let's see how you view this person. All right. I'm seeing Eight of Pentacles. You think this person is avoiding you, and you may call them avoidant. I seem to be hitting those in my readings lately. It's probably because a lot of us are dealing with whether or not we're going to keep trying to get an avoidance attention, or are we going to finally move on and say, screw it? You know what I mean? They got to deal with their own shit. Right. But the Eight of Pentacles, you just feel like this person's attention is always elsewhere and it's not on you, or they're acting like they're not interested. Right. So it really, I feel like the thing is that, somebody wants to give you attention, somebody wants to talk to you, but they can't quite figure out where you're really at. And if both of you are kind of giving off, if you're giving off this energy of the Four of Pentacles, like you just don't want to do it again. I'm not doing it again. I learned my lesson. I'm not investing in this anymore. Right. But the thing is, though, is I know you are. Right. So I can see that because the Four of Pentacles, you still have your hands that you still are invested. You're invested more than maybe you want to admit. Right. You're really holding on and hoping that this person will step up and will let you in. Right. Will they work with you? Will they commit to you? Will they meet your frequency? Whatever. Right, so you are still holding, and you're one of those signs that will hold on for a long time, but you're definitely not giving off the vibe like you're gonna jump in at any time, right? So let's see what Spirit wants you to know. The Five of Swords. This is really a no-win situation that I'm picking up in. unfortunately, it feels like somebody's got a cave. You go back and forth. It's like maybe you both are pointing fingers at each other. You're blaming this person, and this person's blaming you. Maybe you've gone through a lot. Like I said, the 10 of Wands and the 4 of Pentacles. This person, it's like they're going to try. They're going to try and hold it together and stay, pride gets in the way at times, right? But the fact that the two of you are still linked to each other, and neither of you really want to let go, so it could be another fixed energy. It's like eventually something's going to give. But what's happening is right now is you both are lying to each other. You both are, and then there's this, maybe even trust issues, right? Are they deceiving me? Why are they saying this? Or, you just can't seem to win an argument with this person, or you feel like sometimes you're over explaining yourself, or you're just trying to make peace, you're trying to make it work, but it never seems to go anywhere. You never seem to get to that 6 of Swords where, it feels like we've resolved anything. So what I'm seeing here is you may be deciding right now, the 10 of Wands, maybe this person is feeling like, it's time to give up. I can't get Scorpio to open up, or they know that they've already hurt you so much that they know that you won't let go of the past, because you tend to hold on to grudges too. And the 4 of Pentacles can be you have a grudge with this person. Your person could be very selfish. I see, the challenge, the Queen of Pentacles. That can be somebody who's very stubborn, very prideful, very selfish, and they very insecure, or you make them insecure. You make them feel insecure. So that is why they get harder. They get harder and they get more distant, right? And then there's some, gaslighting going on there, or some, blaming or pointing fingers at one another. And so I don't know, the 10 of Wands, this is hard. This is like an uphill battle with this person, it seems, but you don't want to let go of it. All right. And I'm seeing the 9 of Cups, so you get what you wish for. That's what I'm getting for you, Scorpio. If you're still going to hang on this and you have faith, right? I have faith in you. The Eight of Pentacles is showing up, and it seems like, you want it to work so bad. And if this person, has to do some work, though, has to put forth the work. You can't be the one putting in any more work. So you being the 4 of Pentacles is telling me that you already know this. You want emotional security. You don't want any more games. And when you feel emotionally secure with this person, or with, they're not lying to you anymore, or playing games with you anymore, or blaming you for shit anymore, it seems like, that's when you'll open up. And that's just how you work. You can't force yourself to open up. It has to be a natural thing. And I'm seeing the 9 of Cups, though. This is you, feeling pretty satisfied or happy with whatever outcome happens, right? I will say your person's feeling the stress. I will say this isn't easy for them. They may have won the fight. They may have said something. They may have lied. And definitely they are feeling it. They know it. You can't run from you can't run from your shit. You can't. And you can hate on people, and you can project, and you can do all that. But, you got your own life to live, and you'll figure it out eventually. But I do have the 9 of Cups here, Scorpio. So whatever you're doing, it looks like you're getting what it is you want. You're feeling happier and fulfilled. So going into 2026 with that. Let me see Aries through Pisces and see any additional message. So your Aries, it looks like as we're moving forward with your Aries, the 7 of Pentacles, they're definitely contemplating. Like, I don't like going down rabbit holes and trying to figure out what the hell this deceit or whatever it was. You all have all kinds of stuff going on. So whatever it is, that's why you're here. I am seeing in Aries, the 7 of Pentacles, it's telling me that Aries is like, something, we're invested in this. And I know that there's I can see you in my future. I know we can make this work. So there's a roadblock here, but one that you guys can find, another route around. You've got them thinking and reviewing and thinking about where things can go with you as well. So you may be making some future plans moving into 2026 with an Aries. Taurus, I see the Temperance card. All right. So this is one of these, you guys are opposites. You got to make it work. It's got to be, a balance, right, with this card. But if you feel like you're doing all the work, or they feel like they're doing all the work, you're never going to find that equilibrium. It's always going to feel like, something's off. And then you end up focusing all your energy, and it drains your energy. Right. And this is where, we gotta take a step back and try and figure out where are we going wrong here, because the Temperance card says you guys have the skill, you have it, you have the ability to find some sort of balance and you know, with energy. It's an energetic thing. So if somebody's not given, you know, or can't give, you know, you just kind of play the percentage game, you know, whatever they can give, whatever you can give, but you both have to feel like you're being satisfied. All right, so I am seeing ability to heal. Maybe you're moving towards healing, and it's just letting things unfold. So it's too soon to tell, you know. So Gemini, I see the Page of Cups. Nice. I see a new beginning, energy coming in with the Gemini. It feels like you've got them in their feelings. They feel connected with you. They feel like they can start to open up around you. Maybe in 2026, you're noticing that your Gemini is starting to vocalize their feelings. We have Cancer. I see the Page of Wands. So Cancer, all fun here. I see, you know, I want to have fun. I want to flirt, you know. This is infatuation, not love, but it starts somewhere, right? So it looks like you could be starting, and maybe for some of you, it's a new Cancer. Who knows, right? But these pages can bring new people in. And I am seeing somebody that wants to be playful. But if this is your Cancer that's been showing up for you as a page for a long time and you're wanting them to grow up, it doesn't look like they're changing much. Leo, the Lovers card. So I am seeing an attraction between you and a Leo. There is a bond there, right? So something's going to bring you together, you know, but this isn't this kind of card here. It's like we've got to choose how we're going to move forward. We got to choose if we're going to let go of the past. We're going to choose if we're going to let love in, you know, and maybe there's another lover, you know, so we got to figure out, we got to make choices. I do see the Lovers card with you and Leo, so it tells me your hearts are loyal, and you know you'll figure it out if you can. That's the only way I can see that. Virgo, I have the Devil card, so there's a lot of triggering going on with you and a Virgo, and this could be because you know one of you has a strong attachment to the other, or you both, or somebody has an addiction. You definitely trigger each other, and if neither of you or they won't face their shadows, right? It's going to be hard to heal this connection. This Devil says that we have the possibility, we can. We definitely are attached. They're going to keep showing up for you with this Devil energy because you know you want it, you desire it, you're going to get it. They desire you, you're going to get it. But are you going to get the healthy version? That's where we decide, you know, how far we're going to go. Libra, I see the Seven of Cups. So I'm seeing Libra here, seeing possibilities here, but I also get that, you know, all right, I see we got feelings. You talk to me, you tell me you love me, or you tell me you're into me, all this other stuff. But it seems like we keep going around in circles too. It's like I want to make this serious. Are we gonna move on and move on together, or are we gonna move on because I'm not gonna be an option? So there is that question here with a Libra, and they may be feeling questionable about you too as well. Like, are they just an option for you? So we need to make some sort of decision. You may be finding that you are making a decision regarding a Libra in 2026. Scorpio, look at you, you know, Queen of Wands, right? You're looking good. You must be, you know, on your game. You've got a strong fire energy about you. You are in your power. All right. This is, you know, saying, you know, you gotta be confident, you know, focus on your vision and attract in, you know, what it is you really want, right? So you do have this manifestation power here showing up for you, and you are drawing somebody closer to you. But this here also attracts, you know, you get, you're attracting people maybe for the right reasons, maybe for the wrong reasons. You have a way about you, but it looks like you and Scorpio are finding a way, you know, you're both drawn to each other. Sagittarius, I'm seeing the Five of Cups, so there's still some I can't let go of shit, you know. And I know maybe you're probably like, you got to, you know, why can't you? Or you know, I want you to, or maybe they hurt you and they can't. I don't know what it is, but sometimes the Five of Cups is somebody's still grieving, and they have to figure out, they have to turn themselves around. They're not going to be able to see that you can't force somebody to let go of something. You can't force somebody to give you what they don't have. And it seems like your Sagittarius is still in this energy of, you know, whether they feel abandoned or they disappointed you or themselves. And it looks like, you know, I missed you, I think about you, but I still have some healing to do. Capricorn, I'm seeing Five of Pentacles, same kind of idea, same kind of deal. You guys keep each other at a distance. Both of you probably afraid to get hurt. You know, I don't want to get rejected. I've been rejected. You know, I keep rejecting you and I still want you, but I really, you know, maybe I don't want anything, you know, too serious. Who knows what it is, but Capricorn and you have some shit you got to work through. This doesn't mean it's over. It just means that you guys are really triggering each other, and there's some challenges here. We have Aquarius. We see moving forward with an Aquarius. You have a 2 of Pentacles, right? So we don't have all the answers yet, right? We just got to try and work with one another. If we can give each other space, or we can try and, just take it one step at a time, one little win at a time. It looks like you and Aquarius could be making plans, going into the new year. And Pisces, I'm seeing 8 of Wands. So you and Pisces, it's all about communication, honest communication, or it's going to turn into arguments, right? If one can't handle the truth, right? Or we both get triggered and we start going back and forth. If we can have honest communication, and you feel like, the most important part is that you feel like you're getting what you want. Because if your person's not going to give it to you, that's a block you can't control, right? So, but I am seeing with the Pisces, there's a possibility, a chance to go flying colors, and changing the energy between you and a Pisces. All right, I love you.
Awesome. Thank you, Frankie and Scorpio. Thank you guys for letting us be your readers in 2025, and we look forward to reading for you in 2026. So you just keep on leveling up, and we'll keep you posted. All right. If you'd like to book a reading with us or to check out everything we have to offer, just scan the QR code. Check out the links that are in the description boxes on both mine and Frankie's videos, and pinned in our TikTok bios. All right. So see you next year, Scorpio. Bye. All right. Next up, on to Sagittarius. Frankie, you are resonating big time. I'm loving the comments. You guys are awesome for that. Every tarot reader gets on here, we all get a little nervous, wonder if we're connecting and stuff like that. So the confirmations mean the world to us. All right. Everybody needs a little turbo boost from time to time. So you guys being here and being a part of this is just awesome for us. We love it. Thank you for being here with us in 25. Can't wait to get 26. It's 8:04, so somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, it's now 2026. So another happy new year. It's approaching the Americas. All right. Hang tight, Americas, because it's almost over. I swear, you watch with the way that people are programmed and the way they've been watching stuff on TV and things. As soon as the mindset changes to 2026, like 6 of Pentacles, 6 of Cups, 6 of Wands, 6 of Swords, different perspectives, thinking outside the box. Watch how things change going into the new year. It's going to be so awesome coming out of that 9s and into the 1s. All right. Hype and like the reading and like it for you guys. Tapping the screens. We are over 137,000 likes on TikTok. You guys are beyond amazing. I keep having to write on the notepads that I'm using the notepad to talk to TikTok until I figure out how to put a keyboard on the phone. So that it was just, as soon as you pulled that Page of Swords, I started giggling on this side with the mic muted. I'm like, I said you were in my head, Frankie. All right. I've got the Rockstar deck out for Sagittarius. You guys ready for this, Sag? You ready for your final reading of 2025? Let's get this year over with already. Right? All right. All right, Sagittarius, you are going to be, oh, nice. We crossed into the 4-hour mark. I like it. Sag, you get 412. What's up, Sagittarius? How are you doing? Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for being a part of the families with us in 2025, both mine and Frankie's channels, and we look forward to reading for you in 2026. All right. Definitely, if you'd like to book a reading with either of us or check out everything our channels has to offer, all you got to do is scan the QR codes or check out the links in both of our description boxes, and everything is pinned in our bios on TikTok too. And TikTok, thank you guys for being part of the family too. Jenna, your loves and support on this is awesome. Donna, I'm totally giggling at the whole Love Island conversation. All right, Sagittarius. Think about your person, and God, tap me into, is your situation like your relationship like an episode of Love Island? JMM, thanks for the subscriptions. You guys are awesome. Love you guys. All right, Sagittarius, let's get going. Let's do this to us. I love reading for you because, as you know, it's why I'm Archer. I've been affectionately called the Sag Whisperer, and I'm rather quite proud of that. Let everybody else think you're Sagittarius. We don't need them anyways. All right, think about your person. Let's see what's going on in the new year for you guys. All right, God, tap me into Sagittarius's energy. And let's see. Why do I hear the Love Boat theme? Love it. I hear the Love Boat theme, but it's been overdubbed over Titanic. Well, that turns it into a rom-com. Anyway, wow. Okay, let's go. Give me 2 shuffles. Is this where we begin? 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the super successful yet still sassy Sagittarius. the only sign deserving of 5 syllables. Let's go. Over energy is the 9 of Pentacles. Why do I pull single status? It's almost feeling like you're like, Archer, it's thank you for trying to boost me up a little bit, but I've been single forever. I don't think there's anything left out there. So I got to see what's going on this, because I'm being told that that's not the direction. Yeah, the 2 of Cups, it's not. 5 of Swords, the 9 of Wands with the Queen of Pentacles. There's something coming back together to enter into a state of emotional stability, okay? Let me find out, because right out of the gate, I'm being told, don't just start assuming off of these 4 cards, Archer, that if I asked you personally, you would look at me and go, Archer, it's complicated. I got you. So let's find out what's up. It's almost like you're at the point where you're like, maybe staying single is just safer. I just am going to worry about like getting my money, my stability and everything in check. Just keep my nose clean and keep it to the grindstone and do me. And God's like, sorry, Sag, there's still love coming in for you. There's been stuff going on behind the scenes. Okay. So let's see what we've got going on. Here we go. All right. We have the 10 of Wands. Sag, you're burnt out. You're like, Archer, I've waited for all this to happen in 2025, in 2024, in 2023. And I'm almost to the point that with the 10 of Wands, I don't even care about the new year anymore. I'm just going to do me right now. The 2 of Swords, because you've been tested beyond the point with the King of Cups. What I'm seeing on this one, though, in 2025 is you've come to a conclusion of a test, okay? Because you're getting to the point that you need a break. You need a pause, right? And some of you guys have been going for so long that a small Tower, 10 of Wands Tower moment comes in. Maybe like you get like stomach ache or you get nauseous or something requires you to call off of work for a day, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, I don't understand. It's like God being like, Sag, sorry, we had to slow you down a little bit because you're tired, but you still keep going, right? 2026 becomes a year of a little bit of rest for you. It's the work that you've put in with the King of Cups and what you've been going through lately is that last great test on the 2 of Swords. Because some of you guys have maybe even dealt with some people that have been judging you for like a condition or an ailment you have. And so you feel like you have to just keep going and going and going in order to like prove yourself. Like maybe some of you guys, like you suffer from anxiety or you suffer from like the I can'ts, right? It's a little bit of that doubt that's been built up by what's been going on around you. That might even leave you feeling bits of imposter syndrome. Like, why does everything work out for everybody else? I'm trying to stay good. I'm trying to be nice, trying to do the right thing with the King of Cups. But it always seems like it never happens. And it's got me frustrated with the 10 of Wands. The thing about this is, you're in a timeline as we're going through this awakening and we're ending 2025 in the year of the 9s, the closures, the completions in the mindsets. It's allowing you to clear that and go forward. Because I'm being told that this all was a catalyst start because you found out that they were lying. You caught them in a lie. And it's almost like with that 10 of Pentacles to the Page of Pentacles, maybe some of you guys had to move or relocate as this, or somebody may work in real estate or property management because the 10 of Pentacles is that. But I'm being told that this is something about your guys' 10-year plan. Some of you guys might even be noticing repeating 10s, 10, 10 and all that stalking you, or you or your person are born on the 10th or a life path. 10 of Wands into the 10 of Pentacles with that Page of Pentacles does say that they've been doing the work on this, okay? The Page of Pentacles, even though it talks about messages, what I'm being told on it, it's more about like teaching the teachers. In the biblical tarot, it's Priscilla teaching the teachers, right? Name Priscilla might even resonate. But this is what I'm seeing on that is that it's more about like teaching each other the lessons that with what you've gone through. Here's what I'm feeling. Just let me know if I'm right on this, Sag. Because I'm feeling like you busted this person in a lie. But then I got the 2 of Swords popping up. That tells me that this person's not your forever person. Like you went and experienced a lesson. And with what you learned from this person, once you caught them in the lie, it disconnected. And it's causing somebody from further back in the past to come back in. There's somebody that's truly on your mind that you guys went your separate ways. And believe it or not, you both with the Lovers card have been dealing with the same lessons. I really feel like the true person on your mind in 2026 is somebody from like a relationship or 2 ago, because it gets into the vibes that you guys went your separate ways. You both have been doing the same thing and like tried stuff with new people in order to learn more lessons, to come back together and better yourselves and better the connection, right? Because the 10s do talk about completions. And with the 10 of Pentacles, I get a very unique message off of this, Sag. In the fact that like they were standing there digging their heels into the mud, trying to resist like change. and you busted them in the lie. And it reflected and it brought back a past trauma from the person that is doing the work to come back in. Because it's kind of like you might have gotten to this 9 of Pentacles stage because of the test you went through. You're like, in reality, my real person and I are never going to work out. So I just tried to move on and it's not working out for me. In reality, you guys are still mirroring with the repeating 2s and the repeating 10s, which means, yep, they might have done the same thing too, but it never works out for you guys because it's slowly drawing you back together like energetical magnets. Mark 4. Mark 4. I have a message for you, Sagittarius, for the new year. Give me the shadow deck. And I'm not channeling somebody that's passed on or anything. I'm like, okay, I got chills. This is from God. Straight up. 2 of Cups, repeating 2s. The Lovers is back. 7 of Swords. 2 of Pentacles, repeating 2s. 2, 2, 2. God is saying to me, Sagittarius, do you remember when you said, and I quote, I just want a whole new life. I'm going to move. I'm going to relocate. I'm changing it up. I'm doing me. I want a whole new life. God's like, that's what results in all these 2 of Swords, great tests and the great decisions that's coming through, because God's like, you asked for a whole new life, right? So we're giving it to you. And the changes can be very awkward, very frustrating, and what builds that anxiety, what builds that depression and creates the doubts, right? Especially for those of you seeing 222 everywhere. God is letting you know that your request is being granted. And what I've noticed for the fire signs, Leo especially, but you're right behind Leo, and then Aries is right behind you, is that you guys in 2026, the fire signs are going through glow-ups. The rewards for what you've been through in 2025 and before are finally coming to a completion this evening on the year of the 9s, so that you have that new fresh start going forward. In other words, you guys have both finished and learned the lessons, okay? So the big changes that are coming in are leading you guys back together. You had to go apart and learn these lessons, okay? The age difference was a factor, and the immaturity was a big factor, right? Some of you guys, you were the younger one, and yet you were the more mature one, right? And so this whole big change was needed in order to get them ready for you. It's like when a woman of valor meets a man of God, but they're not quite ready yet. And they have to meet and go through the 2s, which the 2s are the stage of mirroring. When you guys become each other's mirrors and all of your insecurities, all of your anxieties, all of your faults come out as projections. Then you go into your separation phase, you learn your lessons, come back together to try and repeat the cycle. And you actually did give this person many chances before. No wonder you had to cut them out and move on, but it's almost as if you didn't want to have to do it. They just wouldn't give you a chance. The 10 of Swords, another 10. The Queen of Pentacles and the Tower card, which is why the Tower happened. Because in the King of Wands, this person could not keep stringing you along like an option, right? And that's why you got to that point that you're tired, you're burnt out. Some of you guys, even over the course of 2025, has translated into physical hurt. Your legs hurt, your ankles, headaches, stomach aches, actual health issues. Some of you guys, this is your twin flame returning. After having gone with the 3 of Wands your separate ways, you're drawing each other back in with the High Priestess in 2026 with that Strength card. You've come so far over the years. Don't give up now. It's so close, right? Maybe nobody else supports you around you. And you're like, there's a million other people there's no way my person still thinks about me. There's a million other people out there. There's people hotter than me. There's people that make more money than me. They don't even think about me. The thing is, neither of you guys ever stopped thinking about each other the entire time, okay? That's why both of you guys keep judging the new people that you tried to get involved with. You keep judging them on your twin flame because it's like if they had only had their act together, I wouldn't be going through all this right now. We'd have stayed together and been together. That's what's energetically drawing them back in. With all those 10s, it's confirmation you both have completed your cycles in 2025 and that you get to go forward to come and start again. It's having to get to start fresh after learning the lessons from what you guys went through, right? Understand that even when nobody else gives you credit for everything that you've done, that God sees the stuff that people don't. And that's why the rewards start to come in, because it's like you had to go through this. Otherwise, they would have kept disrespecting you. They couldn't keep you as an option. Like, oh, I told you I'm not wanting for a relationship because I'm still talking to a billion other people. That don't work that way. Then the Knight of Wands to the Five of Swords with the Two of Cups shows they realized it. This deep soulmate connection comes back together with the King of Swords to the Eight of Pentacles so that you guys can work together. Because you guys do work well together. All right? These are the things for those of you that have done the prayer and been like, God, if this person's not meant to be in my life, take them out of my life, take them out of my head, and it never went away. God's letting you know that's because there's still unfinished business in the contract, that you guys had to go and do this work in 24 and 25 in order to come together in 26 to go forward in a more positive mindset, that they are thinking about you with the Nine of Swords to the Six of Cups. You're just in their head, and they've been scrolling back through their phone as a result of cleaning up some stuff on their side, and they scrolled back Six of Cups a little too far, and that reactivated the whole connection. That's why all of a sudden, out of the blue, you had that dream about them. The connection's been re-energized. All right. 2026 is the year that you guys get to come together and begin to build this the way it should have been built the first time. You guys have learned your lessons from everything else, and you guys are getting to go back and begin at one. I actually love that for you. The thing on this is, like how Mark 4 asks, just like you asked for that whole new life, side note, your person did too, okay? Jesus can stop a storm in your life. All you have to do is ask. Like when he was down in the bottom of the boat, when they finally came down and like, Jesus, there's a storm. He's like, oh, hang on, I can stop that. Thank you for asking, right? Remember how you asked for the whole new life? Remember to pray for your person. Some of you guys, something about like a stuffed bear might resonate, like a Winnie the Pooh or a teddy bear, something like that. Maybe a gift that's coming your way or something you still have, all right? But on the Two of Cups, you've weathered the worst of the storm, and it's getting ready to calm out for the two of you to come back together. There's a little bit of serendipity at play for those of you that the distance has become a thing, that you guys have to cross paths again. It could shock the both of you, but it leads to conversations, okay? Even if neither of you were to do anything about this and both stay in Nine of Pentacles, 2026 would create some serendipitous timing for you too. You will see each other again, okay? So I do hope that helps. Thank you. And now over to you, Frankie.
Alrighty. Happy New Year, Sagittarius. I'm taking a look at who's in your energy and who is going with you, hopefully into 2026. It's Sagittarius.
Real quick, the notepad thing was I can't type on TikTok, and I was telling TikTok that Frankie was in my head with the Page of Swords during Scorpio. I couldn't type it, so I had to hold it up to the screen on a notepad. I'm like, Frankie's in my head. I told you guys.
Okay, I can't, these glasses, I can't see that well through, and that's why I wasn't sure what it said.
You're good. I don't have my glasses on. I can't see nothing.
All right. I can't either without these either, you know. All right, Sagittarius, let's get back in the zone. All right, Three of Wands. I forget what other sign I got. I think it was Gemini. I'm not sure, but back in earlier signs. So if you're dealing with an earlier sign, you're on the same page, right? So maybe some of you remember. And I do see that, you know, it's like, hey, we're looking out there. We're looking forward, you know, let's see where we can go. But this card, you know, at the end of the year today, right now, is saying to me, think about the 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years in the past, right? What's been going on with you and your person? Has anything changed? And this is a point where you've got to decide 3 days from now, 3 years, you know, where is things going to be? Is it going to be the same? So it's like looking at the patterns before you decide to move forward and commit to something. All right, because this is where you're at. You're at this place where I'm either going to keep doing this and never get to the Four of Wands, right? So you do have a chance though. So let's see what your person is seeing, because it looks like somebody here is thinking about, you know, where is this going, right? Your person's energy. And I see the Death card. All right. So, I mean, it speaks for itself. It's like something has to end, something has to change. All right. So I am seeing a Scorpio energy. Their challenge with this connection, the Knight of Cups, or how they view this connection, the Knight of Cups. It's like there's a lot of romance, there's a lot of love here between the two of you. All right, things seem to be good, things seem to be going in the right direction. But what I'm seeing is, you know, what's changing, or is anything changing? It's good loving, but is it going anywhere? So I am seeing here, it's not that your person doesn't have a lot of feelings for you. I mean, they're in love with you. This tells me I love you, you know, and that's not ever going to change. But what is their deal could be, could be the commitment part of this. So let's see how they view you. I see the Wheel of Fortune. They may be feeling, and I often get this with you, like they're taking their chances with you. They're not sure. One minute it might be good, next minute it could be, it's always changing. You never know. Things are always going, in different directions with you. That they may be feeling like it's kind of risky, are we keep repeating the same thing over and over? Is it getting any better between us? Do we really want to keep doing this? So I am seeing karma. You may be somebody else's karma. Maybe you're making them step up and face their truth, and they have to. They want to be with you. They got to start proving it, right? So I am seeing this energy that something might be shifting or changing with your person. Well, how do you view them before I go any further? I see the King of Cups, right? So you're obviously wanting this person to be, they're a Knight of Cups, that's the challenge, and you're wanting them to be a King of Cups. You have a Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio energy. You're seeing, you're feeling the love from this person, but you're also wanting them to step up and propose for some of you. Now, actually a few people this year have said that they were getting, they're in these stages of relationships where they were, maybe getting married. And I'm like, wow, I never hear that on YouTube. I'm always hearing the opposite. But right now it's like, I feel like this person here does love you. It's just that next step is, scaring the shit out of them. And this is where maybe some of you have been waiting a while for somebody to really step up and, mature. Let's get this relationship going. And they know you're ready. They know you want to move, but it's just like you have to make the decision here. How long you've been waiting? That's what it comes down to. Because the Three of Wands, is waiting game too. It means I've been waiting freaking long enough and I still haven't seen any change. Or I've been waiting for this moment and I'm ready. So this person better, step up. So maybe for some of you, I will manifest for 2026 and we'll look at Aries through Pisces, but you may get that proposal this coming year. All right. And so what does Spirit want you to focus on? Ace of Swords, transparency, being truthful, being honest with yourself, asking for honesty, not being afraid to be direct. Come on, Sagittarius, being afraid to be direct, not likely, but it is facing truth. All right. So you might be direct. You might be able to tell somebody what's on your mind. You might be say, but are you listening to the answers? Are you facing the truth? Are you getting their truth? All right. And so it feels like Spirit saying you've got to see the signs and you've got to clear through any kind of illusion when it comes to this situation. After 3 years, if you've been in a relationship and somebody won't commit to you or somebody won't get married, they have a fear of that. And, it depends on your age. I get it. But that's an awful long time to invest with somebody and not know where things are going. So this is where it's coming down to. You may be having to do that painful ending of some sort, that 10 of Swords. It's like I've given it my all and this hurts, but I need to give myself a fresh energy. All right. But also this is you speaking your truth to somebody else and saying, look, I want that paper. I want this. And, I need you to show up for me. So you're starting off, it looks like, Spirit's showing you this shift of energy where the truth is coming in, right? And it's unavoidable. If you choose to avoid, this is where free will, if you choose to avoid the truth or, think that you're still gonna, and this and that, that's where the karmic wheel comes in. And it just shows that you're willing to keep going around in circles with somebody and continue the lesson. And it'll stop when you decide that enough's enough. All right, so I do see this fresh energy. Let's look at Aries through Pisces. I have Aries, Ace of Cups. So you may be getting through to an Aries. You obviously have their heart. They hold, a place for you already. You've got them emotionally invested. And I am seeing Ace of Cups is like, I really want to open up to this, right? So you got a new beginning here with an Aries. And if it looks like on YouTube, I'm looking at the phone, it's because TikTok's here. I just realized that I might be looking like, All right, Taurus. I do the 7 of Cups, right? So Taurus has been leaving the doors open. And this is where the uncertainty might be getting to you. And it's like, all right, come on, I don't want to be an option anymore. All right, I want to know where things are going. What I see is your Taurus is really starting to think about, the possibilities, but it doesn't mean that they're ready to jump off the fence and go for it. So we have to ask questions, and we have to, be practical, ground ourselves, and be serious. Is this a fantasy? Is this a fantasy with Taurus? Because if it's not a fantasy and you give an ultimatum, your Taurus will step up, right? At least we hope. A healthy relationship, they will. Gemini, I see the Empress card. So Gemini here, you've already started something. You guys, maybe this past year, maybe you guys started getting to know each other, or you met, and maybe now's the time something's manifested. But I am seeing growth here, and there's more growing here. There's love here. I look at the fireworks going on. So with the Gemini, you got some fireworks going on, right? So it looks like something big and beautiful could be manifesting with the Gemini. Cancer, I see Page of Pentacles, one day at a time. It looks like Cancer, though, is saying, I care about you. I really want to get to know you. I want to make this work, but we got to do this slowly for whatever reason. If we've had a lot of problems in the past, I don't want to rush into things, and that's fair, right? All right, fair enough. So then, but I also see too, it's like if you've been friend zoned for quite some time, I mean, I know right away if somebody's going to be a friend or not, all right, and what kind of friend, all right. So I do see though that there is some conversation happening here with the Cancer, and maybe kind of compromising or trying to figure out and understand where this relationship is going. And if you're willing to go slow, still it's still growing. All right, Leo, I'm seeing this is the first time I said this earlier. I was like, where's my King of Swords? Because you pulled out a King of Swords somewhere, and I haven't seen him all day, just the Queen. With your Leo, you got somebody here that's being kind of distant and cold with their emotions. It doesn't mean they don't have feelings for you, but it definitely, they're showing up as the King of Swords. So they're saying, this is my truth, and that's it, right? So they believe what they believe, and they're not easily swayed, right? But it can be hard to get this one to make finally commit and make a choice, though. It's like, come on. So listen to them. They're coming in with their truth. You got a King of Swords. This could be for some of you somebody who has been emotionally detached for some time. I don't see them changing anytime soon. You can't change. A king's not gonna change their ways. All right. But I do see communication. There is room for growth. I can't tell you not with that. We have Virgo. I see the King of Pentacles, right? So we have stepping up and being serious. So this is another king. It's not really easy to change this Virgo's mind. They know what they want. They work hard for what they want. They have a plan. And if you're in it, they know it and you'll know it. All right. A King of Pentacles sees the future. They know exactly what they want and what they're doing. So if they're not giving you, a solid, this is what we are, you probably know it. I mean, a king's going to be pretty straightforward, and they're in no rush. So it's going to make you feel, insecure around it if you're not getting that commitment. But I can see, regardless of what I just said, because of the Ace of Swords, you will get your truth from your King of Pentacles, whether they're real serious about you or not, whether you're a part of the bigger picture. We have Libra. I am seeing the Nine of Pentacles, another one that seems like they're avoidant, but they're just independent. And, you see somebody here that is like, I don't need a relationship as much as you might need a relationship, or vice versa. So this could be a perfect match for you, actually, with your Libra. And I used to always say Sagittarius and Libra were good soulmates. They just, for some reason in my life, I've seen them work out very well. And it could be because you both honor that kind of freedom type energy, peace, balance. And, but I do see maybe possible investment and growth here with your Libra. Scorpio, Eight of Swords, maybe is a headache here, right? I mean, you guys, the Eight of Swords, there must have been some things going on, for some reason you both are feeling like you doubt it. You just don't know where it's going. And, maybe they confuse you and you them. But, the Eight of Swords is, of course, anything is possible. You can change any situation around, but we both have to be willing to look at what is triggering us and why we're believing the stories we believe. Because if we can't let go of a story, we're not going to move forward. We're not going to get past this. This is a hard energy to change. You're trying to change somebody's beliefs. You're trying to change a program somebody has, and they've been carrying it for a long time. And it can be a, you know, chaotic energy. You know, you just don't know what you're going to get sometimes. Sagittarius, I'm seeing the Knight of Pentacles, right? So you've been working real hard, you know, moving forward. The Knight of Pentacles is, you know, not your favorite knight. You want the Knight of Wands, right? But this is telling you, it's in your position with your Sagittarius, that you guys got to slow down a little bit and pay attention to the details. Don't ignore things. You ignore it now, it's going to bite yourself. It's going to bite you in the ass later. But I can see that you and another Sag, right? You guys just find a way and you are moving forward. And there's maybe a gift at the end of the road. So I wouldn't give up on this. It looks like it's moving steady, or will start to pick up. Capricorn, I'm seeing Seven of Swords. It's denial, lies, lying to ourselves, lying to each other, trust issues, you know, just not being honest, even if it's white lies. It just feels like, come on, be real with me. You know, I don't want to play these games, you know. So you may be feeling like you're playing games with a Capricorn, and it doesn't look like they're being honest with you. Maybe they'll try, maybe they'll step up. But to me, Seven of Swords, there's really no trying. Just be real. All right. So you may be making a decision. If you're ignoring the red flags with a Capricorn, it doesn't look like that's changing with the Seven of Swords. They're still always kind of keeping something from you. Aquarius, Seven of Wands, you also have a very defensive energy here with your Aquarius. You know, they're very protective, right? They're like, you know, I don't want pressure. I don't like the sense of urgency. So you may, if they push back at you, it's because of the fire. It's the fire coming at them, and they just feel like, you know, they got to, you know, push back and set boundaries sometimes. And you're a fire sign, so it's not for you. You're used to the fire. Other people might get intimidated by that. So I can see that there is a little bit of a roadblock. You guys may cause each other frustration. But with this card in your your Aquarius, this does tell me, though, you guys can slowly but surely, if you can just tone it down a little bit, you guys may be able to work through any problem together with this. All right. And we have Pisces. We have Three of Pentacles. So Pisces is, you know, coming out, like, it seems to be one of the winners today. It looks like they really want to work it out with you or make it work some way. It's like we got a lot in common. And I just feel like we can really build together. You know, maybe for some of you, if you're in a relationship, you might need to seek help, you know, maybe counseling, things like that, a middleman, you know, somebody to help us out, figure it out, you know, listen to the people that love you type of energy. And but I can see that the both of you really want to make it work. All right, it's your turn. Happy New Year's.
Awesome. Thank you, Frankie, and thank you, Sagittarius. Thank you very much for letting me and Frankie be your readers in 2025, and we look forward to reading for you in 2026. Please hype and like the reading on your way out, or stick around and be a part of both of our families, because you guys are all one with us. And I'll see some of you guys, it already is next year. I got stopped on that one. Anyway, see you next year. Love you, Sag. All right, there we go. Thanks, Mac. I'm working on it. Thanks, Mac. It's Sagittarius of TikTok. Thank you for letting us read for you in 2025, and we look forward to reading for you in 2026. All right? Y'all, tap that like for Frankie. How is she not glowing tonight? Can you pull the energy off of this? She is on point. I mean, I'm sitting here and she resonates, just like when we were younger and she was teaching me stuff. It's like, she still got it, doesn't she, guys? Yeah, love that like for Frankie. She has done so much for so many people that the rewards will not go unnoticed. And make sure you subscribe. If you noticed, Frankie is only like, what, 12 or 13,000 away from her 100K? We're manifesting that. If I got the 100K by Christmas, Frankie gets it by Easter. All right? So make sure you subscribe and like Frankie's readings, all right? We're going to get her to the 100K next. It's yet to come. I love it too. All right? And Sag, everybody, thank you guys for being here too.
Thank you.
You know it, guys. She is awesomeness.
Stop it. I got like my cheeks are
this one, and then there's this one. Oh my gosh, there's this one. I love it. We love you, Frankie. Look at that stuff.
You are such a cheerleader. You know, I'm a cheerleader too. That's why I get a kick out of it. You know?
Water signs are good at that. We are. We're very good because we get the emotions. We know how to like boost it.
I'm not used to it, so you're triggering me. You know what I mean? Like I'm my face is, you can't see, but I'm like, come on, stop it.
We love you.
You take it. You're making me, even if you're bullshitting, it sounds good. It feels good.
You are such a Scorpio. Take the compliment, Scorpio. I love you, Frankie. We all do.
Yeah.
All right.
Too.
Let's do this to it. On to the birthday sign. Capricorn, it's your time to shine. And I've got the Gilded, is this the Gilded Tarot? Stained Glass Tarot. I forgot what it was called. Anyways, as requests for you for your birthday, this is how awesome you are, Capricorn. Your timestamp's going to be at 3/32/08. All right. This is indeed how awesome you are, Capricorn, because you are the only sign that gets to start and end the year every year. That's why you're the GOAT. That's why you're the Cardinal Earth sign. It's a thing. So thanks for being here. All right. Please hype and like this reading. And if you do want to book a personal reading with either me or Frankie, check out the QR code up here or using the link in both of our descriptions or pinned to our bios on TikTok. It'll take you to all of our booking sites and Frankie's candles. The awesome Valentine's Day or new or just because or gift for yourself. There is like literally only like about a dozen or so left. So you might want to hop over there and check it out ASAP. All right. There's awesome intentions set in those because Frankie's a manifester. We got our very own Abraham Hicks right in the house here. It's awesome. So Capricorn, thank you for being here. And if you've already had your birthday, happy birthday. And if it's yet to come, happy early birthday. And if you're actually hearing us right now, you're a New Year's Eve baby or a New Year's baby. That's awesome. How'd you do that? All right, let's go, Capricorn. God, tap me into Capricorn's energy, please and thank you. Give me everything you got for Capricorn. What do we have for the Cardinal Earth sign? Capricorn. What do we have for Capricorn? All right, let's give it a go. Here we go. You ready? 2 shuffles. Whoa, I got stopped. The 5 of Wands into the 5 of Pentacles. Repeating 5s may resonate, or some of you guys, you or them, could be born on the 5th or a life path 5. This shows here that the stuff that you guys have had to work to overcome that the 5s represent is being left behind. And in the new year, lessons have been learned because the 5 of Wands and the 5 of Pentacles are what leads to the 6 of Pentacles and the 6 of Wands, which means your person is learning how to reciprocate and give to the relationship as much as you do. With 2 5s and the 2 of Cups showing up on this, I got a feeling I'm reading for 2 groups of Capricorns. There is some of you guys that are working and waiting on like a twin flame to return, but there are some that have said never again and you're wanting something new. All right, so piece of cake. I got you. We're going to read for 2 groups of Capricorns. Let's do it. Let's divide and conquer. 2 shuffles. 1. Nice. And 2. I got jumpers. Let's love this deck for the greatest of all times, the cool, calm, collected Capricorn. Get that bag, Capricorn. Duck witches, get money. Let's go. The Knight of Wands into the Page of Wands that leads to the Moon card. The fears of the unknown, that gray area that comes in, and that all of my Capricorns know that you want a relationship and a solid outcome. But some of you guys, it's the gray area of trying to get there, right? Either you've disconnected from your past and your twin flame journey and you can't find that soulmate, or you fear that it's never going to come back, okay? So let's dig in. The 8 of Swords. It's like your hands are tied. What can you do? 8 of Swords into the Page of Swords because you've learned your lessons, and with the Ace of Wands, you're ready to go, okay? It shows that there's like, in January alone, especially with it being your birthday season and your solar returns, that you're re-energizing, that passion is coming back to get back out there and do it again, all right? The thing that this goes in is that you've gotten your act together, and it's like you're waiting for that one that comes in on your level, right? Either your past person needs to level up and come in correct, or you're looking for that new person that's already done the work too, because you've dealt with enough people that bring past drama into relationships that you've learned your lessons, right? And so you're calling in somebody that's on a higher level, the 9 of Cups to the Emperor. Told you. You're calling in, the person on your mind right now is your divine counterpart. This is the first time this has come out in any reading this evening where the Emperor and the Empress show up. So the person on your mind, you are right. You do know they're your divine counterpart, that one that keeps that spark and that passion. But it's almost like their obsessions became a lot. They obsess about you, right? For some of you guys, it was just at the time about like a friends with benefits or a friend zone thing, right? Because your person was thinking with the wrong part. Even my male Capricorns, you might have had a woman that was a little hypersexualized, addicted to the Ace of Wands, right? All right, no gender in the tarot, gender neutral. But the thing on this is that you got to that point that you're like looking for something new. And then things got off the ground because like right at the beginning, you kind of knew that this person was a divine counterpart and things were starting to go good. Maybe for some of you guys, you met digitally or you live at a distance for some reason, because it's like Ace of Wands. It started out really good and you were like, this is the one, I dig this. But then they went quiet out of nowhere. No answers, no explanations. Hi, Capricorn, nice to meet you. Thank you for this. And then they went back to something else or just disappeared back into the ethers. And you're like, whoa, you were all in until you gave them what they wanted and they went quiet. They met you because they were still in an unawoke emperor energy. And remember, we all have masculine and feminine energies in there. This is somebody that didn't have the emotion and logic together, and they were thinking from a rather immature perspective, thinking they could still get away with this stuff, right? And then out of the blue, just gone by, see you, the Knight of Wands. Leo energy comes in. The fixed sign energy might be a factor here. Leo, Scorpio, Taurus, and Aquarius. Because it's like, the vibes on it are that like God will make the right people love you while ushering the wrong people out of your life. You know, I think your judgments is becoming very clear. The Page of Cups, the Queen of Wands, the Ten of Swords that leads into the Six of Pentacles with the Devil. I knew it. For some of you guys, it was a little bit of an addiction. However, this is also your major arcana. So this is what's being beaten out and finding that motivation that you, Capricorn, has as the father of the Zodiac to motivate people through these issues and overcome these addictions. All right. So you actually do have more of an impact on this person than you realize. It was that catalyst point. So let me see a little bit more of like where they went to, because the Six of Pentacles is laying down on that Five of Pentacles, which does mean with the Ten of Swords, they're overcoming the immature mindset. I think for some of you guys, it was a bit of a status thing. Because the Page of Cups, I'm pulling Pisces energy off of this. It tells me the vibes of somebody who, like, they knew their worth. They were accustomed to a lifestyle. Somebody that was more worried about polishing the outside of the cup and, like, worried about how people perceive them more than the inside of the cup and doing the inner self work. Because it don't matter if they're wearing the rock and the bougie stuff and looking great. If the soul's not there, you saw that. You saw deeper into them. And that's why when they went cold and quiet on you like this, you took a step back, right? Some of you guys did do a little bit of digging to find out on that Page of Cups that they were kind of lying about the stuff that was going on. And then they came back in and told you that, oh, by the way, I'm going through a divorce, but it's going to be finalized. Or no, I'm just finishing up and like I still live with my ex. And you're like, whoa. It's like somebody got a little fun and adventurous on you. And you called them out on it because you weren't going to keep getting used for your Ace of Wands energy, right? The Five of Cups and the Ace of Swords that leads into the Six of Swords. Along with the King of Wands, Leo, Aries, and Sagittarius energy is kind of strong for you going forward on this one. Could have been dealing with one or they got that in their chart. But in the Ace of Swords, they've been put in a bit of an energetical check in that they've cut stuff out that leads to a hey text. Now with the Five of Cups, though, they're very nervous that you found them out, whether you looked online at their social media, found it out through a friend's network. The truth has come out or your intuition is on point and you'll get your confirmation because what you found out was a little deeper than what they wanted you to and they realized they couldn't hide it from you. And that's what ends that player vibe. You know how the in and out energies were there? That constant push and pull. Every time it'd get closer, they'd get spooked and the fight or flight would kick in. They would never finish a whole conversation about where things were going that left you feeling like you were stuck. This shows the way that they go from this. It's like breaking some generational curses or generational cycles on this. I mean, you know what their parents and their childhood was like. Maybe they came from a single parent home or a home where this is how they saw their parents act and they figured this is how love works. Like, you know how they're really good at their job, but they really suck at love? It's because they did not learn how to love in the same way like how they were trained to do their job, right? And that's the thing that got into this point. Some of you guys, there could be like a very taboo difference. Maybe there's like a difference in race, a difference in religion. Some it could be a same-sex thing. But some of you have even dealt with hatred for your beliefs over the years and made you feel like you were a bit of the black sheep or a little nomadic energy. And you're going to be rising above that in 2026. All right. It's coming to a more like a peaceful energy. The Strength card in the Ten of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords that leads you right to your Six of Wands. that gives us a completion point for you too, in the fact that you were ahead of them. They passed their tests and paid off their karmic debt and got them out of that generational point, where it gets into an energy that it's going to leave the decision up to you. I think your intuition has been feeling that you're like, I got a feeling that they're going to act out. All right. For some of you guys, that devil card was straight up workaholic. And you couldn't get them to make 5 minutes for you because they wouldn't sit their phone down. They were too busy with everything else going on and never made you the priority, right? They learned the lesson from that and what they went through, okay? That they have to learn how to prioritize and organize not just their day-to-day life, but their relationship life. Because they couldn't keep letting that fight or flight kicked in, especially for those of you that they kicked you out, right? You couldn't live with that insecurity of being like, I don't know from day to day where I'm going to live. One day everything's fine. I don't know when they're going to go off on me and use me as the escape route so they can go in another direction, right? And you had to like rebuild your life from scratch out of this. What you'll find out is due to the mirroring that's been going on as you guys have been working through and exposing each other's insecurities, is that a lot of what you've gone through, especially when you guys are on the same Emperor-Empress level, is that they go through those same tests. It's mirroring meets paralleling. That's why you still feel their vibes and their energy, right? So what I see coming in on this, especially with the Page of Cups, is somebody who does get to that point. Your intuition's right. You're going to get that message that gives you the clarity. It's going to be disguised as the happy birthday text type of a vibe. Okay, so this could happen before the end of your season, but I'm being told it's going to be a few days off because like they never remembered your birthday anyways. That's their first test about starting to learn how to make you a priority. All right. I do like the awakening that they're going through. With the 8 of Swords to the 10 of Swords, they're going to get out of their head and overcome the shame and the guilt for what they did and reach out to you. So that'll give you the free will choice, just like they had it, whether you want closure or you want continuation. All right. The choice will be up to you and your intuition. Trust it. Okay. Because you do know the right decision. Okay. I love this for you. The 6 of Wands. Success for you is guaranteed that you can put those burdens behind. You're leaving them behind in 25 and going forward into 26 with the Knight of Cups. Even for my single ones looking for newness, I mean, told you need to get out of the house a little bit more. You're going to find them at the grocery store, the hardware store, something like that. You're just out shopping looking for your produce and you bump into somebody and it turns into a conversation. So this actually reads for 3 groups of Capricorns. I love this for you. Oh my goodness. Capricorn, thanks for being a part of this and let me read for you in 2025. And I look forward to reading in 26. And now over to you, Frankie.
All right. Happy birthday to my Capricorns. I have so many Capricorns on my channel and you guys all are awesome. So let's see what we are going to be bringing for you in 2026, right? So we're looking at what you're leaving behind and what you're going to. Let's take a look at who's in your energy. And all right, come on, it's your birthday. And then I've been having this like awesome, you know, and then I get to your reading and I see 10 of Swords. You're the first one to get the 10 of Swords today in my readings like this, right? And so it's an overall energy. This year has done a number on a lot of you. You know, the 10 of Swords is, you know, this can be a compilation of your life stories, you know, like one after another. Oh my goodness, look at the Tower card right underneath that, right? It's like, come on. And a lot of this you didn't see coming, you know, and I know that's your story. It's like 1 minute, it's like everything's fine. And then, you know, what the hell? I mean, and this tested your patience. Look at this, the Temperance card. Man, you have had to learn how to walk through the fire. And, you know, I mean, this is just telling me that this couldn't have been more of an awakening year than ever, right? It was like, I can't see anything else happen. If anything, I feel like Capricorn's like, yeah, you know, you can try and do something to me, but it's not going to affect me. I mean, especially with all this energy going on. But it just feels like, you know, you're barely hanging on at times here, or this is what it was like for you throughout the year here. And you may have been dealing with a lot of this year. You know, it could have been one person, it could have been many people, but it just feels like you've been left like really betrayed. And maybe some of you just feel like you betrayed yourself. You know, like, how do I keep letting this happen? Look, you know, we don't come here with a, a book, an instruction manual. I wish we did. But it just seems like though you're breaking away. It looks like some of you are really wakening up to some of the shit that's been going on. So when you hit this point, there's no turning back. You see the truth. You know, it's like it's caused you so much grief that you're ready to move on from a situation. I have Aries and I have Sagittarius energy. So we're seeing freedom. Your reading just screams freedom. All right. So let's see the person that's around you though. That doesn't have to mean like, you know, you're going through something, you know, your person's going to be out the door or something, but that's the energy I'm picking up on. Your person, I got the Two of Cups. All right, so there is, you felt it, you feel it. This talks about love. It talks about connecting, feeling like, you know, this is more than friendship, or, you know, I feel like, you know, there could be something more here. But the challenge, let's see, or how they view this connection. And I'm seeing the Fool card. All right. So I'm picking up, and like it's your birthday, so like Archer just gave out several different avenues we could go down here. For some of you, this is a new start with a new person. All right, you have the Fool card, you have the Two of Cups, you have the initial stage of a relationship. You know, the door's been open, somebody asks you out, you have a conversation, and then all of a sudden you feel it, right? So everything I just said, you might be feeling it with somebody finally, and you're like, you know, and it feels different, and it will feel different, especially if you have been that person I just talked about. You know, you've been through all that bullshit. I'm telling you, when real love comes in, it's going to feel like you've never, it's going to feel like, you know, the ocean just kind of, you know, cleansed you. You know, it's like, wow, this is what love really is. Because some of you got caught up in so many different stories, maybe even over the past few years, you know, and you've slowly, you know, let yourself down and accepted little and little and little, that you forgot what it's like to really feel the warmth and the love and the embrace from another person, even if it's just a friendship, you know. You guys, you know, so somebody really, that Ten of Swords must have really tore you down. But I see a person here. The thing is the Aries energy as a challenge, but also it's only an obstacle. It doesn't mean it's going to stop this. It's showing here that somebody has feelings for you. Somebody wants to open up, really does. But there's a fear when you have the Fool card as a challenge. And what just came through is I always sound like a fool, you know, trying to open up and trying to express my feelings. Maybe, you know, this person just feels silly. Maybe they feel like, you know, I don't know how to. I don't know, you know, and they could be mirroring you. So that energy I just said could be your person's coming from something, and they're having a hard time opening up to you. So remember, in readings, we can reverse it. I just didn't do it there. I was focusing on you. I'm seeing somebody just a little bit nervous to jump on in. It's like, holy shit, a Tower and a Ten of Swords. For those of you that don't know what that is, those are the two hardest cards besides the Devil in the tarot. Those are real huge life crises that either you or your person have already gone through. Now it's like, man, I feel this connection with you. I want love. I know I want love, but every time you come near me, I'm going to freak out and I'm going to act, you know, as foolish, or I'm going to shut the door, or I'm going to worry about everything, and I'm not going to let it get started. So it almost feels like a sabotaging energy just before we get going. It's like we get in our way. And your person, it feels like they get in their way. They don't know how to, you know, at this point, really just let go and surrender to the connection and let it happen. So they may come across to you as, you know, non-committal at first, you know, but this is too, like I've been saying, you know, this kind of energy doesn't mean you hang on to something. They got to commit if that's what you want. You got to make sure it feels good to you. But I do see somebody who really does. You know, you have this Aries energy, somebody who feels drawn to you, somebody who feels like you kind of get them like nobody else, but you also make them feel like nobody else. You know, but it's like, how do I express that and how do I take my chances? So how do they view you? The Eight of Wands, you have a pull on this person. I mean, there is a strong, you know, attraction here between the two of you. You're excited, you know, you're ambitious, you're fun, but you also, you know, may put a lot of pressure on this person because you don't slow down. You know, when you want something and you got something to say and you're connecting, you want to talk. And the problem with this, though, is that if you're not getting your person opening up, and if they're non-committal, and you have the Two of Cups in the Fool, like I just said, this is going to trigger you. You're going to push at somebody and push at somebody because they're non-committal to you. It's almost like putting up a red flag in front of a bull. When somebody screams non-committal and I don't know what I want, Capricorn, starts to go full in, nitro gauge, it's on. You're telling me I can't have this. I want it more. I mean, you are one of those signs that I think that happens to the most. Not really. That's a lie. All right. But just right now, just go with it. All right. But I am seeing here, it's like you accelerate. You start to get this sense of urgency because it's uncomfortable falling in love with somebody and not knowing if they're going to open up or not. All right. Okay, good. Frankie says the Fool's here, but it doesn't mean I can truly believe that either. As this person, I'm falling for them and I feel stuck. Right. So this can cause also dishonest conversation because you're going to want to confront it. You're going to want to talk about it. You're going to want this person to open up, and this person's going to say whatever you want them to say just because, they're feeling the pressure, the tension. All right. But what happens is they shut down, they close off. All right. They back up. So they confront you less so they don't feel pressured. Right. And this is where you're in a lot of Capricorn energy right now. And if some of you, Mars in Capricorn, you're going to be feeling like your ego is going to be like, don't challenge me. Don't challenge me. That's going to be your energy right now. I have a stellium in Scorpio. I know what it's like to have a stellium, and we're going through a stellium in Capricorn, and it's going to affect you. You're going to be, it's like, you're your own ride or die, and that's it. And that's the kind of attitude I think you're going to have. But that can also fire up and trigger another person. All right. And especially if you're a very confident person, right? It's going to trigger. So let's see, any intentions towards this or what to, and I have the Hanged Man. All right. So the Hanged Man speaks volumes here. I do see that you have somebody that really feels pulled towards you. Okay. And I have a Pisces energy here as well. And I feel like right now, this is more symbolic here. It feels like right now we're all kind of going through a closure of the 12th cycle. We're going into the first, right? We've been talking about this a lot. I feel like this energy with the Piscean energy right now, it's really hard for your person to see through their fears, just like it's hard for you maybe to see through yours. All right, so everything feels a little foggy right now, and it's not the best time to make a decision just yet. So I feel like the card's saying, you don't need to let go of this, right? This is just changing. You're in a position with somebody where you don't know what's going on just yet. And there's no way to know. It's definitely not the way it was before, but it's changing. And we don't know what it is yet. And that can be very uncomfortable. So during this phase, it's like your person and you learning to surrender a little bit and let things just kind of ride for a minute. And when this energy, I feel like, passes through, I really do think that you guys will see that it's really more about the energy than it is what your person actually feels. I think people are really feeling a little weirded out and not always themselves right now. All right, so that's what I'm feeling like in your reading. So things may feel like they're stuck right now. And so what do you do with that, right? The Hanged Man says you just got to, let go a little bit and not have to do anything. When you think you have to do something, it makes you feel like anxious, and that's when we do shit out of alignment and we may push somebody away. Right. So I am seeing the Three of Swords. Might be painful for you. I see that, you're hurting. All right. But I also see that it's hard to move on. And so somebody else is not moving on. There's something that needs to be looked at here. Okay. And this is Spirit's advice to you. All right. You may be in separation with somebody. You may be dealing with having to accept separation with somebody. You may be feeling like somebody's distant from you and it hurts. But this is part of you being able to let go with that Hanged Man energy and letting your person go through their process and opening up. This way it doesn't affect you, doesn't hold you back. It just is. And I believe personally that it will happen faster than you think with this sort of guidance, because the Eight of Wands and the Fool card tells me that this is ready to go. It's almost like the trigger's here, but your person's just afraid to pull it just yet. It's like that kind of energy. So let's look at Aries through Pisces. You do have Aries and you do have Pisces. So let's see what else I get. Aries, I see Queen of Cups, right? So they're in their fields, they're processing. You know, there's love, they care about you, and maybe they never felt this way with anybody. You care about them, right? For some of you, if there's another person involved, that's a whole different story. It doesn't change the fact that they still have feelings for you. It looks like if they're, you know, they're preparing, or maybe they're slowly coming to terms with their feelings with you, and they may express them. That is emotional maturity. So Taurus, I see you guys being able to get through something. It looks like Taurus really does want to clear something up. You know, maybe you guys left something a certain way. You know, the Five of Swords is nobody wins. It just feels like we had to throw the towel in for a minute and say, you know, we got to go back to our corners, or we really hurt each other. And sometimes there's no going back from that. I do see a Taurus here wanting to clear things up. They still want to see, you know, or have you in their life, or see where this connection goes. I have Gemini, I have Ace of Cups. So Gemini has, you know, you've won their heart. It looks like the energy shifting. We see, you know, this can be reconciliation. It can be a higher level of love. You know, you may notice this person might be ready to really open up, and the love just feels different. But I am seeing a new beginning with Gemini. Cancer, I see the King of Pentacles, right? So Cancer is definitely, I'm in this mode where if you're not in it with me for the long haul, that's just it. You're not. And so they are being pretty mature and practical about their decisions. So if you're waiting on a decision, or you're wondering where things can go, it does look like your Cancer is saying, like, you know, I want to make plans. I want to figure this out. All right. But if you're dealing with somebody who's not making plans with you for the future, and they're showing up as the King of Pentacles, that's one that you might question and be like, where do I fit? Right? I need to know where I fit in this. Leo, I see the Knight of Pentacles. So Leo's still, you know, maybe tail between the legs, still trying to work it, you know, trying to fix it with you, slowly and steady, you know what I mean? Kind of nurturing the connection. I feel like they want to fix something with you. They do want to follow through with whatever plans that you guys have been making. Virgo, you have Virgo a little bit quiet, but they're in the High Priestess energy, so they're listening. They're listening to you. They're listening to something you've said. They're listening to how they feel around you. They're listening, you know, to, you know, whatever's going on and the noise around you too. So keep that in mind. Virgo is a detective, and they're looking at what you're up to, what you're wearing, what you're doing, who you know, why are you all dressed up, and you know, it's you know, it's Sunday, you know, where you going? You know what I mean? If it's not church, right? I don't know, something like that. But they're paying attention to all your details because they want to make sure they can trust you. Right? Libra, I'm seeing the Justice card, right? So there's some karma coming in with a Libra. So whoever did the dirty deed is going to deal with the karma, is what I'm seeing. But I am seeing there's peace, resolution, conclusion, which always does bring a sense of balance and harmony. And this could also restore and reconcile a situation. Let me see, that was Libra. Scorpio, Ace of Pentacles, right? So Scorpio's ready. It looks like they want something. They see you as the golden ticket. They're not like mailing, and I'm not saying gold digger, money banks, or anything like that. Or I don't like to pick up on that energy. I don't even like when people, you know, say that or whatever. But Ace of Pentacles is telling me they see you as somebody they can grow with, somebody they can invest with, right? Somebody that they can open up to, and somebody they can trust, right? And that's good. This is like the beginning stages to the Ten of Pentacles, right? So you could be meeting even a new Scorpio this year, Capricorn, right? Aquarius, we have Five of Wands. So you and Aquarius got tempers, all right? I'm seeing you guys may have egos, all right? And there's nothing wrong with that, but we got to make them work, right? So it is showing me that you and an Aquarius may find yourself triggering each other or pushing one another's buttons and so forth. But this card says you guys, you know, if you use your energies right, you guys can really make things work. But it takes two, right? So we got to learn to compromise. So there's change. Maybe you're still going through some challenges with your Aquarius, but you know, only you know if it's worth fighting for. And Pisces, I'm seeing the Nine of Swords, right? So I am seeing that there's this, you know, worries, anxieties, fears, and guilt. That's this card. And it's like, you know, there's just been too much sometimes. And it's like, could you forgive me? Would you forgive me? Can I forgive myself? You know, also it could be simple as I have anxiety and I'm stressed out all the time and you read me wrong. right? It could be that, right? You know, Nine of Swords to me reads so differently nowadays because so many people have, you know, social media, you know, electronic kind of anxiety, taking in too much information, all this shit going on. And yet we're supposed to be, you know, normal all the time or not be anxious all the time. And your person just might be social anxiety, anything. And not everybody's going to walk up to you and say, I have social anxiety. That's not, you know, how it works. And so your Pisces really could be dealing with a lot of stress and worry that you really don't even know. And it could be over you or something they did. So that is what I have. Happy birthday, Capricorn. And I love you guys and have the best new year.
Thank you so much, Capricorn, for letting me and Frankie read for you in 2025 and make this the best year and the best solar return yet because you deserve it above all else. All right. Thank you for being a part of the family. Please hype and like the reading afterwards. And thanks for being here. Subscribe to both channels and we'll see you later. All right. Love you, Capricorn. I'm gonna remember. I will start remembering to unmute that microphone, TikTok. That's why I keep having to write notes to you guys. I'm down if you guys want, and Frankie too, of course. If you guys want for 5 or 10 minutes after Pisces, we could play with the guitar, and both families we could work on that song we were writing during Cards and Coffee. But it's totally up to you guys. I don't have to touch that thing, or I can. All right, it can be a little New Year's after party, but then Frankie and I got to go to bed because we're old. All right. Capricorn, we love you very much. Thank you so much for being here. Spinny hugs for you guys and birthday spinny hugs. And we'll see you next year. Love you, Capricorn. Okay. You guys are really awesome hanging in there with us this whole time. Both families. Thanks for just being here. Like the readings and like these things for you. Tap the screens. Show some love. If you're here after the live, go ahead and hype the reading. We love you for that too. All right. And thank you all for being here. Celeste, thank you. Yeah, I do read different things besides just the cards, and I've been working on developing my skills where eventually I can get like Mama Tia's where she doesn't even use cards. She just does it. She's like Yoda. That's where Frankie's heading to. It's a Scorpio thing. Frankie, like when I'm still sitting here at 100 years old, go, come on, Grandpa Archer's going to tell you a story. Frankie's going to be like, would you stop playing with those things, Archer? Here's the answer. But we love you guys, all right? And we've made it past 9 o'clock Eastern time, okay? We're just about 3 hours away from the new year approaching North and South America, all right? So it's almost over, guys. It's almost over. Those of you guys that have already made it into 2026, Happy New Year, all right? And the rest of us, it's almost there. So close, so close. All right, guys. Aquarius, you're going to be next. We're going to use the Archer deck for you guys, all right? Thanks for being here. Aquarius, let's put you at 5:04 exactly. I love that timestamp for you guys. All right, what's up, Aquarius? How you doing? Thank you for being here. Aquarius, if you would like to book a reading with either me or Frankie, you can check out the links in both of our descriptions or scan the QR code on your screen. Links are pinned in both of our bios on TikTok. That'll take you to our sites where you can buy Frankie's awesome candles. You can book readings with us and check out everything our channels have to offer, all right? So feel free to hang out in Page of Swords a while. They're all safe to click links, all right? So go ahead and think about your person, Aquarius, and let's see what's up for you guys in the 2026, all right? Why do I have silence? Hold on, is my antenna still turned on? 8 of Cups. I'm talking to some single Aquariuses. There's some Aquariuses here looking for new love. I want a new love, one that won't make me sick. Oh, okay, all right. We got a new love reading or a singles reading. 3 of Swords. I just heard, yep, it's a singles reading. Okay, okay. You're reading your choice. Let's go. All right, Aquarius. What do we have for Aquarius? Let's do this. 2 shuffles. You ready? Here we go. 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the amazingly auspicious Aquarians. Happy early birthday. Let's go. Overall energy is the Hermit. I feel like you've spent 2025 either single and you got tired of waiting for somebody to make up their mind, or you're just single because the dating pool's never been a thing around, right? I've got a feeling you've got something that you're calling in. If you've done like a soulmate drawing or something like that, you kind of know what's coming your way. 6 of Swords, the 5 of Pentacles, the 4 of Cups to the Emperor. Wow. And Temperance. Temperance and the Emperor coming in together shows communication coming in. Okay, I got it. It's a choose your adventure reading. 2026 is your year to choose what you wish. And I have noticed that the fixed signs are going through a level up. All right. I think this is your time to shine. All right. Let's dig in. Here we go. All right. We have the Four of Swords. It's another card saying, yep, I'm on my own right now, Archer. I'm just doing me, focusing on myself. This pause has been a little bit of Nine of Cups. Time for me to reflect. But it's almost like with the Tower card, you have been reflecting back on what you've been through in order to learn the lessons from it, make sure you've got it covered. And that could be why with the Tower cards you've been through, it's almost like you're at the stage where you're like, I can't handle any more Tower cards. I'm trying to stay as optimistic as possible. And if they can't get their act together, that's fine. And you don't realize it, that in a way, it's kind of like you just passed the gobstopper test. Wheel of Fortune on the Two of Cups, yeah. That leads into the Queen of Swords and the Page of Pentacles. There is a message or communication coming your way. So you're going to be left with a point here, Two of Cups to the Wheel of Fortune. Because the Wheel of Fortune in my decks, I look at it as that card of free will, that when a cycle comes back around, that with the lessons you learned from the previous cycle, it allows you to go forward, like lessons learned, forewarned is forearmed type of a vibe. All right. Some of you guys have elected to go with the soulmate connection as a result of what you went through with your twin flame. And that's the thing that got to the point where it's just like, I'm hearing that the only one that can judge you is the one that created you. You've dealt with a lot of people that judge you without getting to know you, or they just assume because you're an Aquarius that you're just different or odd or on your own, right? When in reality, it's more about your thinking to proceeding because you are a hybrid. You're an air and a water sign. You're the water bearer, right? Therefore, they don't realize that what you say carries a lot of emotion with it. You don't just speak to be heard. You don't just ramble. You speak from your heart, right? The rewards for what you've done in that and staying true to yourself and not bending for everybody else's will, it's not going to go unrewarded. And even though it has kept you in the silence on your own, the fact that you're even here right now is letting me know that in your divine blueprint, you're meant to have love in your life. Otherwise, you'd have no interest in a love reading, right? You'd be like, I'm just looking for guidance. I'll find a career reading, but you're here. It's in your energetical sphere, and that's why it's been silence on this one. Two of Cups to the Page of Pentacles has allowed you the time to focus on your own stability. And when you're not even looking for it, you're going to be in 2026, the total definition of when you're not looking for it, it comes, right? Give me more on this. Some of you guys have dealt with a Pisces in the past. Could be a Libra or Scorpio, Cancer or Sagittarius, possibly even Libra vibes on this. I think somebody here even has Jupiter placements or Saturn placements in Libra. Whoa. The heck's this? The Three of Swords. This is what weighs on your mind, why you're not worried about the past. What they did to you in the Three of Swords by putting you into an option list, and like you aren't having that. It's like you were with someone you really wanted things to work out with and it was going well until you found out you were an option and they made you into the third party. Or they decided and went back to an ex or never were finished with an ex and you had to cut bait and walk from it, right? And even though you stayed on your point, where you've just been doing you in the Six of Pentacles, working to bring balance into your life, to get things under control, the love's been going on behind the scenes. So this is something that comes in when you least suspect it with the Ace of Swords. I'm being told that it's that you've got somebody crushing on you already in a form of a digital friend zone, but not standard, like not your standard stereotypical online dating, okay? It's kind of like that, the Ace of Swords won't go away. Somebody wants to talk to you, okay? Because you've gotten to the point where you don't want to be an option. And with the Magician card to the Six of Cups on the High Priestess, behind the scenes, you're manifesting that in. This is the vibes that with the Four of Swords and the Six of Pentacles and this Tower card, that you've spent 2025 running around with a million projects going on in your head as you try to focus on you, but it leaves you feeling confused like the Tasmanian devil, running around in a bunch of circles trying to get things going, but you're in a billion directions. It's almost as if God and the energies above have been distracting you with a billion ideas while they worked on this for you, okay? Because you're on a higher level, so you're calling in a higher level energy. It's that you've already elevated, okay? The whole Pluto and Aquarius stuff that went on back in November set the tone for 2026 for you. You were a little ahead of the energetic curve, and that's what brings this in, okay? So let me see a little bit more on this way it goes. Because the High Priestess shows you don't see this coming, right? And you're sitting here right now like, Archer, yeah, it's kind of cool, but yeah, right. You know what I mean? The Queen of Cups, the Nine of Pentacles to the Two of Pentacles, especially those of you noticing repeating twos, it's lining you up for what's coming in 2026. with a year of some happiness and a more optimistic mindset with the Sun card to the Emperor. So this is where we have the choose your adventure with this Two of Pentacles on the Nine of Pentacles, showing that you're in a single status and you're going to be faced with a test, that you have somebody through like a Facebook marketplace or a digital meetup of some kind. Some of you guys, this comes in where you connect with somebody when you don't even suspect it to happen, right? You're like, I was just going to look at a new couch and then I got a person with it, because it's just something for one of your other projects that leads you to a person and it grows into something. Right around that same time is when that X reaches out and you're faced with that test. Do you go in this direction for a cycle or do you go in this direction? Okay. So what I'm going to do real quick before we transfer over to Frankie, I'm going to give you both outcomes. Okay. And we'll get a little deeper into it. I'm being told I'm supposed to, this message will continue in my next All Signs on Friday. Cool. Anyways. All right. Two groups of Aquariuses, Queen of Cups, Sun card. So you guys could be dealing with either a Cancer or a Leo or a Cancer Leo cusper. That's weird. Those two are always never far apart. Interesting. The Nine of Swords shows right now we're in silence. Seven of Wands shows obstacles being moved out of your guys' path in order to proceed forward. All right, so give me two cards on the Queen of Cups, two cards on the Sun card. Let's do it. Perfect. Repeating fives are showing up now. All right, so what I'm seeing on this Queen of Cups, this is the one that comes in from your past. It's the runner that does returneth, Leo energy, okay? Along with Aquarius that comes in on this, that there is things in the plans here that should you choose to go for that X that reaches out for a while, that they've done the work. It's part of the divine plan that should you choose to go this route, it's showing that they've gone through the work to discover what real love is and to reach out with a genuine apology. So if you do choose this when it comes in, okay, you're safe to proceed. That they've learned the lessons about their deception and the way that they played you. Couldn't happen anymore, okay? Now, if you're going in this new direction, and bonus points if you have the soulmate drawing already done or you get one done, this does show that through the Five of Swords and the Ace of Pentacles, through your grief, you meet somebody else that just so happens to have had the same past as you, and you guys have the most unique form of a trauma bond. Not the traditional stereotypical trauma bond, because you're Aquarius. You're on a whole different level that the rest of the earth is elevating as we're going through the death of, it's a global narcissistic collapse. Male and female narcissists are finding out their stuff don't work no more. No adapters available, like trying to plug a US outlet over in the UK. Don't work no more, right? Changes and upgrades are what's causing it to happen. So if you go this route with the Ace of Pentacles to the Five of Swords, you find out that you guys have both had similar pasts, that you actually get each other and you bond together because you understand the traumas that you went through. So you respect each other because neither of you want what happened to you to happen to each other again. This route is two people that have been hurt coming together in a protected energy to face what they've both been through in their past and grow from it. This one here shows somebody taking the work and coming in with their hat in hand for a more of a humbled apology, okay? So whichever choice you choose, all the cards show that you can't make the wrong choice, all right? I love that for you. And I'm being told to tell you I will do more of this during Friday's All Signs. So I hope that helps, all right? Over to you, Frankie.
Alrighty. You know what's funny is when you went silent, like I literally stopped in my track and everything just dropped. It was like mic drop. And I was about to say something to you. And then I said, no, don't interrupt him. But then somebody in the chat said, oh my God, my whole house went silent. And I was like, and so I said something. So it was just, it was wild, you know, it was like, you know.
Dude, I felt that. And as you're saying it, I felt the chills, the hairs on the back of my neck start to stand up. That even with you down in Florida, me up in Michigan, 2,000 miles apart, and it's resonating. That shows how strong these connections are.
Yeah.
That's epic. I'll bet you I don't have my phone available. I'm going to check afterwards after we're done with the live, and I'll make a post about it. I guarantee right now, if somebody can check a Schumann scale, I bet you there's a blackout going on. Aquarius, you're getting rebooted.
All right, you call it. He calls it. You call it. Check it. All right. All right, look at what I got finally again, right? Rolling back to the Three of Wands. This is the fourth sign tonight that I think got this. So, you know, whoever those signs were, maybe that was, you're on the same page with them. So it could be confirmation. I swear Gemini was one. I can't remember who else, but This here is an energy. I'm looking at who you going into 2026 with. Obviously you have free will. You can do whatever you want, but this is my reads basically focusing on, is it worth it or not? And, is it going to change or anything? Right. So the Three of Wands is always telling you to never wait around. You're in a waiting period, and it may be going on for, the past 3 years, or 3 weeks, right? Whatever it is, you're keeping yourself in a waiting period, wondering where things are going. Are we moving forward? What's happening here, right? And it's okay to wait for something, right? But not wait for it, right? You know that it's going to come in, but we still have to keep our options open, and we have to stay focused, not forget what we are trying to attain. If you're wanting a commitment, or you're wanting to move in with somebody, or you're wanting to marry somebody, and you stay stuck in onto somebody, you're keeping both situations stuck at bay. Nothing's changing, right? So we've got to keep our options open. And if somebody really does want to commit, if they feel like you're going to leave, they're gonna step up to the plate. And this is what this card reads to me all the time. So I have your person, Ace of Swords. All right, so we're seeing clarity again. Right, this just recently came out, I think, a Capricorn. Your person here is starting to have that aha moment. Right, something I need. Maybe I'm focusing on you a little bit more serious. All right, I need to figure out where this is going. The Three of Wands is serious. It's like, all right, I've been putting some work in my life too. I want to make sure I'm going in the right direction. It's not like I'm trying to, hang back and not achieve anything. So your person's on a good page. It just feels like, maybe now they're having an aha moment where they're deciding whether or not this relationship is going somewhere or not. Are we in it? Can we make it work? So it looks like conversation or communication coming in, and your person could be an air sign, could be a fire sign, but this gives me that energy of fast energy, right? Is that you're not going to be waiting around much longer to figure out the truth of this situation. All right. Now the challenge is, right, the Six of Swords, right? So, and this is how they see the connection as well too. This is somebody that wants to be clear where you guys are headed, and are you wanting the same things? The Six of Swords is a challenge, but it's an obstacle, right? But it's one that we can figure out. It's there, and that's what's holding us back, but we can work around it once we know what it is. Now the Five of Swords can be, we're trying to figure things out. We're trying to work with each other, we're arguing with each other, we're disappointing each other, we don't seem to be on the same page. And so at some point, we just got to kind of, throw the towel in and say, we got to agree to disagree. It does seem like your person wants to see this go somewhere, but you guys are stuck, and this is going to be different for each and every one of you. You're stuck on a repeated mental loop. Something keeps happening. Something keeps coming up between you and this person. And it's this confusion that you're maybe uncomfortable with. And you don't know if they're playing games with you. You don't know if they're being honest. You don't know. But it seems like it's just an ongoing, like maybe your person just couldn't figure out what they wanted yet. And they couldn't give you an answer. And they were trying to give you an answer, or they were trying to, they were telling you, but you didn't want to hear it. It could be that too. I mean, I'm good for not listening. I only want to hear what I want to hear. Right? But I am seeing here that it looks like there's some clarity. There's some truth being spoken. There could be some lies being exposed. Somebody finally being completely honest, And this can be hardcore truth. When we get the Ace of Swords, and the Six of Swords, that can even be the Seven of Swords. That can be, you got to face these truths. We can't be in denial anymore. Right. And so for some of you, it could be we're deciding to either move and go our different ways, or we're moving and we're going to move in together. All right. That's the kind of energy, the dynamic I'm picking up on. How do they view you and feel about you? I'm seeing the King of Pentacles. They really value you. All right. So this is somebody that definitely sees your worth, guys. So it's, if they're hesitant to get with you, they may feel like they can't add to your value. They may feel like they can't meet your standards. They may feel like you're stuck in your ways. Like you're a very powerful person. You know what you want. You got it going on. And maybe they want somebody a little bit less invulnerable. They want somebody softer. They want somebody who's not in charge. You never know. It always kills me to find out what's really going on in somebody else's head. It's never what we're really thinking, right? Because you can see that they admire you, but they could have a million reasons that they just feel like they can't connect with you, or they are always feeling like, they can't meet your demands, right? Maybe you have high standards, who knows, right? But that, to me, though, it's like, that's a good thing, right? This person is like, it's a good thing. I just got to be clear that, if we're going to move forward, I can pay your bills, or, I can live with you, or I can, go out to the, where you want to go, if I can afford to hang out, or if I'm going to feel comfortable being around the people you hang out. It can be all kinds of different things like that. It seems like like there's just, some people are simple, and some people, very modest, and some people, want it all. And you might even have that kind of, dynamic. So what is, your challenge with this person? The Ace of Pentacles, right? You're waiting on an offer. You want this person just to go for it. Obviously, you're the King of Pentacles. You don't need somebody to take care of you. It's like, just come on in and let's go. Let's build this. But it feels like you just can't get that solid handshake. You know what I mean? It seems like it gets started. It's there. You think about it. The Ace of Pentacles, you're like, man, I can see the opportunity. And I know this person can, I mean, what don't you see? What don't you like? Right. And it's like, you can't seem to get this person to, move forward. It's stuck with that Six of Swords as a challenge. Right. But I am seeing here also that you see this person as very valuable, and you're really feeling like this is, your one. I will say you have two aces in your reading, which can indicate you may be right. Trust your intuition, but just clear through the bullshit, clear through the rattle. The Five of Swords can be, we're getting triggered over everything. We're paying attention to everything somebody's saying. We're anxious, so we need somebody to respond right when we need them to, and, I need to know. And you're so, you don't have the answers yet. So you're anxious. And this is where learning to trust, and maybe, letting this person, do their thing and breathe, and they're going to move towards you, right? It just seems like to clear something up at least, what more can you ask for? At least you're getting the truth, right? So what does Spirit want you to know? And I see the Seven of Cups, all right? So the Seven of Cups, you're not an option, first of all, but, maybe you feel like an option. Maybe you feel like this person's keeping their options open. Maybe they have been, right? If they're not committed to you right now, they can, we have to accept that. We can't let that take away our energy. You're letting it drain you're making yourself feel like you're not chosen, right? You think, your person has other options. That means that I'm not good enough. That's not true. Maybe you're too good, but the thing is you can't let their uncertainty about you make you feel insecure. The more you know that you are the one this person wants, who gives a shit if they're talking to somebody else? You're making them see that you're the one. Let them get it out of their system now before they finally make a choice. But if you guys are in a commitment, that's a whole different story, guys. All right, I'm not saying like, oh yeah, we're married. Go out and go test the flavors and come back and see if you don't want to get a divorce. No, it's not like that. This is different. This feels like before you get into the next step. You're going from 3 of Wands to 4 of Wands. So we're looking at connecting and committing, right? And fully, taking it to the next level. So with that being said, let's take a look at each zodiac sign and see if I can get further, where this is going as we move into 2026. I have Aries. I see Page of Pentacles. All right, so you have a very good start with an Aries. It looks like Aries is saying, hey, I'm starting to feel grounded. Let's talk, right? For some of you, it can be, let's talk about things. Let's compromise. Let's work on things, right? But let's take it slow. That's always the earth energies. Let's take it slow. We got this. Don't rush, right? But it also can show still slow movement for some of you, and friend zone. So some of you might be getting sick of that energy too. But the Page of Pentacles is honest and will communicate with you, so at least you'll get some sort of sincere message of where things are going. Taurus, I'm seeing Judgment cards. So obviously Taurus is in an energy of really feeling like they need to make a decision. All right, what's my truth? You got them kind of looking in their past, looking at the way things went down or how their life has been, and maybe making a very important decision about their life in general. It seems like they are looking for the truth. And if you're part of it, or if we can find forgiveness, maybe there is room for a second chance with the Judgment card. Gemini, the same thing. You got kind of a Two of Swords. Like, we're not seeing eye to eye. I don't know why. It feels like sometimes I feel like breaking up and sometimes I can't, you know, with the Gemini. It's like my heart is there, though. It's just my mind keeps saying, we're going around in circles, you know? We keep going back and forth. And it's like, what are we doing here? Can we call truce here? So you're still at the beginning stages with a Gemini, with the Two of Swords. It feels like you guys both, you know, you know what you want, you know what you can do, but it's like, I guess it's going to be throwing in the towel and picking your battles, because there is potential for that to move forward. Cancer, I see Page of Swords. It looks like you and Cancer, you guys pull each other into arguments and you misread each other. You jump to conclusions and you text too fast. So you skim a message and you don't fully read and comprehend a message, is what I'm getting, whether it's you or them, which means that you think you got the gist of what they're saying, but you may have missed the intent behind it when you do that. So both of you guys trigger each other, and then it can lead to a block, right? So I am seeing here it's about communication and being able to slow down and think before you speak, but I can see you guys trying to figure each other out. Leo, I see Temperance card. Leo's not in any rush. They definitely feel a vibe with you. They feel, you know, they feel something. You guys feel it, right? You know it's still there. For some of you, it could run pretty deep. It's a Temperance card. It could mean, you know, we're really divine. You know, we've been together for some time trying to restore balance, right? But this is saying still, you got to let things play out organically. There is room for this to grow and heal. So I do see you guys on each other's path. Virgo, and the Ten of Wands. I don't know, this one's a little bit, you know, it seems like you're always just about there and you never get it, right? You know, it seems like you fight so hard for Virgo, you know, and it's like, boom, and then all of a sudden it just, where does it go, right? And you've gone through many times like this with a Virgo. You may be calling it quits, you know, but also these kind of cards here, 10, can tell me that it could also be a new beginning, right? So it means that they might finally give in. So it can go either way for some of you. And that was Virgo. Libra, I see Ten of Swords, right? So it looks like a separation or an ending. You know, though, you saw it coming, or they saw it coming. When you have the Ten of Swords, you guys knew it was coming, all right? You were hanging on, you know, trying, you know, maybe this Ace of Swords is you guys making truce, or you apologizing. Maybe they are apologizing. It doesn't mean you can't get back together, but it does mean that something could be ending right now. Scorpio, Seven of Pentacles, I'm seeing ponder in the future, right? They're taking their time, right? Maybe they've been taking their time. They definitely have invested in this. They just want to make sure that this is what they want. And that's what it comes down to with Scorpio. Sagittarius, I'm seeing King of Swords. So I see communication coming in. A Sag wants you. I've got your energy. That just slipped out. You know, Aquarius, you know, they're attracted to you. I will tell you, the more distant you are, the more they run for you. So the more detached you are, the more serious and in control you are of your emotions, the more your Sag is running after you, you know, because if they can't read you, they're going to want you, right? It's exciting for them. So I do see communication coming in with a Sag. Capricorn, I'm seeing, you know, you got a little bit of fight left in you, but you guys are pushing it. You know, it's like if you keep doing what you're doing, it's going to end up in a break. You both are going to break. All right. So whatever's going on with you and a Capricorn, you know, we got to figure out, we got one more push. Are we going to make it work? We got to figure out what the hell and why we keep breaking up, or why we keep fighting, why we keep going through this. All right. Because you're exhausting the entire dynamic. You guys might even find yourself not in love anymore. It's just about the addiction of the fight and winning, right? You guys are wearing each other out. Aquarius, I see Four of Swords. So this to me is a reset for you. You know, just, you know, relaxing. There's still, you got that Ace of Swords, but the Three of Swords is what you're focusing on. You know, you may be feeling sad, hurt, you know, separation with somebody, got no contact with somebody, right? But that Ace of Swords is still there, you know, with the Four of Swords energy. You have communication coming in, but you have to learn to be comfortable with space. You have to learn to be comfortable with silence. Oh my goodness, it just came out, right? The silence. Your message today is you have to learn to be comfortable with the silence. Moving on to Pisces, all right? The Emperor card. I see you in Pisces being able to make peace, figure out the next game plan, all right? So I'm seeing building a foundation. If they pull back, a Pisces is doing what they feel is best in the moment. They're playing their cards right. They want to make sure, they're making, they're taking the right steps. That's all. All right. So I do see possibly going into 2026 with a Pisces. And that is it. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Aquarius. Thank you so much for letting me and Frankie be your readers in 2025. And we look forward to reading for you in 2026. All right. So please hype and like the reading on your way out. And if you'd like to subscribe or check everything else out, just check out the description boxes on both our readings. It'll have all the links to everything, and the QR code will take you there too. All right. So happy New Year, Aquarius, and we will see you next year. Guys, thank you all for being here. Like I was saying, it's up to you guys and Frankie. If we do 5 or 10 minutes after Pisces, I plugged Bill in, so he's hanging out. If we want to work on Because My Dark Night, we can work on it for a minute. We can hang out and have a little New Year party for a minute. So it's up to you guys. Your channel, your choice. Okay? So we're digging it. It's totally up to you. We can pull the crowd. What do you guys think? Darren, you're welcome. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. Tell me Frankie is not on fire tonight. Dear Lord, it is mind-blowing. Even I'm sitting here going, she's resonating. Still got it. Still got it. TikTok, thank you guys too for being here and being a part of this. Thank you, Michelle. Mac, thank you for what you're doing. E. Doyles, it's awesome to see you. Everybody coming and hanging out with us. You guys are awesome. Faith and Love, Tia Bia, Angel Eyes. Baron, hello, hello, welcome. Thank you guys all for being here. All right, we're getting down to the wire. And now it's time for the grand finale to the fireworks display that is the Zodiac. It's time for Pisces. It's time. You guys ready? You ready? Vanessa, you ready? Everybody ready? Brandy? D, we good to go? Made it. You're always that patient, Pisces. You always wait, and it's time for your time to shine. Let's do it to it. All right, Pisces, you're going to be at 5244. Let's go. Pisces, what up? Thank you very much for being here, being a part of this, and subscribing. If you would like to book a personal reading with either me or Frankie, feel free. All right, we have links to both of our websites and booking sites are available in the description box on this reading, also by scanning the QR code or checking out the pin link in the bio on TikToks. All right, thanks for being here and being a part of this, and Happy New Year, Pisces. All right, let's dig in. Think about your person, and God, give me everything you got for Pisces. Let's do this. I'm getting chills. Interesting. Something's getting ready to happen for you, Pisces. But the chills I got, it's good chills. All right, Pisces. What do we have for Pisces? I think you're going through a glow up. What do we have for Pisces? Thoughts, feelings, and why do I hear the cha-cha slide? Slide to the left, slide to the right, crisscross. We'll find out. All right, let's do it. Let's go, Pisces. Supper's in the back seat and mama's home hungry. Let's go. 2 shuffles. You ready? Let's do it. 1 and 2. Let's love this deck for the pretty, proud, powerful Pisceans, because you know you are the water sign's secret weapon, right? Everybody thinks you're Dory from Finding Nemo. Cancer and Scorpio knows what's up when we need the real secret attack mode, the piranha teeth. Everybody thinks Pisces is awesome, but you're our secret weapon. All right, let's go. You ready? Overall energy is the Magician. I knew this was a lot about you in this reading, more so than your person. It's like your energy is taking over your own reading. So maybe you're used to dealing with somebody that never really made it about you, always overtalked you, never heard that you always felt unseen, right? Let's see where it goes. The Magician card, the Star card, the 2 of Cups, and the Sun with the King of Cups. You've passed a level up in a test, King of Cups. Your person's following suit with the 7 of Pentacles. You guys are still mirroring, but you're mirroring the healing energies. The Magician card, the Star card, and the 2 of Cups. I like this. It's that you've made it through this, and in your energetical blueprint, 2026 is your year for the level ups. So that means 25 is a rough one. I feel like you've had it rougher than the other signs. All right, let's dig in. Let's see where it's going. The Devil, right out of the gate. Look at that. Toby's like, I waited for Pisces. I'm not going out without a fight. Sorry, Toby. Some places it's already 2026. The year of number 9 is over for you. You're putting an end and you're beating the devil. The devil's been living on your shoulder telling you you're not good enough. You can't do this, Pisces. The Strength card and then the Queen of Swords. You want peace in your mind. You want someone that stands beside you, that doesn't try to control you, but's there to support you. It's like you can help yourself. the Hermit card, the Page of Pentacles, the Five of Cups that leads to the Six of Cups. Scorpio vibes are strong. Virgo's here. Capricorn, Leo, Libra, Cancer, and Virgo so far. That's a lot of people showing up for you. You have a lot on your mind. Oh my word. The Devil card to the Strength card. I think that you have gotten to a point in 2025 that you wish to leave behind the energies of the people that judge you for stuff that has happened in your past and they won't let it go, right? The devil's lived on your shoulder for so long, and you've got people, maybe for some of you guys, people that judge you for not, the devil, I'm going to go for it. Devil card on the Strength card. Some of you guys could actually have been working yourselves to overcome an addiction of some kind in your own energy, either an addiction to the independence, an addiction to a negative mindset. Some of you guys have actually been working to get over, like, come off of drugs or alcohol or standard stuff like that. That you can be like, oh yeah, Archer, standard stuff. Nobody ever really understands it because they're not the one going through it, right? For those of you that this resonates, it's like people always think about themselves so much and like what you do to them without thinking of what you're actually going through. And you're calling in someone that is on your level. That peace, it's choosing peace and looking out for yourself. For a side note on this, for those of you that have been working to do this, whether it's a change of lifestyle, change of venue, or to overcome an addiction, God understands it. And even though you've been having to fight this battle by yourself, he's with you and walks beside you, okay? You can make it through this one. With the Hermit card to the Page of Pentacles, you have learned some lessons. Some of you guys might work in the medical field, or what this person put you through, maybe the results that some of you guys have had to go into therapy or doing your own form of home therapy in order to recover. You're putting that cycle behind you, and without knowing it, you taught your person more than you realize. With the Page of Pentacles, these are about lessons being learned in the 3D. All right? If you get into that point, especially with the Magician card, where it's almost like you've gotten to a point that you're like, it is what it is, and I don't know. And it's like, it's so complicated that you don't have a direction. But I do see you beating that out, okay? It's not so much about, it's that they never really took a minute to get to know you, right? Because deep down on this one, you do love them. But the thing is, it's the devil that kept bringing into this one. They never let the past go, and they never let you live it down. And it's like, how many times do they have to keep bringing it up to you and drilling it in with their passive-aggressive comments? But then you're like, hey, could I have 5 minutes to talk to you about what I'm going through? I kind of need you right now. Not now, Pisces, I'm busy. Hermit mode. It's like, whoa, I'm there for you. And then I need a moment because I'm feeling a little down and out with the Five of Cups. And you tell me, wait a minute, later. They never made you the priority. This person, I feel like maybe even both of you guys, maybe you met through like addiction or counseling. But it's almost like you guys both met to work through things, right? And you've done the work on your side, but they did too. Tell me more on the Strength card to the Devil card. The Hanged Man, that's you. You are taking your power back. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of major arcana. The Justice card into the King of Pentacles. Through the stage of the Five of Swords and grief in this one, it's showing me that like you guys met for a specific reason. But when you guys met, you were still in an immature place. And both of you guys had dealt with so much stuff in the past that it allowed past traumas to come in. And that's why their fight or flight kept kicking in. Every time you would try to have a calm conversation with them maturely, they would let it go for about 5 minutes and then just bail. That's it. I'm not dealing with this. I'm out. I got to talk. Like more runners in the Boston Marathon, right? So with that direction where it goes is the energies that in this here with the Five of Swords, it's making it through those stages of grief and the people that judge you, right? To move forward. They might have come at you in a place that they were more worried about status or clout than anything else. And they were trying to move so fast in life that they moved right past the things that mattered and counted, which was you. Because they never took you at your word. They took you for granted and neglected your love. Some of you guys, this has gone on since even when you were younger. You may have identified that like you might have grown up with narcissistic parents where you had an absentee parent, one that was in their other place, while the other one may be like a neglectful father or an absentee mother, something like that, where you always felt like you were never good enough. No matter how many times you tried to succeed and tried to get the validation that a parent should give, You never got it. It was never good enough. You never did good enough. And then this continued. And that's why you met all the narcissistic people that you met before you met this person. With that Justice card on it, the Justice card with this Libra energy, it talks about the balancing of the emotional and the logic, the left and the right brain, right? Christina, girl, what you up to? What up, Spiritually Fit Tarot? Oh my gosh, spinny hugs, girl. Spinny hugs, girl. I've been praying for you. You are going to be so awesome in this. Thanks for coming by. Love you, girl. Big time. All right. Sorry, Pisces. I just saw Christina. I had to say hi. Anyways, Justice card. This is telling me that for both of you guys, this was a big lesson in emotional maturity, right? You were still working on taking care of stuff on your side. They were still working on stuff on their side. I really feel the vibes of addictions. I think they feel like their temper, their anger, they never got through this. It's like both of you guys, as a result of your upbringings, allowed this to come together, but you were supposed to come together to achieve this peace and pass the last lesson, right? So even at that point, you've made it through the mirroring stage, and it's almost like your intuition is feeling like a cycle getting ready to come back around on this one. But the reason it's taken so long for this to happen with this Justice card on the King of Pentacles is that there were lessons that needed to be learned in emotional maturity, right? Slowing the roll, not what they say, but how they say it, right? It's a lot of balance here for the two of you guys to reinvent and rebirth yourselves, clear the energies, because you both have been going through transformations in the silence, especially in 2025. Bonus points for those of you seeing repeating fives, okay? It's that sync to overcome the energy and move forward. Page of Pentacles and the Five of Cups. You guys are actually ascending together in the silence between the two of you guys. That's why both of you, they lied. It's like their jealousy or something overcame them, right? And you called them out on it. You just knew something was up. And this time apart was needed. Some of you guys might even identify as an old soul. Old souls go through a lot of childhood triggerings to prepare and build themselves for their futures. And the changes, the things you guys brought into this relationship while you guys were mirroring, it reflected all the insecurities and traumas out, which is what led to that fight or flight kicking in. For some of you guys, you'll find out that they've been doing work as well, all right? Some of you guys could actually have been through like a rehab or a physical therapy of some kinds. Maybe you have a little bit of fears of like possibly a medical diagnosis or something. But I'm being told in this when you pass through it. It could be family related. Okay, real quick. I know I got to turn it over to Frankie. I do have a message on this Five of Wands to Temperance about lessons being learned and coming into a point of balance, okay? Your person totally knows they screwed this one up. That's the thing. I know they blamed you for it at the beginning, but they're putting away that passing the buck energy, and they're rather depressed right now. Five of Wands, it's like they learned their lessons and they know that they had to do some work. The Magician card on the Seven of Cups. Magician card, Magician card. Gemini, Virgo vibes. Pisces, this is like an energy of like a maternal figure. Because you have actually worked to break generational curses. That is what you've been going through in 2025. Some of you guys might, whoa, come back here, Magician. Some of you guys might have recently lost like a mother, a grandmother, something like this that has transitioned and crossed over. I've got a message on this with the Seven of Cups. It's the energies here that, especially for those of you that have been so far down the rabbit hole after the white rabbit showed up that you know his name. I've met him. He's Jimmy. He's kind of boring. Anyways, the thing on this is that this grandmother, maternal figure is telling me they wish to thank you for the stuff that you thought they never noticed because they knew how much you like really loved them. It's almost like you overlooked your parents and looked to your grandparents for like guidance. They're leaving you some hidden knowledge of generations in your capable hands. Whether you're a male or female Pisces, you're being gifted the feminine energies to recalculate and recalibrate the direction of your lineage. You're the one that breaks the curses going into 2026. It's abundance for you, all right? Not saying you're all going to be rich, famous rock stars, but whatever you wish, whatever you desire, you will excel at it, okay? And you change the course and the direction of what your family has been through. This is amazing. You are very strong going into 2026, all right? You're putting away the weaknesses and allowing you to go forward. I'm going to switch into the shadow deck to look at your blueprint to see the direction that it goes. Let's see where this goes. The Five of Wands, we're tuned right back into this Five of Wands. I love that. That leads right to the Six of Wands. The outcome for this is that you guys had to go apart. And The Tower moments you both have been through have been preparing you and strengthening you to come back together. The thing is, the stuff you wished for your spouse is the same thing they've been wishing on their spouse. You guys have been telepathically, especially those of you that have been praying or done the prayer about your person, that energy is quantum transmission. It's going over into their energy and it's inspiring the change. I mean, you rule the 12th house. Okay, you're basically a walking human tarot intuitive card reading incarnated. So you almost know the stuff you suspect is on point, that it's getting ready to happen for you guys. If you do wonder for this, Pisces, if you're like, are you really talking about who I think you're talking about? This is the one that knows you the best and loves you the most. And you've been through each other's Five of Wands worst moments and you've grown from it. Now get ready to be there for each other's Six of Wands best moments. All right. I love this for you. 2026 is very transformative. You might even have some strong Leo in your chart or dealing with a Leo, possibly even Gemini moon, Gemini rising or Venus, and the fact that this is allowing a level up and a clarity in the mindset to motivate you forward. 2026 actually becomes a year of both for you. Love and abundance escalates, the complete opposite of what you've been through in 2025 with the person on your mind, the one that has finally matured into a King of Pentacles and will stand beside you with the free will. They're not being guided by God above. They free will choose you. Their awakening and their reboot with this Wheel of Fortune to the Hanged Man makes them all about you. I love it for you. All right, Pisces, thank you for letting me read for you in 2025. And now over to you, Frankie.
What an amazing reading, you know?
That was deep. That's transformative vibes. I love it
You've
for
been
it.
like that all night though, you know? I've been trying, you know, and then I was kind of like, I've been like, you know,
it's been killer. It's been amazing the way this carries through. I love it. I mean, Frankie's one of the ones that taught me that anywhere in your chart that you can go through, it's manifesting. You can literally watch this whole thing beginning to end and it tells the whole story of your life. It's so wild.
It does. I follow from Aries to Pisces ever since the beginning. That's why, like, when sometimes people used to panic at Pisces, like we've been on for hours. And yeah, you know, I'm obviously not as giddy as it was at the beginning, but my energy follows with the flow. And I have so much Pisces in me, you know, that I just, it doesn't matter. It's like the flow of the chart. We get to you, it's on. We're warmed up, you know. By the time we get to you, we get to what's really necessary, what you need to hear, you know. I'm kidding. We get to the point.
Huh?
You know, think about that. We get to the point. You're like, come on, come on, come on. We get to the point. I'm just kidding.
Dude, Pisces is like the water signs Gemini. It's why it's two fish and the twins.
Yeah. It's like, hurry up, I get distracted.
No sugarcoating. Give it to me straight.
All right. So no sugarcoating. And, you know, although I do believe anything's possible and you have free will. So the only reason why, you know, I tiptoe around things sometimes giving you an outcome is because the outcome's up to you. You know, and I have the Six of Swords. It tells me though that the water is started, it's moving, right? You're clearing things up. You are moving forward to new territory. You have a lot of shifts happening that are going to give you some relief. You know what I mean? Like, I just know it. And I get you more now. I'll tell you that. I get, you know, Pisces a lot more. So, but this energy is somebody coming towards you who wants things to clear up, who, you know, is starting to realize how unnecessary some of the, you know, the stuff that has happened in the past was. You know, you have that Five of Swords energy, and it's somebody that doesn't want to face their own truth. And so they point the fingers at you, right? And you're absorbing this. And, you know, you're somebody that will get over stuff, you know, and let things go. But how many times are you going to let somebody keep, you know, saying things or doing things or not being honest with you? And, you know, and it's like, I do feel like your person is starting to realize that I think I misunderstand Pisces, you know, and I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to communicate. But I also feel like too, you are going through something right now where maybe you're dissolving some of the leftovers, all the shit that we've been working through, right? And so you're really getting filtered out and having to face a lot of your stuff. You know, your house is the house of all the hidden stuff, all the stuff we don't want to see and we want to do. And Pisces tends to want to escape from that, right? No, because you know you can touch love easily You don't, why do you need, that's why you can easily bypass doing that. But you know that you can do this. But now I think you're starting to see why it's important not to bypass all this stuff that even though you can get over it quickly, it doesn't make it right. Right. So you're starting to see the effects of people gaslighting you, people, lying to you, people with negative energy around you, and how it absorbs, right? Pisces absorbs, you have no boundaries. Right. So I think here, though, you have either you've moved on from that energy, or you're in an energy with somebody else that you guys are, they're seeing you and they're either seeing you move on or they don't want to see you move on, but you guys are moving forward and they're understanding you a lot more. All right. Whatever you did, they're actually starting to understand you a little more. All right. So your person, I see you got them thinking. I mean, this is the Seven of Pentacles. They must be really reviewing the past, their choices. What did I do? How did I get here? Where are we going? This is somebody that's very earthy energy right now, being practical about things, right? We hit a roadblock. What happened? I didn't expect things to turn this way, but it did. So somebody is really contemplating and trying to figure out if you guys, which way you should go. You know what I mean? Because I'm serious about you. I care about you, but we keep missing something. We keep hitting a roadblock. So you've got somebody really thinking about you in a way that seems like, I want to figure this out because I want to see where things can go. All right, with you. I see a future possibly, but what's their challenge? The Page of Cups. All right, so this here can be somebody that has a hard time letting love in. They don't know how to express themselves, very slow to express themselves. All right, they wanna love you. They wanna open up. And this also, somebody could have acted very immature in the past too. We get in these places, we get triggered, we revert back to childish behaviors. We all can do it, and somebody may have gone too far. Somebody may have impulsively or act overly emotional, or just reacted non-emotionally. It could go either way, right? But I'm seeing that somebody is really realizing how it affected the situation now. Something they said or did. I mean, now they're stuck. Maybe I shouldn't have reacted a certain way. Maybe I should have understood Pisces' feelings, because this can be your energy too. Very naive, right? The Page of Cups. You just want to be in the moment. You don't care about the rest of the world. You want to be with your person and you'll give them everything. But maybe a person wasn't giving you enough attention, or they, like I said in the beginning, they were misunderstanding you and what you need. And you were giving all your love to them, but they weren't refueling, they weren't putting back. They weren't giving back. All right. It's got to be equal give and take. And I think that's one of your biggest things right now, is learning that just because you can do it doesn't mean you have to. Just because you know how to fix something doesn't mean you're supposed to. All right. And just because you can handle chaos, that just means that you become a captain of chaos. It doesn't mean it's healthy for you. Right. And you don't need to accept it from the other people in your life. And I feel like this is where you're learning strong boundaries. And your person, though, whatever you've been doing or something, or they're starting to realize, maybe I can see this side of you. They may have underestimated your sensitivity. So, and this too can be a block. Like you feel like this person, every time you try to get this person to open up, every time you try to get them to open up, you feel like they close off, right? Maybe you want to be able to open up to this person, but you just feel like, how can you open up to somebody who's kind of unreadable, and just won't be vulnerable with you? You need to be able to expand. You want to be able to expand. And if somebody's not letting you expand and you start to contract and hold your feelings back because of somebody else, it's gonna manifest. It's going to manifest, and then you're going to use cop out, like drugs, alcohol, trying to numb things, partying, excuses. Sex is great, whatever it is. You'll find whatever reason to numb the real thing that's happening. But what's happening is your person's draining your light, draining your energy. All right. And this could be vice versa as well. So it's hard to look at it in reverse if it is us that's doing it to somebody else. And it's been a hard reality for me to realize too in my life, that some of my emotional ways may have really drained other people. It can be emotionally dependent, and somebody doesn't understand me. So sometimes it doesn't hurt to see if it works both ways. How do they view you? I've got the Six of Cups. This person, you know, just sees you as somebody who's so special. There's something about you. You give off a vibe. This is the soulmate energy. You know, what is that? It's like when we're on the same frequency of somebody. There's just people that we're all on the same frequency at the same time. And if we're at the same frequency, we're going to feel it when we meet each other. We're looking for the same thing. We want the same thing. We feel so, you know, we've had similar paths, you know, similar friends, similar likes, right? So when you meet up, you're in frequency and you just feel so connected. And we have many soulmates, and you are this person's soulmate. So there seems to be like, it's almost like you're water and you're dealing with, you know, either somebody who's ice cold at times and doesn't know how to soften up. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with them. It's just the way that they don't know how to express their true feelings. They might have trust issues, right? But I am seeing here, they see you as a soulmate. They do see you as somebody who's very important to them. They must have shared many memories with you or have imagined future memories with you. All right, so how do you see them? Ace of Cups. You love them. This is somebody that you give them refreshments all the time. You're always refueling them. You're always loving them. You're always like, no matter what, you would give you the shirt off your back to this person, right? And it just feels like the love's there, but your person may just feel blocked. It's like they don't know how to let their inner child out. They don't know how to love, and you're naturally that person. You know, you do it easily, right? And so that's what I'm seeing here with it, is like there's love here. And now, how do we break this? How do we get past this? That's the problem. So what does Spirit think that you should do? Ace of Swords. All right. This is seeing through all the fog, seeing through all the denial, seeing your own shit. All right. And this is part of our work right now, you know, and facing, you know, some of our own blocks, right? And also seeing the truth about another person and not taking on their problems and thinking they're yours. All right, that you could easily be gaslit. You got to be careful of that, right? It's like, you know, maybe they are. You'll second guess yourself. Maybe they are right. Maybe that is me. No, it probably isn't. If you're asking if you're the problem and you're asking everybody and you're going around and they're telling you no, you know, so there's the sign, you know what I mean? You're not the problem. So I am seeing honest communication. I'm seeing the truth light going off. So this is about facing some real harsh truths right now and deciding to be honest with yourself and with another person. Declaring ultimatums. Are you with me? If you're not, if somebody's truly with you, they will be honest with you, and they will, you guys will be on the same page. I mean, you don't have to question it. They will put the work in. I feel like this person here is realizing where either they didn't put enough work in and they fucked up, or where you pulled your energy back and now they're feeling the distance. Or, you know, if they lose you, you know, or they're feeling like they're losing you, this person's really regretting it. It's like why didn't I say something? Why can't I tell you that I care about you? Why can't I show you that I have feelings? I don't know. When I see a Page of Cups in a challenge position, it tells me somebody has a serious inner wound child. All right. It tells me somebody does not know how to love. And it could have been they were never loved. And most of our problems stem from childhood. All right. So I do see that. And it doesn't mean that there's no possibility here. I'm telling you right now, I have two aces. This reading is too deep, I think, to continue. It's more like an individual read or something. But I'm going to say there's two aces here. And this tells me bring the love, bring the truth, clear, transparency, and with conversation. And, who knows? Maybe this is a to be continued. The Seven of Pentacles to me always says to be continued. Like we're trying to figure out another way. We'll find out later, right? So let's look at Aries. Aries, Nine of Cups, right? So Aries obviously feels something for you. It looks like they're trying to take care of themselves, or just care, self-love, right? Aries has love for you. So I do feel like with you and an Aries, you may get your wish, you'll feel satisfied with the outcome is how I see that. Taurus, the Tower card. So get ready for some truth. The Tower card's not easy. It's going to shift the course of your relationship, but the good news is you're going to get the truth. The bad news for some of you is you're going to get the truth. All right. It can go either way. But the thing is now you can build from honesty. We have Gemini, Two of Cups. So Gemini in love with you. All right, Gemini's like, I feel you, you know, it's still kind of soon. You get the Ace and Two of Cups, you know, even if you're a long-term relationship, you're trying to recover love or build love again, it's still, let's take it slow. Let's try and get to know each other again type of attitude. You know what I mean? And so it also can be, if it's a new person for you, it's, I really want to get to know you. I do feel something with you. So Gemini here, you know, keeping it light, want to have a conversation with you, but the feelings are there. Cancer, I see a Hermit card. So Cancer may be distant from you. This is very introverted energy. Cancer runs to their crab shell. They got to do their dance. They got to do their thing. This card tells me that they will be back out and you'll know their truth again. All right, maybe you've been waiting for some time, but that's the thing, is we can't wait on people. They have to go on their own spiritual journey. It looks like that's what Cancer's doing. And the good news here is that the Hermit's going to come out wise. And when they do come out and you see them, you're not going to recognize them, right? They're not going to look the same. And I have Leo energy, the Chariot card, such major arcana here. I have Leo, I have the Chariot. Where there's a will, there's a way. All right, there's something about this connection. You know, it's like, let's go. I know maybe there's challenges. You've been challenging, you know, your will. You guys battle. You know, who knows, right? You don't know how you're gonna do it. Who the hell knows, right? Who knows how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna do it, right? We're just gonna go out and see where it goes. So you see a return from a Leo. I see a Virgo, 7 of Wands, same kind of energy here. You got sevens really showing up for you. 7 of Pentacles, the 7 of the Chariot. You have the 7 of Wands. All right. You and a Virgo tend to test each other. All right. There's a lot of, you know, kind of defensive mechanisms, attacking, not wanting to let down their guards. All right. But I also see somebody who's willing to face the challenges with you. Right, so that's Virgo is willing to face the challenges with you. Now it's funny because we have North Node Pisces, South Node Virgo, so it's like Virgo is starting to have to surrender, let down their guards. All right, not trying to control everything. So maybe you and your Virgo really helping each other grow right now. Libra, 10 of Wands. Libra really hanging on. It's like they want to keep trying, they want to keep hanging on. All right, but there's a lot of internal struggle happening with Libra. It's like, I don't want to let go of you, but we seem to get nowhere type of energy. The good news is the hardest part's behind, right? So if we do give it a go, it's like, you know, it's your choice. We can let that shit go and start fresh. But, you know, if we can't, and if it's too heavy, this one here, your Libra might be like, maybe we just have to be done with this. Scorpio, I see 4 of Pentacles, kind of same energy. Scorpio's like, I'm still here, you know, I'm scared. I don't like to jump into things and holding back a little bit. So you are building a foundation with the Scorpio, a relationship with the Scorpio, but are you getting the emotional security that you need from the Scorpio? This can tell me that your Scorpio is closed off, that it's really hard for them to let go of control, let go of their heart. So they got that shield on, right? And when they have that shield on, you know, you know how hard it is to get through that. But I will say, you know, they hold on tight, and if it's worth it, it's worth it. You know, the 4 of Pentacles, you both are invested, and if you want to fight the fight, nobody can tell you how it's going to turn out, right? It's up to you guys. Sagittarius, the Justice card. So it looks like one of you or both of you receive injustice, right? You know, consequences. If you put the good in, you get the good back most of the time. Not always, I know. So we could, you know, definitely have a conversation about that. But I am seeing that we are seeing you guys come into some sort of balance. We're able to find truths. We're able to find a balance. We're able to realize our mistakes, and we're able to, you know, make peace. All right. So maybe moving forward together, maybe not, but we're making peace. All right, Capricorn, I see the Devil card. So Capricorn showing up in you know, dressed to the nines. Is that what you say? They're in their element, right? You guys, it's just the Capricorn, right? There is this strong attachment here between you and a Capricorn, right? That's what the Devil means. It doesn't mean that you can't make it work. It just means you guys trigger each other. You guys have temptations. You guys dwell on the superficial things, right? You got to learn to face your shadows with one another. Ego can get in the way with you and a Capricorn. And these are things that are fixable. These are things that are showing up for you so that you can say, oh, okay, you know, if we can get past these things that we're attached to, or if there was deception, can we get over it? There's always possibility to heal this connection. But right now it is showing up with some toxic energy. Aquarius, I see Page of Wands. So Aquarius has got their, they want you. That's this card. They want you. You know it. All right. They think you're hot. You know you can get them. You know it, but it's not love yet, right? It's like, where is this? All right. I know you want me. I know it's good, but is it going anywhere? So this is where your Aquarius is showing up again, and we have to make sure we're on the same page. If you're giving it up and they're not giving anything in, it's not changing. You got to stop that shit. You don't have to listen to me. I mean, it just is what it is. I'm just giving my opinion. All right, but you know what I'm saying? If you haven't given it up and they're in the Page of Wands, they just want to have fun and see where things go. It looks like if things are going too fast, they're going to back up a little bit, but they want you. Just if you're asking about love yet, you got to let it grow. Pisces, I see. Look at this, Pisces. You got the star card, North Node Pisces. All right, you're going there. You're moving there. Universe is pushing you in the right direction. If things are trying to leave your life, let them go. If you're not feeling light, you're being filtered through right now, every last little bit. If you're trying to hold on to the seaweed and the sludge and the shit, what are you doing? You got to ask yourself that, because this energy right here is saying you got to let go and trust that there's so much more out here, and I'm trying to show you where it's at. You've got to have faith here and trust. All right. So that's what I'm getting for you. You and another Pisces possibly coming into alignment. All right. You're meant to, but you are going through a learning period. And for you, I believe it's coming to an end, this particular cycle. I love you guys. Happy New Year's. I am so done. I am done. I gave it to you. I gave it.
Pisces, that got deep. 2026 is going to be a deep year for you. But that's good, because that's putting 10 toes down and ground and stabilizing. So I love it for you. Pisces, thank you very much for letting me and Frankie be your readers in 2025. And we look forward to reading for you in 2026. Please hype and like the reading on your way out, or stick around for the after party where I teach Christina how to play bass and we work on writing a song. But otherwise, until next time, Pisces, peace, love, spinny hugs, and I'll see you next year. We'll see you next year. Happy New Year, everybody. We did it. The 2026 all signs. Actually, the last 2025 all signs is a wrap. I love it for you guys. Dig it. All right. What up, y'all? What up? Frankie's beat. Frankie's tired. She gave it all. Tell me Frankie was not glowing like cray-cray. Frankie, you are on fire tonight, and you're totally rocking the Elton John look, which I think is awesome sauce. Everybody's been comparing it, because Frankie's a rocket man in a woman kind of way.
You're an Aquarius too. It's like that whole thing, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm tapping into the Aquarians today.
I think so. I think you're Frankie, like Christina said, Frankie glowing. You're in another one of them glow ups. You just got to go be all Scorpio.
That might be the lights too. I am. No, I mean I'm in a good mood, so I'm glad it's showing through. It definitely is. I'm definitely excited about 2026, and I'm definitely happy. I mean, we've all had our couple years, and I just feel like I finally have been able to break through that illusion too. So there's a lot. It doesn't mean you get all, like I say to you guys, it doesn't mean that you're always going to get the whys, or you're going to understand, and you're going to get the I'm sorry, but when you finally let it go, it changes you.
You guys have been awesome families, and we are both very honored and blessed to read for you guys. That you trust us with your energies and you're part of this is amazing. I love you guys for it. Peace, love, and spinning hugs for everybody. And here's to abundance and good prayers and good blessings in 2026 for all of us. We are closing the door on 2025 and leaving it there, right? But meanwhile, Jimmy, Bill goes to 11. Bill goes to 11. Right, Shelby? Bill goes to 11. Christina, Bill goes to 11. He a Gemini too. He's a Gemini. He's cool. He's from Germany. Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to tell that part. Anyway, see, his bridge pickup gets crazy. It's really totally easy. Okay, so welcome to the after party. Happy New Year's. It's a reference to the movie Spinal Tap, right, Jersey Jimmy? That and the Ruddles is every musician's favorite couple of movies. Like Spinal Tap and All You Need Is Cash is like a musician's version of Star Wars. You're in Texas? Dude, that's awesome.
Going, Archer. I don't want to cut you off, but I gotta go get something to eat.
Go for it. You rock and roll. Y'all want to hang around? We're gonna after party. All right, let's do it. Christina, hang out. I'll fix up the screen too, Christina. I know what happened on that one. We haven't been able to see each other on our channels because a while ago, J-Dub and I had an issue and she blocked me on your channel. It locked them out. So we got to go in and if you want to, you got free will totally, Christina. It's ladies' choice. But if you want to, I got a feeling that we're both in each other's block lists as a result of it. I think that's all it was. But it's all cool. Choose peace. All right. No hard feelings anywhere. But I've gone in and tried to comment on your lives for like over a year. And it's like, oh my gosh, it doesn't show up. I come in and support you. I've been through everything that you went through. I've been there on the other side. But due to just the previous energies, is you wouldn't have a way to. That's the thing. I'm like, oh my gosh, how do I tell Christina? And it's like, I'm yeah. And I guarantee we wound up in each other's block lists and we can't see each other on our chats. So I totally think that's what's up. We'll check it out. I mean, it was ages ago on it, but just so you know, I did keep track of everything you've been going through. Totally. So I've got you for backup if you need it. But I think that's what it is. I think we both wound up in, I'll check mine too. I'll check mine too when I do the post-production on the all signs. Because when I saw you mention that earlier, I'm like, oh my gosh, I think I know what it is. So that's cool. We can get fixed up because I've been there like through all of it. But it's cool vibes. So yeah, we're going to do the after party. Now, the way this works, Christina, and everybody, Jersey Jimmy and me going to give you a little bass tutorial, and then we're going to work on the song that we've been working on, so you guys all get to be a part of it. Because we've been working on My Dark Night. Okay, so we'll get some more lyrics while you guys are all here. This will be awesome. We'll get some of the lyrics together. But so what it is on these is everything goes in variables of 3 and 5. That's what the dots are for. So if you start, once you learn what each of these strings do, it corresponds to notes on the piano. Think of it as like the dots representing the black keys on the piano, the others representing the white keys. And if you keep it around through all these directions, that's what gets you to where you can walk yourself up the neck and you can find the same notes in variables of like 3 and 5. Oh, that's all spinny hugs, Christy. Actually, 14-second, like Big Brother hugs first, and then the spinny hugs. And then I teach you how to play bass guitar. I'll double check on my side as soon as I end the stream when I'm doing the post-production stuff. Oh my gosh, I can be there to support you. That's I've been supporting you privately because I'm like, that's right. And I looked up, I was like, we'll get a chance to fix this. Me and Christina were like always cool back in the days. And we fixed that. I love you, girl. Total big spinny hugs, support spinny hugs. But yeah, so like once you figure out like the bass notes E, then you can go E, F, F sharp, G, and work your way up the neck. And then if you go 3 bars up, it gets you to where here's this, the 5th fret on the guitar right here is the same as the open string below it. See how they're the same? So when you get to that point, you can do things at this point and work up the neck and find the same notes later. Or work backwards. And it's kind of like if you really follow music theory, as opposed to just artistically letting it flow, you do better. Much of the stuff, like even like, okay, Paul McCartney, right? If you watch those clips out on Disney Plus from the Beatles Get Back, right? You can see the way he even starts. He doesn't really follow the fretboard on his Hofner. He like the way he gets Get Back, he strums it like a guitar. And then he starts humming the melody and he finds it. It's not really even being like, okay, I must be at this note, this note. He lets his hands just guide him. And a lot of the biggest things come out of mistakes. It's like just doing that start point. And then once you get into it, you can follow your way and work up the neck. And then you start getting stuff like. And then when you hear a chord change in the song, it's literally the same positions on a bass. And then it's moving up the neck. So it's like. Turn it up. The 3, the 6, the 8, and the 10, and the 12. Hold on. It's going to go to 11. It's going to 11. Okay. Better? He's German. He gets loud sometimes. And his A string reverberates. To 11. Christina, we got to get you a guitar. I got Winston back here. You can play Winston. He's lefty, but I'll get a right-handed guitar. I can play them both ways. I just always play. For me, I played better left-handed. I was born in the. Oh, girl, you're in. Oh, girl, you're so in. We got to start a band, y'all. We got a band coming in. We could be like the next Echo Smith. Could you see Christina on the mic? I wish that I could be like. And we're in the back. Doom, doom, doo, 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 doo. Oh, that'd be epic. It'd like be a cool opening act. When I start filling the Ryman down in Nashville, we could do live shows. It'd be so neat. Definitely stay tuned around Nashville, Tennessee, because 2026, there's going to be some public appearances. If y'all aren't following along with the Cosmic Closet on 2nd Street in Nashville, and 2nd Street's finally reopened from everything in the fire that it went through years ago, it's going to become epic. All right, there's plans in 2026 where you guys can actually come in person and we do all signs in front of a live audience. And it's going to grow from that with my Leo Venus into filling the Ryman. Like that. It's cool. The more that you just keep running through it, the easier it gets. That's the big part. It's like never quit quitting type of a vibe on it. And even the strings, they all wind up the same. I haven't tuned Winston in a minute. He sounds weak. But yeah. Oh my gosh, we should have some blasts with that. You learn B7, then you're in. You know what? Oh, dude, I would totally. I want to fill up. I will come to Austin. I think it'd be awesome. It's beautiful. We're finalizing some talks between me and the owners of the Cosmic Closet that we're going to start doing some public appearances and do these things. Of course, we're going to have the cameras on, but we're going to do it in front of the live audience. So definitely hang out for 2026 because I'm totally coming to Nashville. And then we're going to keep growing. Frankie's in Tampa. Come down, do a live. Would you guys like to see me and Frankie on the stage together, live and in person? It'd be kind of cool. I'll do with it, guys. I have so no ego left that like I will hang out with any tarot reader on YouTube. I totally watch tarot. I watch Christina. There you go, right out of the gate. You know what I mean? Totally. My Sag grandma is the reason I do a lot of stuff right-handed. She was the one because my dad was also lefty. Between her and Mama T, when I would pick stuff up lefty, they'd be like, no, Archer, hold on, no, Archer, put it over here. And what happened out of it is I grew into ambidextrous. I'm glad you're back, girl. We missed you. Girl, you know how much you are loved in the YouTube community. You know it. And you're already doing TikTok. TikTok's the wave for tarot readers like us. You're on the energetical bandwagon ahead of the schedule, girl. No wonder people get all jealous and up on your stuff. You're just glowing. You can't help it. You're a Gemini. It happens. Let the haters hate, Christina. Remember, oh my God, if I brought this up in Gemini, it's totally awesome. Bonus points. Remember, it's the scene from Howard Stern's movie, Private Parts, the one where Pig Vomit's walking with the network executive. And he's like, okay, how long do the Howard Stern lovers listen? Oh yeah, the average Howard Stern listener listens for an hour and a half. What's their most common reason for it? Most common given answer? I wonder what he'll say next. Then Pig Vomit goes, what about the people that hate him? And the guy's like, oh yeah, the people that hate him listen for 2.5 hours. And Pig Vomit freaks out and he's like, well, if they hate him, why do they listen? And he's like, most common answer, I want to hear what he'll say next. It's totally not about the people that we know are watching us, Christina. It's about the people that we don't know. Anyways, oh my God, girl, you're bringing my Gemini, Mars, and Mercury out. Okay, so let's work on our song for a minute, all right, to welcome in this new year, all right? So we've been working on what are we going to, I don't know what we're going to totally call it yet, Jimmy. We're going to, My Dark Night, maybe My Dark Night. That's got a good ring to it for a title, right? You know, oh, dude, I love air signs. You guys are awesome. Bill's a Gemini. He popped. So yeah, we've been working on, let me make sure we got the audio right. Ooh. Doom. Da 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 da. Okay, you guys got to do the da da da, and I'll handle the lead vocals. And if you guys come up with lyrics, pop them in the live chat so we can get this song written. This thing might wind up as a cover. All right, let's go. All right. I was gonna read some cards until my dark night. I was gonna get my chakras healed and then my dark night. Now I'm having another awakening and I know why. Cause my dark night, cause my dark night, cause my dark night. La da 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 da. All right, so we gotta get into the second verse. We're working on this. It's going somewhere. I'll get a hold of Afro Man to get the rights covered. All right, no problema. I don't get a lot of time to keep getting the muscle memory down, but we're working on it. Eventually, I'll get that bass and the slapping down. I followed and studied McCartney. I'm used to playing with a plectrum or a pick. I'm not good at. I can't do that yet. I'm very good at grandpa tunes. Oh, dude, yeah. Hold on. Let me find A. No, I need the other A. Yeah, that one. All right, let's try this. I'm letting you guys sing. It's the sing-along part. Hold on. Where's D? Oh, play it on the deeper octave? Oh, play it on the deeper octave. See, Christina? Here's A. Then down here is another A. So we're going to go with the lower octave and leave the third string open as the D note. Okay. There's the boom. That's the D note. Da, 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 da. Mm-hmm. When the night... Oh, wait. Am I going to get a flag for... Like, do I have rights to sing that song? Has come. And the land is dark. Oh, that's... Yeah, okay, we got some stuff coming in. Then you got Ballad of Johnny Yoko. That's usually what I lead in with, though. Okay, hold on. Now, here's a riff. Okay, Jimmy, everybody hanging out with us. This is a riff that I don't have anything to do with yet, but it's stuck in my head. Okay, we're up on the D string 12. It sounds like it's something out of like Octopus's Garden, but it's like a. I don't know what to do with it. Christina's okay. All the Geminis in the crowd, start throwing some lyrics. Like, just think about anything. You can do like, okay, and the moon. Oh yeah, Shelby. Yeah, we can do it like shoes. What you gonna choose? Right? You can do like we can do like anything out of it. We gotta hang on to it. It does right. I really thought I was like ripping off like Octopus's Garden. That whole. It's somewhere around there. See, it's like I'm really close. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like I gotta watch out for that part. One of my favorite Beatle videos is Paul McCartney or the Beatles doing Yesterday live in 1966. Right? I've noticed that there are some spam archers on TikTok. I'll find you when I go through in the post-production, and I'll come in and I'll follow you so you can follow me back. That way it's the real archer. There have been some fake ones out there. I've been noticing that too and going through and reporting them over to TikTok creators. I'll check it out tonight too. I'll check it out before I go to lay down. Definitely. But okay, so yeah, we haven't gotten to the second verse because there's like so many other things. What do we go through? You've got dark nights, you've got awakenings. So the second verse would be like, what's the second thing after you go through like a dark night and that? Then you start having the epiphanies and the awakenings, I suppose. So that'd be like I was gonna text my friend till my dark night. I was gonna tell them the meaning of life until my dark night. Okay, here we go. Second verse. But now I'm spilling. No, wait. Now I'm spilling all the tea, and I know why. No, wait. See why? Why? Because my dark night. Because my dark night. Because my dark night. All right, so that might be a good hit on the second verse. Explaining the meaning of life to everybody. There are 7 levels. Anyways, it's cool. That might be a thing. So let's see. Okay, let's try to write something about letting go and leaving the energies, closing those doors in 5 to come in 6. Like maybe like here's to the old years. No, wait, okay. Okay, we'll do like a C and F thing, Jimmy. Just the standard like a CFG run. Maybe like here's to the lessons learned in. Okay, I'm trying to find a melody. Here's to the lessons learned in 25. It's something like this. It's almost like I'm just reversing the Afro Man run and doing it this way, right? 2025, don't let the door hit you. Or let it hit you, it'll propel you further into the parking lot. Right? Sorry. We could take this stuff. Goodbye 25. Goodbye 25. Oh, now I'm just thinking of 1985. No one ever left alive. Anyways. What are the chords? Jimmy, what are the chords on All You Need Is Love? That's just a basic progression. I know it's got the weird time signatures because of how they strummed. Isn't it just following an ADE pattern? Let's see. There's nothing you can do that can't be done. It's because it has that walking line. It goes, do love, love, love. Love, love, love. Okay, I think I'm finding it. Love. And then you play the same run on the next string up, and it changes the chord change, right? Love, love. It's not on the D string. It goes love. Okay, it's love, love, love. Okay, so we got it like that. There's nothing you can do that can't be done. Nothing you can sing that can't be sung. Nothing you can do, but you can learn how to play the game. It's easy. It's not on that string, is it, Jimmy? Awesome, Sandy. We are on GD. Okay, all right, so let me find G. I was in the wrong key. Okay, cool, Sandy. You're awesome sauce. All right, so we need G. That's why it sounded sharp. I was up a key. Okay. Nothing you can do that can't be done. Nothing you can sing that can't be sung. Wait, okay, then we're, okay. Nothing you can do, but you can learn how to play the game. It's easy. I think I'm off on that part, but let's keep going. It's just nothing you can make that can't be made. No one you can save that can't be saved. Nothing you can do, but you can learn how to play the game. It's easy. Okay, chorus is this. All you need is... Nope, that's the verse. All you need is love. All you need is love. Okay, so we're on the D string for this. All you need is love. Love. It's in there. I might work on this. Love, love. Love, love, love. Love, love, love. See, Christina, I don't know exactly where each note McCartney hits is at. I'm just trying to let my hand find it. If it sounds a little off, I correct it real quick as we try to figure it out. Staying like within about 2 frets of each other. So it's like... somewhere in there. Oh, you're good. Get it finished before midnight, Christina. My Sag grandma used to say, no laundry on New Year's Day. I think that's probably just an excuse to take that day off from doing chores. That's either way, it's cool. See, Sag vibes, it's cool. Oh, we could have an awesome time. Take it. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year, everybody. Get away from 25 really fast. No. Okay. I don't know. It was a thing. My grandma said it, so I listened. I don't know. All right, what are we doing next? What are we gonna do next? Let's see. I do know stuff other than like. Yeah, I know more than just the Beatles. You guys, Jimmy, can you name this in 2 notes? Ah, that's cool. I don't know if I can keep that up. I just found that one. I'm gonna fight. I can't sing it and play at the same time. I got to get the muscle memory down. Me too, Shelby. Jack White's awesome. He was my sponsor when I got into the Masons. He is good people. Okay, what else we got? He is. Yep. Him and Kid Rock both. Back when I did car accessories, me and a business partner of mine, we worked on Kid Rock and Uncle Cracker, and they made General Lee golf carts. They had us make General Lee golf carts for him. It was kind of cool. It was kind of neat. Uncle Cracker is actually cool people too. I dig him. He's fun. Kid Rock is very cool to hang out with, actually. He's cool vibes. The coolest thing, though, was when I was walking on Broadway and bumped into Lainey Wilson. That still outranks like all of it. It was like, whoa, that was kind of neat. Dude, that's the thing about Nashville. They will literally block off Broadway, and the country singer's like, I want to do a concert, and they block off the road. Metro Detroit news, it's the roads get blocked off because of 40-car pileups. Nashville roads get blocked off because a country singer wants to have a concert. I am so moving to Nashville. We know it's happening. Guys, this has been awesome sauce. I hope you guys have a good, happy new year. And thank you for hanging out and being a part of the fam of mine and Frankie's collabs and just all the awesomeness. Being a part of this is just awesome. And thank you guys for subscribing, watching, and being a part of it. I'm here and I do this for you guys. Frankie too, Melissa too, the tarot readers on YouTube. They're here for you guys. Christina, all of us. All right. We love you guys. And just to have you be a part of us and support us, it means the world to us. All right. Every one of us on this side of the hands get nervous or wonder if we don't connect in that. So you don't understand how much it means to every tarot reader out there, how big or small they are. It's not about the subscriber count. It's about the person. That when you take that moment to leave a comment, even if it's just an emoji to keep your personal life private in that, just for us to know as tarot readers that we're still helping and doing our job, it means the world to us. I know sometimes with the liking a video, it puts tarot readings in your like videos. Some don't do that. To hype one of our readings is beautiful. To leave a little comment or an emoji, it helps us. It helps our algorithm and gives us the confidence to know that we're still helping you guys. So really thank you to all of you for interacting. You have a good night too, Christina. Spinny hugs for you and a happy new year. I'll see you next year, Christina. I'll see all you guys next year. But all of you guys, to take that moment, even on TikTok, to tap the screen, show a little love, or share this, or favorite it, to interact with it, it helps all of us. It means the world to us and lets us know we're still doing our job. It's cool vibes, and we love you for that. You all mean the world to all of us. And thank you to all of you guys for letting us be your readers and letting us help you in 2025. And here's to our future. Wherever 2026 may take us and whoever it may take us up against, we will persevere and make it through it because we're on the side of the good. And good always wins over evil. Find me one movie where the bad guys win. Charlie Watts. Oh my gosh, you met Charlie Watts? That's awesomeness. We Are the World. What's the structure on that one? That'd be fun. All right, guys. I'm gonna get ready to scoot on out of here. But we've had a good time. This is cool. I love hanging out with you guys. All right. I will be back Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern for an All Signs. All right. For a little bit of time here while I get some stuff in order to maintain my Monday through Friday 9 to 5 schedule so I get my weekends and stuff off. What I'm going to do for a little bit instead of the individual collectives is I'm going to do 3 All Signs a week. We'll be doing a Monday, a Wednesday, and a Friday morning All Signs. And then I'll work the cards and coffee in. That'll leave me some time on Tuesdays and Thursdays to do family messages or pick a cards or longer cards and coffee where we just hang out. So thank you for subscribing and being a part of this. I look forward to seeing. It's a test. We're going to demographic test. If doing the all signs work, I like it because that means all 12 signs get 3 readings per week. I like that. Instead of Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces having to wait all the way until Friday or Saturday if my schedule gets messed up, this will let it lock in. So we're going to just try it, see how it works. If not, if we don't like it, we change it back. You know what I mean? But yeah, so definitely around and subscribe. Frankie releases her messages and her individual readings all week long. So make sure you're subscribed so you get notified. And just as a reminder for you guys to remember that if you're not getting notified, to go into your subscriptions and run through and streamline your subscriptions. The ones you don't need notifications on, set those to the none. The ones you want them, set it to all, okay? And then that way it streamlines and filters out and you will start getting your notifications. And if you're not liking the screen name that you see in live all signs or in comment sections, you're like, that's not my screen name. YouTube is connecting and following along with TikTok's energies in that it's now changing the handle. So I made a post about it showing with screen caps where to do it, that you go into your gear wheel, your settings, you change the handle. That's what now shows up on TikTok. It'll get you back to letting you see the screen name you wish to portray. All right, gives you a chance if you want to change it or freshen it up too. But I think we're good otherwise. I think we're set. Are we good? We good? This is my last sign off of 2025. It has been an honor to get to read for you guys. I love just being a part of all your lives. You guys are the bomb, and you guys are awesome. And I cannot wait to see you guys in person in 2026 as we start doing tours. It's going to be beautiful. Everybody, let's finish up and finalize with a prayer, okay? All right, Bill, unplug and walk away, Bill. All right. Unplug and walk away, Bill. 20 minutes off the stage. I got to turn Bill's amplifier off. Bill's amplifier was humming. All right, guys, let's do this. And then we'll end this live. Let me see here. All right. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, everybody. Lord, we ask that you put closures on the stresses, the struggles that 2025 has brought to the family and to all of those, and bring in the abundance that 2026 bestows. We ask that anybody here hearing this, and even those that are part of the family that might not hear this, we ask that they're protected and their blessings be bestowed upon them. Look after, let them return in happy, healthy, and healed, along with all the people hearing this, their persons. Please help everyone's persons heal and bring them back together in ordinance with your divine will, and continue to protect and look out for our family going forward into 26, and guide us on our paths and protect us from harms going forward. We ask this in Jesus' name through Christ our Lord. Amen. Please and thank you. Amen. Don't forget the secret words. Angels like it when you say please and thank you. Guys, I love you guys. Happy New Year's. and I'll see you next year. All right? Until next time we meet, peace, love, and spinny hugs. And remember the words of John and Paul, not the disciples, the Beatles. All you need is love. Happy New Year.
I miss how it used to be. You were the only one that I could see. You know I love you, whatever you do. And you know that I've always got your back. I'm trying to tell you that I miss you. The way that you sing in the car, not caring where you are, driving to work or to school, and doing everything you do. I'm trying to tell you that I love everything about you, and I miss you. I know I've done a lot of bad things to you, give me one more chance and I will make it up to you. You know it would mean a lot. I'm giving it all that I've got. I'd do anything for you, anything that you want me to. I'm trying to tell you that I love everything about you, and I do